Hey guys, Dark Humility here with the infamous, famous Dark Humility's tier list and infographic for Season 10, Project Diablo 2, PD2. It has arrived, it has been completed with a crazy amount of testing this season. I usually do about 60 to 70 hours of testing every season to produce this. We went over 100 hours this season. I even took my normal work off to do this. So we went really hard on it. Really went really hard on it, and it's because we really wanted to produce a really high quality product, and of course we wanted to make sure that the data can be usable as well for future seasons, so that I don't necessarily have to retest a gazillion things every time and can just focus on changes that might actually produce meaningful results for different builds, and we can kind of just update it in a really good way in that way. But anyway, of course, what we're going to do in this video is we're going to go over just like a kind of a tour of the tier list and infographics, so that new people coming in and anyone else can kind of understand all the awesome and useful information for Project Diablo 2 and the new season in this, which I've now published since Season 2 to some degree. I mean, it's definitely gone through a lot of changes and morphs. It's been upgraded, updated, and accuracy has been improved every time. We'll go over that, of course, in more detail, but of course I'll do like kind of a tour here, and then we'll go over the late game solo mapping tier list in the beginning and kind of go from there. At the end, of course, we'll host a Q&A. But before I even start the tour, I just want to thank everybody in my community, everyone in the PD2 community in general, and especially the PD2 devs for making this happen. Salute especially to K-Knight, who will be retiring from full-time after this season, for making this mod the greatest D2 mod to ever exist. And of course, everyone else who, of course, is involved in this project. Absolute insane stuff. This season particularly, the changes to allocated loot makes public multiplayer games so much more accessible. All of the build reworks like Bone Spear and Blades of Ice and even Fists of Fire, all the fixes, incredible stuff this season. And best of all, even a secret new Uber boss that is endgame content with a secret reward, not revealed at all, has to be discovered by the players, is some of the most insane stuff that we're encountering here in Season 10, and it's all thanks to them. By the way, if you are in the if you are in the Twitch chat, you can type !S10 tier list to follow along with this video. But yeah, and of course, thank you to everyone who has allowed me and has been patient with me for doing all this crazy amount of testing, such as my girlfriend as well, because yeah, I just no-lifed it for literally like 8 to 9 days just to do this crazy amount of stuff. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone. Thank you guys. GG. Lilith, no, absolutely not. Yeah, it could be anything, guys. It could be anything with the new boss. All right, so let's start the tour. In the beginning here, we have kind of like an info panel for a lot of the information on the infographic, particularly the late game mapping tier list. They'll kind of give you some basic information about it. Over here, of course, we have the late game solo mapping tier list that is produced from rigorous tier 3 map testing, more rigorous than ever. I'll explain that, of course, when I go over that. And we have definitely achieved a lot of different results just due to better testing, not to changes in the game. Of course, we'll talk about that as well. Lots of really cool stuff. Of course, we have, information about not just the tier in terms of how the build performs in those highest strength maps like unique maps and tier 3s in general, but of course also whether or not you should or should not fortify, whether or not it could be pretty close. It doesn't really matter what you do. And then whether or not how budget is, and whether it's just not budget, it's not something you can go for on a budget. And of course the degree to which how easy it is to make the build in hardcore. Every build, I'll give you kind of a a rundown on hardcore here. Every build pretty much is viable on hardcore. It's just difficult to it can be more or less difficult. So there's no X's in hardcore. There used to be, but with a lot of changes and improvements to the game just itself, that no longer exists. So yeah, you can kind of understand just whether it's really good or it's like you're gonna have to do some gear swap outs to make it work. Anyway, and then of course we have the solo mapping top 10. That will tell you, for all you meta lovers out there, it'll tell you what this basically defines the top of the meta, but I'd say the meta is usually defined by like the top 20 builds. So people that really want fast mappers definitely can look there. Knowing based on changes, so not based on testing improvements, but just changes in the game, this will give you an idea of what is moving from Season 9 to Season 10 the most, and builds that might be pretty hype just because they've been improved, or builds that maybe aren't as hype as before because they have been nerfed into the ground. No, I'm just kidding, just nerfed. Overall class power ranking. So what we're gonna have here is we have the 7 classes listed. This kind of tells you in general, like if you invest into this class in the beginning, and even if you start with a different build than you want to end up with, kind of tells you just in general how good the class is at doing all the end game content relative to the other classes, or even just starting out. So starting out is one of the criterion. I'll explain that when I show the data sheet. Here you can see the best group mapping builds, which includes tier 3 and tier 4. Of course, we have a new thing for this season, which is poison build stackage, so I'll talk about that. Solo dungeon capable. So I expanded this list actually for the first time since maybe like season 4 immensely this season. So there's a lot more builds listed here now because there's a lot more things that you can actually do. I did some research into this, so there's actually a lot of builds that can potentially solo dungeon. There might even be more than this, but it's at least more of a comprehensive list, so that's good. New on season 10 tier list. So we have basically I have a designation here for builds that were not on my tier list before, and now they are, either because they didn't exist before season 10, like Bone Spear, or just because they slipped through the cracks in the testing, like in last season, like Holy Free Sacrifice and Green Goblin. All right, here we go. We got starter lineup. Starter lineup is good stuff. We basically have this is actually a really important list. I'm actually going to make a separate, much shorter video just about this, where I talk about some of the top starter strats on every class. If you guys are interested or still don't know what to start with, maybe this will give you an idea of what you might actually enjoy doing, because I'll talk about in general kind of like what areas you should do, what mercenaries will work the best in the early game before you get like fully geared up, what kind of early game options are available for gear wise that make the build maybe a lot stronger or essential, that kind of stuff. It'll be kind of off the cuff, so we'll probably miss some things, but you guys will definitely I think benefit from that just in general. And you'll learn a lot more, of course, about just all those things, so we'll definitely make a separate video about that. But we also have just an overall top 10. So just to let you guys know, these lists outside of the late game mapping tier list and the top 10 and the biggest movers and things like that, and the power ranking, these lists are a lot more subjective. So the exact ordering of all these lists is not super important. That includes the top 10. They're well within the margin of error here. There's a lot of error potentially here, but this is kind of like my subjective understanding just based on my understanding of the game, like how you're going to farm up the most wealth the fastest using the build, what kind of strategies are available to the build, and how to do it. Same thing with the boss list. It's kind of like it's not just uber kill speed necessarily. It's not just speed like with the mapping thing, like the monsters per minute on the late game mapping tier list. It's more of just like maybe the ease of doing it, maybe how dominant or prominent the build is among people posting videos killing the declone or the Rathma, that kind of stuff. I do a lot of research for these lists. I do Uber Tristram build testing, but I don't have to retest everything every season. But a lot of it's also like research into the changes, of course, into the Season 10 patch notes. You might notice a new arrival here on the Assassin, for instance. which is Shockweb. So, I mean, that's just season 10, getting ahead on the season 10 research, also doing the Uber testing. And so, might want to check that one out. But anyway, it's possible it's not number one. Maybe Blade Sentinel still is number one. So there's, it's not, don't get too caught in the weeds over the exact ordering of these lists. It's more of a pretty general ordering so that people can have an idea of like what is strong, kind of how strong it is relative to other approaches, and where it is. So if people want to do bossing and whatnot. And then, of course, on the far right here, we have a comprehensive list of the maps and their tier and the immunities. I don't know the exact values for these yet, so those will be updated at some point for Demon Road and Scovos, but it looks like one of them has all immunities except for magic, and the other one is. But these are the two new tier 2 maps, so those are there, which is cool. So you can check out that and see whether or not you want to map with those. Of course, if you use the ADEV DH loop filter, you can also, of course, just know what immunities are in the map, so you can maybe avoid them, especially before you get enough negative res debuff on whatever element you're doing. All right. So, with all that being said, I also want to go over real quick. So this is also going to be linked as well. So we're going to link the late game mapping tier list below this video. Of course, we're also going to link this data sheet and possibly even some data graphs that a third party made for me, which is really cool. So you can actually see a lot of this stuff. This is the data sheet I used to create the late game solo mapping tier list, and basically this season there are some pretty key differences. So as a tour, I'll go over it a bit. I did it as well last season, but we actually averaged the best 3 tier maps for every build now instead of just the 2 builds, and every build did Blood Moon because Blood Moon just has the highest density, so the numbers basically it ensured that every build had the best possible number it could. Blood Moon is only 1/3 of the score though, because all 3 maps are averaged to produce a final score, which is on the right here, which is the top 3 tier 3 map average standardized monsters per minute, standardized based on density. So obviously it's not just monsters per minute. Density is a major factor in the map. That way, builds don't get over rewarded, or they just don't get rewarded for the map that I test with having more density essentially. Which is bad. So we don't want that. So we standardize it all out. We clean up the data and we end up with this nice, beautiful number that kind of averages out their performance. So there's 2 other top 3 tier 3 maps that they do every build, in addition to Blood Moon. Blood Moon is like, I call it the density test. That is what it is. We don't want the density test to be too influential. I think it was in my last tier list, which caused a lot of problems. So now it's less influential, and also every build does it, so there's no like inaccuracies due to just builds not doing it or the fact that otherwise. So it's still a good test though. It's a good test because just being able to clear lots of density does demonstrate a lot about a build's late game mapping potential. And of course, the other 2 maps being something strong based on maybe immunities. In some cases though, they can circumvent the immunities, so just strong maps in general. You'll notice that the maps tested are usually just some of the best tier 3 maps for density period, and that's no surprise. So we really try to be pretty rigorous about that. You'll also see Fs next to them if Fortified was the best approach. We used a lot of we did a lot of testing about Fortified this time to see if Fortified or non-Fortified was better on builds where it probably could be. And we did more rigorous Fortified testing than ever, so we actually figured out really well like whether or not a build was actually better at Fortified. So that Fortified checkmark list is more accurate than ever now on the tier list and infographic for the late game mapping tier list. Of course, you'll see in the data sheet, you'll see you got tier handicaps. So we do have tier handicaps here because there are limitations to the closed beta testing. such as not being able to use corruptions, or towards the end, not having a lot of time to use corruptions. So, not everything is always going to be retested with the perfect corruptions. In a lot of cases, corruptions like skill corruptions will matter the most because those affect damage, and damage testing is really what we do. So we test everything at the highest level of like its DPS potential, so that you can see this is the highest potential of the build. And then, things like survivability are a lot harder to test anyway without corruptions, so they kind of go by the wayside. But you can always fix builds survivability wise with corruptions and some basic swap outs of some damage here and there, so it's no problem. But yeah, if builds like magic damage, physical builds, or magic damage skill builds tend to be difficult to test just in general on the closed beta, because plus skill corruptions are so essential to their damage, whereas elemental damage we can test using sockets in the beginning, which we don't need to get a random corruption for. And so that does produce a bit of a difference there, which we have to account for sometimes. However, you'll notice some of those builds don't have a handicap on them, and that's because towards the end of the beta we retested them with plus skill corruptions that we were able to get. So that's kind of cool. Also, you'll notice here there's a couple of -1 ones. I think that's just Frost Nova and Nova because they were nerfed yet again, and that nerf is untested. However, we are accounting for it by lowering their tier. Fortified map, F, if fortified was optimal or just best for the build, it outperformed the non-fortified test. Always the best tests are listed here. The worst ones are replaced by a higher number. So always trying to get the best tests on the builds, the best possible performance. Okay. And then of course, whether we retested or not retested it, and everything should be retested that needed to be retested based on the closed beta notes. And then we produce the tiers in a pretty awesome manner, but basically, it's pretty cool. We basically take the mean and then the maximum and the minimum values, and we kind of take the difference. And then we separate the 9 top tiers and the 9 bottom tiers into these intervals. And then we just put these numbers here from the right column, just plug it into the system and then see what the tier is. And that's pretty awesome stuff. And then, of course, this is a bit more subjective once again, but I do have a numerical system for it, which is the class ranking, where I rank each class from 1 to 7, 7 being the best of the 7 classes and 1 being the worst in mapping, starting, bossing, and otherwise. And then of course the average of not the sum of all of them, of course, and then could of course take the average, it wouldn't matter, and the sum will of course get us the total score for each class, and that's how I got the class ranking. And there you have it. Of course, you can get into the weeds, of course, and how it's calculated, but it has to do with making sure that rare maps are 200% density over white maps. That's what that 200 number is for, and this standardizes it every density to 100. That's what the plus 100 on the other side is for. That's how we standardize it for the late game mapping tier list. And of course, you'll see every build listed here. There's no particular order. They're just ordered by class. So that's, yeah. Anyway, it's a data sheet. Fun stuff. That's how we produced it, though. So that's the methodology. I went to school for stats, and it's really cool to do this kind of stuff. Stats and evaluation and whatnot. So it's really, I really have a fun time like evaluating things, and tier lists are like the ultimate evaluation. So that's always fun stuff. All right, so now you've kind of seen the tier list, you've seen the infographic, you've seen the data sheet. We're gonna go into the late game solo mapping tier list, and we're going to talk about what everything means on it real quick. So we're going to do a quick overview. So S is a best and fastest build. So best and fastest means that it is like among the top builds, period. It's just one of the top builds. It defines the meta for speed. Strong and very fast means that it is pretty much there. It's a very good build, and if you're not an absolute like meta Andy, you'll like that build. It's still very good. Solid and fast are still fast builds. However, they might fall by the wayside a little bit for people that enjoy speed, but for the most part, they feel very smooth and very powerful. C builds are decent and effective. These builds are solid, but they're gonna feel, definitely slower than the top builds. Anything in the top bracket, you're gonna start feeling a bit of a slowdown. D, it definitely feels significantly slower, and of course you'll see that you're killing less monsters per minute, which is the main thing. We do use the .kills all, the new command, of course, just to remind people that's how we get these, which has been available since Season 9. And that is why we actually make the tier list using a much more objective, quantitative manner now since Season 9, because we have access to those numbers and we can kind of do sampling of the maps. So I do like a 2-minute test, typically somewhere around 2 minutes for almost all the tests, and that's how we do it. But anyway, worst and slowest is F. There aren't many of those, but those builds are painful to map with in the end game. They might be okay in some cases in like lower tier maps that aren't tier 3s. But we standardize based on tier 3s because that is the end of the mapping endgame content. So the primary criterion, of course, is monsters per minute in best tier 3 maps for build with standardized density. This is just the density we tested with this season. I used standard of heroes to get the density up a bit in general because we couldn't corrupt throughout most of it. So it's within these numbers typically, which you'll see on the data sheet. They never have maximum life. They also never have sorb for the element that they do. It's a damage test as we just try to move through the map as fast as possible, killing as many monsters as we possibly can in a certain time window. It's time start, time end, and then we take the monsters per minute before and after. Near top end builds, limited corruptions. So yeah, they, limited corruptions, not all the corruptions. None of the builds are at the very highest level. However, they're pretty close. We try to test them almost as strong as they can get, and if they can't be, they'll get a tier boost, either 1/3 or 2/3 from the number that they from where the number is supposed to put them. So they get a tier handicap is what I call it. And of course, optimal high APM gameplay. So this means that if you're a dad gamer and you just want to enjoy the game and you don't care necessarily about going as fast as possible and killing as many things as you possibly can as fast as you can, this tier list doesn't really reflect what your experience is likely going to be. It reflects the experience of a player that's trying to optimize every level of their gameplay. And so I'll kind of try to touch on that a bit as I actually go through the builds. But it's very important, I think, to note here that it's not what we're trying to go for here is we're literally trying to optimize the use of the build. If you want to play it in a much slower way, it's totally fine. And there's a lot of builds on here that might even be C that you might enjoy very much as someone that isn't trying to go as fast as possible. We'll kind of I'll actually, on every build, I'll try to touch on whether or not I think this is like a dad gamer build, or is it like is it a high APM like requirement build? Are you gonna like this build unless you press a gazillion buttons? The answer is probably not. And like for instance, Dark Pact, I don't think you can really enjoy that build very much unless you press a million buttons. There's a couple builds that can go either way, like Corpse Explosion is really only S unless you press a lot of buttons, but I mean, it's still solid as a dad gamer build, so I mean, it's just not going to be S tier if you play it slowly, So it's important to kind of understand like those kinds of things that go into it. We're really trying to go for like optimal gameplay and whatnot, so that's good stuff. Every build above at least D is viable for... Yeah, well, see, here's the thing is even D builds are perfectly good at mapping. Even in tier 3, they're just slower. I would say F tier is... Even F tier builds, so I'll kind of explain that, but even F tier builds are viable for mapping. And what it really comes down to is the speed. It really is all about speed. I try to optimize the builds. We really went ham this season on testing like even how to play the build in the most optimal manner. And I feel like you can always do a ton of testing in previous seasons, but unless you like do a very thorough pass, sometimes it's difficult to even know what the best manner of playing something is. And that's why there's a lot of different results this season for maybe sleeper OPs that we just missed in previous seasons, because we didn't realize, oh, if you play it this way, it's pretty insane. So Yeah, it just it just depends. Anyway, so fortification. All right. So we have fortification, budget, and hardcore, like I talked about in the grand tour. And so these are indicators that help people understand whether or not you should fortify a map, which is that orb. It's been around, I think, since season 6. Double experience, double loot, and 20% more monster damage, but the monsters also have double HP, and there's half the density as well. So um, obviously, when you're doing the data, when a build did a fortified map, we multiplied by 2. Um, the number of monsters that they killed to account for the fact they're getting double loot and double experience. So, yeah, there's a lot of builds where fortified just straight up outperforms, the normal map because they do a lot of damage in a low AoE, but it's just a ton of damage, so they just crush those high HP monsters, and they're rewarded for it. It outperforms it for them. Fortified is a totally viable mechanic in the game, just depends on the build. Budget. People like this section. People were asking for this section for many seasons till I finally implemented it, I think in season 8 or something. But now you can see exactly just how budget this build is when it comes to mapping in general. Hardcore. Build is naturally great for hardcore. Build can be easily modified for hardcore. Almost every build falls into this category. There's a couple builds such as like any kind of sacrifice build where this is a little dubious. Just a little dubious. Of course, you'll see that on the X's here. Sacrifice is kind of ultra dangerous for hardcore for some special reasons, but that's about it. Dungeon buddies. All right, of course we already went over that, and of course this is the early game trifecta of power on the bottom there, which just tells you how a build tends to be strong in the early game, or what makes a build strong in the early game. And that's it. All right, so we have the late game solo mapping tier list. So I want to emphasize that tier 3 maps are tested for this at optimized gameplay solo. What does that mean? That means that this tier list will not tell you exactly how strong a build is for group mapping potentially. That means it will not tell you how strong a build is for tier 1s or tier 2s even. There's a lot of builds on this list that are pretty low ranked for all the tier 3, all the best and strongest maps in the game, but they're not necessarily weak in the lower maps like tier 1s and tier 2s. They're actually really strong and can compete a lot better with the best builds. However, a lot of the tier, of course, ends up being just because a build has really good damage and mobility and AoE, and those 3 things together tend to produce the tier. So as strong as it is in tier 3 does have some influence over how strong it is in tier 1 and tier 2, but just keep in mind for standardized purposes we did test tier 3s. It doesn't necessarily reflect on that. Also, it is possible there are mistakes, and there's also possible that there are things within the margin of error. So there is a margin of error, of course, and of course there's testing errors, of course, that occur every season because I'm not testing something at the optimized level. That being said, this season I'm very proud of the amount of testing we did. I'm really confident in almost all these builds. I'll tell you whether or not I'm not as confident on a certain build when I go over it, but almost all these builds I feel like got tested in a really, really solid manner because we tested them in multiple ways to try to find the best way to play the build. And yeah, this is definitely way more rigorous than even past tier lists, which are already rigorous as they were. But this one we did a lot of work for. We really did a lot of tests, just a lot of different kinds of things. So we really tried to figure out exactly where everything is. That being said, once again, there's possible errors there. Nothing is perfect. No system is perfect. There's almost 115 builds listed here. And as much as I have a lot of expertise in the game, I depended even on chat for optimized testing of certain builds because I'm not an expert at absolutely every setup. So chat was very instrumental in helping me out with builds that I wasn't as familiar with. I was very lucky to have people always knowledgeable in almost all aspects of some just different people in the chat for different builds all the time. helping us out with testing and that kind of stuff. Because while I might have been really good at certain builds, and just I even had a better approach than chat in some cases, chat had a better approach than I did a lot of the time as well. So really good stuff. I love definitely really helps to have hundreds of people watching and help this out every season. Your guys' help is instrumental to making this better every time, and especially this season. All right. So, all right. With all that said, all right, all that out of the way, I don't claim to be the miser of everything. This is not the be-all, end-all. It is not every form of content. Remember when I went over the infographic, there's bossing, there's starter. This is the late game solo mapping tier list. So these are optimized builds, optimized gameplay, and tier 3 maps. So just remember that. Solo, of course, not in a group. If you remember all those things and you take that all into account, you can enjoy this tier list and you can use it in a way that is effective. All right, here we go. Let's begin with the Sorceress Builds. And now, of course, I begin with the Sorceress Builds. I'm going to talk about just like, okay, so the Sorceress in general this season mostly saw nerfs, but probably one of the coolest changes in season 10 is making Energy Shield permanent. Like once you put on the Energy Shield, it won't come off of you even if you lose all your mana, which is really cool because that makes pre-buffing Energy Shield even more viable, or just viable now, like with Memory Staff. And that also just increases the viability of Energy Shield in general, and makes it harder to die with it, because even if you start taking damage once it hits 0 mana, your Energy Shield is still on, so as long as you pot, you can usually recover from it without having to re-put on the Energy Shield and die as a result of the Energy Shield coming off of you. So that actually is kind of nice QOL, especially for hardcore players. Anyway, so mostly nerfs though. The main things that happened to the Sorceress were the teleport debuff that happened. So the teleport debuff is pretty insane stuff. With it, of course, it basically means that like 1 second after you teleport, you do less damage. It's a little bit harder to get it really low this season, and it caps at a certain amount that is not 0 anymore. So there's a higher teleport debuff, which kind of nerfs all the Sorceress builds to some degree. And then also there's Ormus changes as well that also nerf certain builds like Combustion. But anyway, that's kind of like an overview, I would say, in general. And then, of course, there's certain builds that I feel like are actually, even if they're not insane at mapping, they feel really good. What I should say is they're not insane in speed-wise, but they feel really good, just because of changes to items and some other things as well. All right, so let's go over the first one, Nova. Oh yeah, for each build, by the way, I'm going to try to explain if the tier changed significantly, why it changed. I'm going to try to explain some of the top items that are important, and the top mercenaries that are important, top approach essentially for the build, and then also try to explain whether or not it's a dad gamer build. Is this a lazy build, or is this a build that you just can't play in a lazy manner, or it's going to feel trash? So that's kind of what I'm going to do there as well. I could even add another column for that at some point, but I'll just I'll leave that up to the video. I think that's more subject to interpretation. And of course there's builds that can go either way, so doesn't really matter. All right, here we go. All right, thank you guys for all the support, of course, in the Twitch chat. I will be reading you guys here and there. There will be a QA or there'll be a question and Q&A, I should say, an answer session at the very end of all this. You are free to ask questions if you feel like it's something I should add in the video as it's going on, and I actually appreciate it. I also appreciate all the support coming in, subs, donations, whatever. And remember, you can follow along with the video with a command !S10 tier list. All right. Let's get it going. Let's start moving through the builds. I'm going to start moving through the builds. So, Nova. So, Nova, Infinity Staff, Storm Spire on the Mercenary typically. With Innocence, even better because it will proc it more often using Blade Shield. And of course, 200 faster cast rate usually feels the best because it's almost always best to use a staff on this approach. It's really good stuff. I don't really consider this to be a dad gamer build, so this is a build that's going to take some high APM, especially as you're recovering from getting hit and things like that, as you're constantly moving through monsters and constantly teleporting and spamming Nova or other abilities. This is a high APM build for sure. Now, to remark on the nerf real quick, so the nerf is mostly just a result of closed beta and even open beta nerfs, which one open beta nerf was even untested. This means that I don't exactly know where the tier is on this. However, I dropped it 1/3 of a tier from where the number suggestions should be, just to be safe. The number nerfs tend to be like the least impactful of all the types of nerfs. You know, I think I mentioned this during every video. But like mechanics changes tend to be the biggest ones, like reworks, things like that, or a bug fix. Those tend to be pretty big, right? Where the just damage isn't coming out. But like for Nova, Nova got multiple number of nerfs. So we tested the first round of nerfs. We tested before the nerfs. It started at like S plus numbers. It's putting up like crazy numbers like last season. And then it kept going down, and eventually we kind of landed at here. It would have been A plus with just the numbers after the first 2 rounds of nerf testing, and after the one I can't test, I imagine it went down a little bit more. But just to keep in mind though, like numbers aren't the hardest hitting nerfs, period. It still mechanically performs the same, so it should still be very good because it moves incredibly fast and it destroys the monsters through the map. Alright. Charged Bolt. So Charged Bolt, Stormspire, Last Wish proc. This involves using a Stormspire in your hand and in a sense if you can, but if you use Charged Bolt without Stormspire, you'll get a pretty similar result just spamming it using like a standard staff or something of that nature. And of course, Infinity can be on the Mercenary, and you can actually proc a lot. And of course, you can make yourself as tanky as you need to be to survive the damage as you kind of melt the monsters with Charged Bolts, 200 FCR or otherwise. So that's kind of the main thing for this build. I think this is still pretty similar to where it was last season, so not too much change really. And it's kind of reflected. Any kind of tier change will be as a result of it changing relative to other builds. I'm not sure if it changed, but in this case it would definitely be like, because see, the thing is, it's not just like an absolute numeric change, it's also changing relative to other builds. It is a bell curve, so if other builds are going up compared to this build, or more builds are going up, then it's going to go down. It goes up if more builds are coming down to meet it. That's kind of how it goes. So any kind of change will be the result of that. Nothing major. And I would say if you play the Innocence Blade Shield proc approach for Stormspire, it actually could be a pretty lazy build. The only problem is survivability, so you're going to have to make sure to really get your res up, make sure you have a lot of mana, you have strong energy shield, that kind of stuff if you want it to be lazy. Otherwise, it's a very fast-paced healing of some kind. Alright, but it can be pretty lazy though. This one's not as involved as Nova build. Alright. Chain Lightning, pretty similar to Charge Bolt in a lot of ways, explaining it and whatnot, but basically Chain Lightning, you'd probably use a Ming Song on yourself for maximum damage. Of course, Ashudas and Tavek's Glory, just like with Nova, can definitely be used for a more safe approach, or an uber safe approach could be something like Storm Shield. And then of course the command is !S10 Tier List. Okay. Anyway, so absolutely. All right, so yeah, once again, that's pretty much your general approach, and Infinity on the Mercenary. Don't really, Infinity and tankiness on the Mercenary, you don't really need too much. Would be of course the optimal approach on this build. And then, of course, any tier change on Chain Lightning, because there are no changes this season, will be the result of it changing relative to other builds. In the case of Chain Lightning, I feel like our test was good on it last season as well, and so no testing artifacts and no other things with it. And this build's kind of lazy, but you know, there's definitely a lot of spamming of chain lightning, maybe switching to lightning for bosses and single targets. So it's not the laziest build in the world, but since you stand pretty far back and attack, it's not terrible. I'd put it like as a mid grade in that way. All right, let's move on to Frost Nova. Frost Nova here. Okay. Frost Nova. So Frost Nova received very similar treatment to Nova. It seems like this season, there's definitely a lot of focus on nerfing the Nova builds. Most of the nerfs in the closed beta were targeted at Nova specifically. Not all of them, but most of them. So Frost Nova also got hit really hard, but I'm going to tell you something. Before I tested the nerfs, like when I tested it at the very beginning of closed beta, because I started with Sorceress, Frost Nova was such a wildly, way more powerful build than any other build in the game. Like it was, let's put it this way, it would be an outlier on the top. I removed one outlier from the bottom because I like testing Confused because it's fun, just to make the data set really nice and make the bell curve nice and not skewed. But this would have been one I would have had to remove because it was too high. I would have had to have removed this from the data set for a nice bell curve. That's how much of an outlier it is. If you know stats, you know what I'm talking about. Like, it was so powerful that nothing else came close. It was like S triple plus, whereas this is like F triple minus. You get the idea. So what happened is with a bunch of nerfs, the build came down to S plus data wise, but just to be safe, I'm bringing it down to S from another round of nerfs in the open beta. Once again, 1/3 reduction. It could be a little weaker than that, even so, but to be honest, the damage is still going to be there, even with another round of damage nerfs, which is basically what it is. It's a damage nerf, and that's how it goes. For the way the build actually works, Infinity on the Mercenary seems to be the best approach while using Fathom and Medusa's Gaze as your main setup. And of course, as much cold damage and facets as possible. I like 105 FCR, and I actually also like max block on this build. You can even use the Titan's Grip gloves, which are the new gloves, to make this build nice, smooth, and powerful, and very tanky. Since Frost Nova, of course, has Shiver Armor as a synergy, you also have a ton of defense, and you have max block. It's very, 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 very fast. It's very tanky. It's insanely strong. I think it's still in the top 10. It should be. I put it there. It's towards the bottom, I would say now. It's not like one of the craziest builds in the game anymore, but it's still there. Outperforming Nova, a lot smoother than Nova, having a lot less issues than Nova, just because it's cold damage and there's a lot of synergies that go with it that seem to be better. And of course, ever since they made Energy Shield, only requiring maxing out the Energy Shield instead of needing Telekinesis as well, only hard points are required in the Energy Shield to actually make it strong. It's definitely a lot easier to make this build tankier relative to Nova in comparison. And of course, obviously, with the Energy Shield change, Memory Staff swap out for strong Energy Shield is very, very easy to do now on this build. So there are some pluses for it, but it definitely took a lot of damage nerf hits. And so it's still performing at one of the strongest levels. Once again, not a dad gamer build. It's very high APM. You'll be constantly just ding, 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 ching, ding, 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 and then out to the next pack, on to the next pack, on to the next pack, on to the next pack, that kind of thing. It's pretty fast. All right. What's up, everyone? Okay, Frozen Orb. Okay, because you spam Senpai in the dev vids, nice. That's how you got it nerfed. Interesting. All right, Frozen Orb. So Frozen Orb has low-key always kind of been a bit under the radar, but you know, it hasn't been under my radar. I've been getting some pretty high ratings on this build for a while testing it. But it is a super solid build. No changes to Orb directly. Any tier change this season will be the result of teleport nerfs or honestly just artifact of where it is relative to other builds. Frozen Orb, of course, very similar approach to Frost Nova, But I did find though that going max FCR and Orb, which is 194 or just 200 in general, also a very equally strong approach almost. They're pretty very similar. And you can absolutely crush face with either the higher damage one at 117 faster cast rate, or you can definitely do the lower damage one, attacking a lot faster. Either way, this build crushes face. Obviously, Conviction, Aura, Infinity on the Mercenary, nothing special in that regard as well. It's insanely powerful, insanely fast, very strong build. Once again, not in the top 10, of course, not an S tier build, so it's not one of the fastest, but it's definitely up there. This is more of a potentially a dad gaming build, though, because kind of like Chain Lightning, you can kind of just spam it from the back, and that's all you have to do. It's not particularly complicated, and you're not going to constantly have to use potions or switch your things or anything else. But I wouldn't say it's like the most dad gamer build either, because there's a lot of ability spam, even if it's not that many abilities. Okay. What is up, chat? Thank you guys so much for the follows and the support once again. No alerts right now because we're making a video, but I definitely appreciate the support big time. All right, Ice Barrage. On to Ice Barrage. So Ice Barrage, Ice Barrage for late game mapping is doing pretty solid. You can even use the new weapon, but I didn't find that approach to be the dominant approach. It seemed like it was very similar in approach to using like a Fathom as well. But that new weapon being about as good as that setup means that the new weapon, Shatter Blade, is actually basically it's a cheaper approach. It's a more budget approach, which I think is really cool. So it does have a bit more of a budget approach to it now. The Ice Barrage on kill, I think, is what it is. Stat is actually really solid when you already have synergized Ice Barrage, which is what, of course, this build has. So you can have like double Ice Barrages, which is kind of cool. I did test that though. That was neat. Of course, for this build, pretty standard thing again. Conviction on the Mercenary is most optimal, of course, once you can get to it in the late game. Remember, by the way, if you don't have Conviction from Infinity, the second best choice, chat or YouTube, is always going to be Pus Spitter on an Act 1 Mercenary. That lower resist is actually pretty reliable, and you can use it, and it's not as good as Conviction, it's not quite as reliable as Conviction, but it's up there. Alright, just want to do a PSA on that real quick. Alright, so, Ice Barrage, because a lot of people ask in the, comments are like, well, I'm not gonna get Infinity anyway. Well, you can get a Pus Spitter. Pus Spitter is not as close to difficult to trade for or find as Infinity. Not even close. Anyway, so it is night and day difference. Anyway, so you have the Ice Barrage. It's good stuff. Ice Barrage, let's see, so we went through the Mercenary. Yeah, I talked about the setup is also very similar to Frost Nova and Frozen Orb. I kind of already talked about it a little bit. 105 FCR though, and 200 FCR are the breakpoints though. I mean, you could even use something like Ming Song's Lesson on these builds as well. That's how I got 194 on Frozen Orb. You could use it on Ice Barrage. You could even use Doom on the cold builds, which is interesting. I don't think it's like the top approach, but it's pretty good because it has a lot of negative res, and it's cheaper than getting a ton of facets and a 6-socket of Ming Song, so keep that in mind. And of course, maybe like a GG like Fathom plus Medusas might be out of reach as well, so Doom can be very nice. So the Ice Barrage, anyway, yeah, all that is pretty true. The tier being reduced in this case is mostly just due to it dropping a little bit relative to some other builds. And maybe not getting the most, also the fact that since Cows was really weighted heavily on the previous tier list, it was 50% of the score, and now it's only 1/3. I think Ice Barrage did drop a bit from that, which means that it's probably a bit closer to where it should be. That's also why Orb is actually stronger this season than Barrage, which I don't think I ever actually got to, but that's because Orb is more consistent in other maps. So that's, once again, being consistent across multiple maps is weighted a bit more heavily. It's more valuable. And I think most people agree that if you only test on cows, I mean, obviously no one can get a gazillion cow maps. So that's kind of a problem. But, also the fact that, like it's just, I mean, even as a density test, it's not the only test. There's, other maps that other builds have the possibility to excel in that need to kind of be, adjusted for. So I feel like we did a lot better job just testing for that in general. And so Ice Barrage kind of reflects that a little bit. All right, Blizzard did get a buff that is kind of separate to most of the nerfs, and also the slight buff to Energy Shield that the Sorceress got. It got a cooldown reduction buff, so it's slightly easier to spam Blizzard now. But Blizzard as a skill, though, still kind of suffers from, it's not like insane. It's kind of a cooldown. It doesn't have crazy AoE. And it doesn't also do an absurd amount of damage, so even in Fortified, it's kind of can go either way. It definitely could go either way in regard to Fortified, so it kind of is what it is. And then, yeah, I mean, it's still Conviction on the Mercenary on this case. It's still pretty similar setups like Fathom. And otherwise, Blizzard is no more as a bossing build anyway, though, so it's just not like the craziest mapper. Getting a score of D, pretty similar to what it got last season. If anything, if it dropped it, not actually sure, but if it dropped from last season, probably just the fact it's being adjusted according to other builds, or the fact that we didn't test cows, as like cows are only 1/3 of the score now instead of 1/2 of it. So some builds that really could still do cows very well, which almost makes any build look good, maybe struggle in the more variety of maps in the Aether, which will mean that it is not, it's not going to be quite as good in the end game for a standard player as it maybe was shown to be last time. Glacial Spike. Glacial Spike is also kind of slow, but it's insanely safe though. You just freeze all the monsters in front of you. It has pretty decent AoE. Doesn't have the craziest damage though, so you can't fortify. And also has very similar setups as the ones we've mentioned on previous builds here. And once again, if it dropped, it's probably because outside of cows, it tends to just be slower at killing monsters. One thing I haven't mentioned, of course, but I should mention somewhere in the video, I probably should have mentioned it in the beginning, is the reason why we test monsters per minute. I think I mentioned this in the Season 9 tier list, relative to like map time, is because map time is very subjective. You can fly through a map and leave half the monsters alive and say that you completed a map in 4 minutes. To me, that doesn't really mean too much. Like, how much experience are you getting? How many items are you getting? That's where the monsters per minute stat comes in, and that is why we've moved to using this, because it really is a lot more revealing of like how strong the build actually is. A lot of people like to say, oh, well, I can complete a tier 3 map or a tier 1 map in this amount of time or whatever, but like, how many monsters are you really killing with the build? So that's why standardized monsters per minute, I think, is just a lot superior, and you can kind of see how builds perform relative to it. It's very good in general. Oh yeah, the Burroon is totally left on the ground when we do these tests in the closed beta. Absolutely. That was a comment from chat. Absolutely. Anyway, so this is really good stuff. Yeah, I'm really thankful that we have player stats since Season 9, and they've expanded the player stats in Season 10. I think that's really cool. Really allows us to see a lot of very, very high-level information. All right, so Cold Enchant, multiple shot. All right, so this is with Widowmaker and maxing out Cold Enchant on a Sorceress, Infinity Mercenary, but using the weapon Widowmaker. Some nuances to this build. Unlike faster cast rate, you also need maximum attack speed, which means you need a lot of shales. That's what I prefer. And your weapons and whatnot. Need a lot of some other stuff. You can use some facets where it's possible, but you're going to need a lot of attack speed and attack speed corruptions. You're going to need a lot, 100% pierce as well, because it is technically a boson type build. It is pretty fun to play. We tested 100% of the builds, of course, on this tier list. They were all tested this season, as I think I mentioned in the beginning. And so, yeah, very cool stuff. It's performed pretty well. I'd say it's pretty similar to where it was last season, but anything, maybe slightly improved testing. This time, maybe getting a bit more negative res on it. I think it was like D something last season. So the slightly improved testing, I think, put it to a little closer to where it is. And we actually got better numbers on it this time. So the numbers are super solid in Season 10. And it's just a decent and effective build. It's definitely, I actually think this kind of is a dad gamer build, because all you gotta do is teleport and, like, just fire arrows. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. It's very, it's kind of slowed down a bit too, so it's kind of nice. Don't need super high APM for that build, so it's kind of fun. Whereas some of these other builds, I definitely think the APM definitely is going to need to be pretty high in almost all these other builds. Frozen Orb and Ice Barrage, not as much because they're not in the middle of the monsters. These ones, just to make them decent, if you want to make them really good, or just decent at mapping in general, you're going to need high APM. You don't need as much on Cold Enchant. Alright, Cold Enchant, Werebear, Sork. Alright. So, Werebear, Sork, Cold Enchant. So, believe it or not, chat, Odyssean's got some major buffs and fixes this season. I only got to test it with the fixes, in like last season's buffs, but I didn't even get to test it with the open beta buffs. They actually slipped in some new buffs to it. So this weapon should actually be pretty solid, and it's even possible it's solid as a standard physical melee weapon with one of the buffs where it got more minimum damage, due to just pumping mana and things like this. So you never know. Something like a melee necro might be like really safe and really powerful, or just, you know, a standard build like Whirlwind Barb. I'm not 100% sure, as we weren't able to test it because it was an open beta change. However, we did test the fix to it, and so what we did find is that Odyssean's now makes you absurdly tanky, and since you can get a lot of sockets in it, you can make the weapon really fast, which means on any like werebear approach you can do, like throughout any of the classes, this is like the representative for this build on the tier list. So like there's certain like meme builds that aren't meme. I try to get some like representatives of like different kinds of memes, not necessarily testing like the same meme 5 different times over 5 different classes, but trying to like give you a representation of a good a good rep. Basically, this is a good build that represents how this build will work in maps and whatnot. And then of course we'll see how fast it is here. It doesn't mean it's bad though. This build was really tanky. I was doing like Canyon of Secheron, and I wasn't worrying about dying. I was just running up to the monsters, slapping them, and killing everything. It was actually insanely clean. All the cold builds can be really clean on the Sork, but this one was super clean. That level 30 synergized energy shield, which is fixed now, is insanely tanky. You attack really fast with all the shields, or even like an attack speed corruption on Odysseans could be insane. It's really good. It's really good. And so I just went around just slapping things, one-shotting all the monsters, doing like 20,000 damage with the Cold Enchant, kind of like with multiple shot. You can get the damage really high. Conviction, of course, still on the Mercenary. And then obviously you don't need attack speed elsewhere because you are a shapeshift form, so you only need attack speed on the weapon. And so everywhere else can be like, I think I just went for like sustain, damage reduction, and cold facets basically to make the damage more insane. And I was like 5-shotting like Uber Lilith too. I remember doing this. So this is a really good single target approach. And even as a mapper, it's almost decent and effective. Like it was just running up to shit with Hunger. You could use Hunger on a beast swap and just like run fast. I actually have a video. So this build I actually did a video for. So it is on my YouTube. It has a video. I also did a video showing the nerfed Frost Nova, or at least most of the nerfs. Maybe not the final one, but I have that on my YouTube as well. And of course, we do have this on the YouTube. So YouTube has the Werebear Sork. But yeah, I try to get representatives of like different things that are like solid meme builds. Not trashy ones, but ones that actually use synergized procs, things like that. Or in the case of this one, a solid build with a solid item that used to be trash, or most people think that used to be trash, that actually has a solid use. And so we got videos for these two. We also have a video on the YouTube for combustion. So you can actually see demonstrations of these builds in action. Make sure to check out the YouTube, exclamation YouTube in the chat. It is Dark Humility, of course, on there as well. Absolutely good stuff. So it's actually really fun. It's really fun. I actually had a lot of fun on this build. It's not the fastest build in the world, though. None of the werebear characters for mapping are like insanely fast because you're just limited by movement speed. You know, once again, like mobility is so huge. Mobility, AoE, and damage. It has the damage element, but the AoE and the mobility are quite limited. So it's not going to perform when it comes to this D+. You really have to think about, you know, what does this mean? Does this mean I should never do it? Well, no, not necessarily. But if you're trying to kill as many monsters as you can per minute, yeah, maybe you should leave this by the wayside. It's a really cool build, though. And, you know, some people might just call it a meme, but, you know, it's actually solid, you know. No problems with it. Super tanky. I don't even think it would take much to make it hardcore viable, honestly. It's pretty nice. All right. Let's go on to the next, the last video I made for the Sorceress on my YouTube. I highlighted the combustion. So combustion is, of course, optimal infinity on the mercenary again, and either Skull Collector or Ming Song's Lesson as your main weapon, and you want to go 200 faster cast rate, and you want to fire fireballs in the midst of as many monsters as you can when combustion is on cooldown. That is the general playstyle. It is very high APM. I don't think this is a dad gamer build. Dad gamers would hate this build. It's just a lot of different buttons, fireballs, teleports, and you gotta get the combustion time just right to maximize DPS. So every 3 seconds it's on a cooldown, you gotta like kind of time it in your head and then use it, and then you start throwing the fireballs again. So it's a lot of mental shit going on in this build basically. So like, if you really want to optimize it, so you know, I actually had to run a couple different tests before I got used to the build so I could get numbers for it, just as an example. So I had to train myself essentially. It takes some training. Anyway, very strong build though. So last season, arguably, it was probably S+, but with the nerfs to Teleport and the nerfs to Skull Collector and the nerf to... So Skull Collector isn't nearly as reliable anymore. It's only 2% chance to cast the Bone Armor. It's a higher level, but because you dump energy anyway, Bone Armor is synergized by energy points. Doesn't really matter much. It's more the fact that it only procs 2% of all casts now that you do. So it's 1 in 50 of your casts will proc it, which could be Teleport, it could be the Fireballs, it could be Combustion. But ultimately, it doesn't seem that reliable anymore. So the tanky reliability of this build is pretty dubious. I think on hardcore you might even be wanting to go like Phoenix max block now at this point, just to survive. I don't know if I would trust Skull Collector or Ming Song. I think that's very dangerous because you want to go in the middle of the monsters, right? So, yeah, you're going to have to kind of change your setup a bit if you want to get as tanky as you probably were before. On hardcore before, I would have said, yeah, Skull Collector was enough, but now with the changes. Obviously, Ormus got a % reduction to the proc as well, so that did influence the kill speed. So direct nerfs, I would say, probably made the biggest impact. I didn't test it properly last season because they did the Ormus changes so late last season in the closed beta, I couldn't test it. So that's another reason why you'll see it like as a much lower tier, whereas it should have been a much higher tier. That is also why it's not listed here, because these are only builds that change due to the changes, not better testing. This was much better testing, but if I tested it properly last season, it probably would have been S+, let's be real. If I actually got the proper testing. We just ran out of time, essentially. So this build last season was really crazy. Now it's just probably in the top 15 builds, instead of like the top 3 or the top 5. It's up there still though. It's definitely very strong still. Absolutely destroying monsters with ease, no problems. Tested it quite a few times, so very good stuff. Also we have, of course, oh yeah, I did mention, let's see, did I mention anything else that's pretty key about this? Yeah, I mean, as many, you know, fire facets, fire damage plus skills. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I mentioned everything. All right, combustion corpse explosions. So this is a build that is possible this season. It's kind of a meme, but also it's kind of an interesting way to do combustion because combustion has a 3-second cooldown, as you guys all know, and normally you just cast fireballs. But with a buff to Corpsemorn, a big buff to Corpsemorn, you can get up to level 40 Corpse Explosion on that armor. And that means that in the interim, while you're waiting for the combustion to come back up, you can actually just use Corpse Explosion instead. And because you have Fire Mastery on a Fire Sorceress, this can be used as part of any Fire Sorceress build. So if you're a Fire Sorc and during the cooldown or whatever, while you're waiting for it to come back up, or just in between uses of skills like Meteor or whatever, I mean, I didn't test Meteor, but you could do it because Fire Mastery is what boosts the Corpse Explosion. It's unsynergized with Corpse Explosion, but it has Fire Mastery, so it's really strong Corpse Explosion. And so, on a Fire Sorc, in the interim, you can cast a Corpse Explosion, and it's pretty solid. It still seems better just to cast the Fireballs instead of the Corpse Explosion, definitely, at least from my experience. But, but, and of course from, testing it, in quite a few different ways a few times, it's still at the high end of decent and pretty solid and fast in general. So it's a pretty fun approach if you want to do like a different approach to it. It does require using Corpsemorn though instead of Ormus. So remember, you're replacing the Ormus though. So because we're replacing the Ormus, that is why it slows it down so much. The Ormus is what casts a lot of your combustions on the standard build. And so you have to, you have to swap out your armor. So you have to swap out the Ormus for Corpsemorn, and that is the major cause of the reduction in speed there. That is a new build though this season though on the tier list, so it did not exist last season. One thing I should note is I removed some builds from the tier list as well, so I added a bunch. And then of course there's a lot that are still here, most of them. But I cleaned it up a bit, cleaned up some not so prominent approaches anymore, some memes that are kind of like inferior memes or kind of dumb memes that double up on, the dominant approach. And I tried to really make it to where every approach listed here is a unique approach to a build that offers something that is special in some way, that is different from other builds or just other approaches in general. And so it offers some kind of unique strength or just unique playstyle. If it's the same exact playstyle that's just inferior, I try to remove things like that. And even if it's more flashy or interesting because of procs, that doesn't make it better. But that doesn't mean that a lot of your meme builds, just because they're not on here, that doesn't mean you can't play them. That doesn't mean they're not good. It just means they are things that are either not prominent approaches. If I had to list every single meme in the game, one, it would kind of dilute the tier list and it would make it to where the bell curve is kind of weird for most prominent builds, but so it'd kind of mess with the data a bit. But on top of that, it would also be like 500 builds. Like, if I had to list every single one of those weird approaches, it would be pretty absurd. It might even be, I don't know, maybe not 500, maybe like 300, but you get the idea. It would be a lot. Anyway, really just trying to focus on prominent approaches and things that are more easily accessible to the person. People understand them. All right, Meteor, the Brimstone Rain build, right? Brimstone Rain staff. Definitely the most prominent weapon option on this build. Of course, you can actually have an Act 4 Mercenary casting Amp, so the Dark Act 4 Mercenary, which have been buffed this season, using an Infinity Staff, and you can get both the negative fire res and negative physical res on this build. And of course, you can get Brimstone Rain, which also gives you both as well. Brimstone Rain has been slightly nerfed from its maximum potential, but it's still it's still Brimstone Rain, should still be best in slot on this build, especially when it casts its own Meteor on top of Meteor Ormus. So triple Meteor procs is a real thing. The thing is, they all come down, though, on the same spot in the map, so usually 1 or 2 Meteors is enough to kill a pack, and of course, Fortify and perform the best versus non-Fortify, which is really cool, outside of cows, of course, which we test non-Fortified for every build as a density test. But it did really well in Fortified. and you know it was performing very well. Of course, it's not super fast though, and the reason why is because it's kind of a cooldown. They all come down on the same spot, and you have to kind of get to the next pack, and then they all come down on the same spot. Maybe if it had slightly more AoE, I don't know, it could be like really good, but otherwise it's still a fun approach. It's solid. It's just it's a little slow, obviously, right? So it's got D tier. It's not going to kill tons of monsters per second. It's fun for mapping. Meteor is definitely a prominent bossing approach, though, because it does an insane amount of damage in that one to that one target. So, obviously, even skills that aren't good at late game solo mapping, once again, are going to have a good time probably doing other things in the game. And that's kind of where Meteor's at. Hydra Corpse Explosion. Hydra Corpse Explosion. Oh yeah, also something to note, Meteor can be a bit more of a dad build. You can kind of just sit back. You don't even have to teleport and just kind of like cast meteors in front of you. So that's kind of neat as well. Hydra Corpse Explosion. So this is where I try to make Hydra good, essentially. So this is as good as I could possibly make Hydra. I think on the last tier list it was like F-. And with the Corpse Morn, I was able to make it a bit better because... of course, I think I used like Corpsemorn Dragon or something. So what I did is I tried to get like 4 or 5 Hydras up. I tried to use Double Dragon as well. The best approach seemed to be the Corpse Explosion approach, though, where you have 4 Hydras out. So you can have 4 Hydras out. Dragon adds an additional Hydra summon potentially. And then, you know, you have a Shootas, or, you know, you have a Shootas Phoenix, whatever. But, obviously, you use the Corpse Explosions while the Hydras are firing, and that gives you more DPS. This is probably going to be the best Hydra Sorceress for mapping, so that's why it's the only Hydra Sorceress on here. I recommend to use Corpse Morn if you want to map with Hydra. It is among the slowest builds, though, even with this approach, so beware, it is not an insane mapping build. People are always telling Senpai to buff Hydra, but the problem with buffing Hydra, as I say every time I make this list, is that it is one of the most powerful and prominent bossing approaches. And so, yeah, it's a difficult thing to do. It's very difficult. It's just super good at bossing because you can just cast them, run around in a circle, and Declone will die, you know, or whatever it is. So, yeah, that's the problem with this build. That's why it's difficult to fix the damage and whatnot, and just how prominent and powerful it is. Also, you know, it has like a delay before they even start firing. So let me tell you, as a dad build, Hydra is actually really good. It might be the most dad build of all the Sorceress builds because you just have to cast. It's a summon. It's a Sorceress summon build essentially. So any kind of summoner is really great as a slower player that just wants to see things die when you cast some summons. So it's really good. But obviously, you know, this is not going to be the most highly tiered build. It is the worst, slowest Sorceress approach that was tested. And Inferno. This is a build I played a lot last season as a starter build. It is, I think, one of the strongest starting builds in the game, and still is, because despite the talk about Leaf nerfs, it doesn't appear like Leaf was actually nerfed, unless it was not put in the patch notes. Which means that Inferno still gets 9 skills for free just by making a Leaf staff in the beginning of the game. So really crazy in the beginning, solid for tier 1 and even tier 2 mapping. Tier 3 mapping is really where it starts to fall off, and that's why, hence this score. This is definitely one of the builds where I think it performs a lot better in weaker maps, and its tier doesn't really reflect that too much. But when you try to do the hardest maps in the game, and obviously the fact that it's a channel and everything, it's definitely a bit slowed down. And it's slow, but it's effective. And it can be very safe with Phoenix. I did it on hardcore even, so you don't even need max block. I didn't even have max block. I almost died in Throne, though, so maybe not every build, maybe not every map in hardcore, but for the most part, yeah, it's solid. It's good stuff. You could use a Shoot as Phoenix. You could use Ming Song's Lesson. You could get the damage really high for the channel. It's very powerful. Particularly strong at early game. It's decent for bossing. I thought it would have been better for like Wrathman Declone than it actually was last season, but it wasn't. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's still really good for like Uber Tristram, I would say. Like, it's insane, but like those harder bosses, probably not so much. All right. Anyway, Vengeance. Ripstream. What are you talking about, Ripstream? Um, looks like the stream is still good. Uh, maybe it's rip for you. Okay, that's yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay, yeah. By the way, yeah, season 10, guys. I'll try to in the outro. You know, season 10 is October 25th, 10 a.m. PT. It's literally tomorrow. Yep, that's right. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, good stuff. Lots of good options. Conviction on the mercenary. Inferno is kind of a dad build. You kind of just teleport and cast it, but it's also when it comes to like being aware of monsters that can kill you, there's definitely some reaction times involved. So it's not the easiest build to execute, but also not the toughest. Teleport Inferno. Teleport Inferno. Pretty easy stuff. Vengeance. All right, so this is the first time we see Vengeance on this tier list, but of course, there's only one other time. The reason why Vengeance can be good on a Sorceress is because you get the Masteries, right? And so Masteries, instead of Synergies, like the case of Corpse Explosion, can make it very strong. No exception here. So, fire damage, you can still stack all the fire damage, even fire damage small charms and whatnot. You could go pretty hard on the masteries as well, but I think the small charms are still better if you use flat damage, elemental small charms. And then you use the weapon Kingslayer, which is a rune word that gives 1 to Vengeance, and the sorceress can use it. Now, here's the problem with Vengeance on a Sorceress. So, Vengeance on a Sorceress means that Vengeance is kind of balanced in such a way right now in the game to where the chain potential, the chain percentage is really key to its consistency and damage. If you don't get 95% chance to chain, then it's kind of weak and clunky. So on a Sorceress, not only are your attack speed frames pretty clunky, even if you get at max attack speed, on top of that, it's also just like you don't get a lot of plus skills for Vengeance. So you start out with I think it's 10 to Vengeance on Kingslayer, not 1. My bad. I think it's 10. But even with 10, it's the only the all skills are gonna boost it further. Only all skills. So you have to have all skills in the build. But it's kind of tough though to make it like work compared to the Paladin version because it's just very inconsistent the damage that you put out. And so it ends up being slower. It's still decent though. Like I still think it's gonna be decent. I feel like we could test this more maybe next season on the beta. But my understanding though is with the latest changes, Vengeance obviously being an insanely good skill now, it could be better. It's just Sorceress has a hard time making this solid because Sorceress needs attack speed. You need the survivability on energy shield. Blah 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 blah. You need all the other stuff, and obviously, like, you don't have all the cool Paladin shield options as well for tankiness and stuff like that. So it's less consistent, but it's okay. And obviously, Conviction on the Mercenary is gonna make that really good. Also, you don't have Paladin Conviction. I forgot to mention that. That's definitely a another minus for sure. But you have just like Mercenary Conviction, but it's still solid though. Very very good. Yeah, that's right. Fun, baby. Fun is like one of the most important things. I'm not gonna make a fun tier list because it's insanely subjective, but I always recommend people go to my Twitch, go to my VODs, check out the closed beta testing, or of course check out the 19 builds we uploaded to YouTube this season. If you want to see me actually play the build for real, but you can check out the VODs, see how it looks, and be like, hey, that's something I might actually want to play. That looks like a lot of fun. I could play that for hours, and then try to do that, or try to create it, try to farm your way to get to that build, or at least some version of it that does like tier 1, tier 2, or LOD content, and go for it. Okay, anyway. Passive Sork. So, this was a build where we used Dangoon's teaching on myself and Innocence, which is that high level Zodran word with Blade Shield to proc it, and then we use Innocence on the Mercenary as well, so it's double Innocence with Basil's Vortex, because you can no longer put Warstrike on the Act 3 Merc. So the Act 3 Merc Nova thing got nerfed hard from last season. I didn't even reflect it in the tier list because it could have been used on any build last season. I kind of just ignored it. But it's no longer a thing anyway, so the OP Act 3 Merc isn't really that crazy anymore. But with Basil's, he gets it still pretty strong. With both Frost Nova and Nova, of course. And then you could use like an Infinity Iron Golem just to get Conviction still. I believe that's how I did it. Yeah, I used Metal Grid. And then Shiver Armor, obviously. Maxed out with the Frost Nova, of course. Maxing out the Frost Nova synergies to synergize the Frost Nova on myself. And then, yeah. And the Act 3 Mercenary, of course, with the Lightning, so Static Field as well. Reducing the Nova resistance of the monsters. Basically what you do with this build is once you have that all put together, you just teleport into the monsters and they die to dual Nova procs. That's it. You just keep teleporting around and stuff dies, even in tier 3 maps. I imagine in lower tier maps this is even stronger, because it is lacking a bit in DPS. I think that's what makes it. It's got good mobility, it's got good AoE. I think it's lacking most of just consistent damage output, but in like weaker maps, it's probably not as big of a deal. In tier 3s, though, you're going to see it as being at the upper end of slow, and it is it's definitely not nearly as consistent as just using Nova, but or Frost Nova, but it's still it's a thing, and it's like the ultimate dad build. If you get this put together, all you have to do is teleport around and stuff dies. So that's all you got to do, and might have to use some potions every once in a while. You can make it really tanky because you only need a one-handed weapon, which is Dangun's Teachings, so you can get a shield, max block, good stuff. I wouldn't say it's like naturally a hardcore build though. Might want to add some DR and some make sure energy shield is fully synergized, you know, that kind of stuff. So, you know, memory staff to get the percent up, all that kind of good stuff. But anyway, that's the Sorceress, so GG. Hopefully you guys liked the Sorceress overview here. Let's go over the next class. So Druid overall, let's kind of talk about what happened with the Druid. It incurred some nerfs to some of the shape-shifting stuff, but also some buffs, like Fire Claws and Shockwave, whereas Fury kind of got hit with the nerf bat. Of course, we have some Wind also getting buffed a bit. Twisters, which also mean Twister procs, were also buffed a bit, which is kind of cool. And then most of the elemental stuff was just left completely alone. However, as you'll see here with some of the tiers, with improved testing this season, and of course the improved numbers with averaging 3 maps instead of just 2, which usually included Blood Moon, we got a better understanding of where a lot of these lie. So cool stuff. Of course, you'll also see that there are some new builds and also improved testing on Poison Creeper, but not even perfect testing, which we'll explain. I actually made a mistake when testing this build that I only found out after the closed beta was over, but it wouldn't have impacted much, and I'll explain why. So the tier is probably, you know, as accurate as it gets, but I'll explain why the test was not perfect, though, and neither is the video I made on YouTube. But everything else about it, though, was fun. Let's see, we got other stuff, too. So we got the 4 bears only build. So the summoner can just go to 4 bears instead of casting ravens with all the summons, using the Den Mother, which is a new item in Season 10. And it's probably one of the more hyped new items because even if you don't want to use this for mapping, because once again, this is the mapping tier list, I think this could be an insane uber killing build, including Rathma and Declone, actually. The potential is definitely there. I saw it, I tested it against Uber Lilith and some other things. It's pretty insane. Of course, I'll show you my other lists. Obviously, you know, those bossing lists are pretty loosey-goosey. They're kind of subjective. I put things on that. I'm speculating a little bit on those. I'm doing research, but I'm also speculating. I did research on past builds, speculating on new ones. This definitely might be there, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this as a prominent Rathma approach somehow. Could be interesting. Anyway, obviously there's a new boss as well, so I mean, Who knows? Who knows? We don't have any info on that, so that's cool. But yeah, so that's pretty much it for the overview. Let's go over the individual builds. So in the elemental tree, we have wind, which got a buff. So the buff is mostly what's pumping this from B- to B+. I actually think I remember what it was last season. Mostly at, so it's about a 2/3 increase there. Still using Brimstone Rain typically. Could also use Horizons and a shield, of course. Horizons Tornado. Very prominent approaches on that build. Mercenary, some kind of amp proc is going to be the best. You know, you start with Wildwood String, and then you move into like Wrath. Wrath on Act 1 is really good, especially if you're using it with the physical mercenary that casts Strafe. You get amp on everything in front of you, and you just cast the Twisters and the Tornadoes. Let's see. So that, yeah, tier changes mostly due to that, and yeah, I mean, it's a really fun build to play still. It's still very smooth, very fast. It can be very tanky with all the summons that you have around you, so it's very safe. Druid builds in general tend to be very safe, and obviously a lot of them are insanely powerful, as you can see just from looking at the numbers here. Druid has the most S tier builds for mapping out of any class. Also has 0 F tier builds, so that tells you something. Unless you go something crazy meme that isn't even on here, yeah, it's hard to go wrong with a Druid, man. Anyway, let's go to the next one. So this is one of the most powerful mapping builds in the game. Since we have tested, of course, every build on here this season, we really cleaned it up completely. Everything has numbers for it that is on here this season. That has some crazy numbers. The truth is, the amount of damage Arctic Blast does, and just the amount of pierce it has, and everything else, just makes it pretty crazy for mapping. You don't even have to worry about cold immunes once you get Conviction and high level Arctic Blast. Like, it's pretty nutty stuff. Absolutely just eviscerates maps. They just absolutely blow up. The second you like touch the monsters with a tiny bit of the Arctic Blast, which it's a channel, so you would think it would be as slow as Inferno, but no, it just does so much damage that if they even get like a whiff of the cold air, they die instantly, even in tier 3s, which is obviously where everything is tested. And yeah, so obviously you're gonna use the Frostwind, and Medusa's Gaze is usually what I would think is the best combination on this build. You can get max block, you can avoid it, doesn't matter. It's naturally tanky no matter what, though, because you have Hurricane, you have animals around you, you have Cyclone Armor. That's also very high level Cyclone Armor. There's so much going for this build, and tankiness and power, it's actually kind of nuts. Even more like you're way tankier than Wind, even, because you got like the hot souped up Cyclone Armor as well. It's really good. And then obviously you know, you could use just FCR is kind of a side point, because you have Gust, which has a cooldown, and then of course you know, the ability itself is a channel. But you know, some of the windups can be improved with FCR, and then obviously the fact that you know, recasting Cyclone Armor or Wolves or whatever, or Bears, can be improved with FCR as well. But at any rate, you don't need insanely high FCR. Like with Wind, I actually like the highest, so I like 163. I like around 99 or lower than that on Cold. Not super important. Definitely not super important there. And then of course, yeah, and then obviously if you get Conviction on the Mercenary, that is top. You got Ferocity and Innocence as well, grouping up the monsters so they all die to the Hurricane, and one whiff of the Cold Breath is insane. I have a video of this on YouTube. Don't take my word for it. Don't even take the numbers word for it. On the datasheet, you can see its power for yourself, and you will be blown away like by a hurricane. Yeah, so number 2 on the overall list, that's what the data suggests. Obviously within the margin of error, there is errors, slight testing errors, or you know, optimization errors, or even within the map there might be some pockets where there aren't monsters. So remember, nothing is ever perfect. It's not the absolute number 2 maybe, but it's around there. It's an easy case for a top 10. That's all I'm gonna say, or a top 5 for sure. Not even top 10. It's an easy case for a top 5. Um, I think that's all I gotta say about that one. It's not even super hard to play either. You just kind of have to use Gust and use Arctic Blast and use Gust again. Arctic Blast for like a fraction of a second, teleport again, Arctic Blast for another fraction of a second. And that's pretty much all you got to do. So it's not super high APM. It's, there's some casting involved, though. It's not the most dad build thing ever, but it's okay. I think some people just find channels annoying, but just remember not to just sit there and channel it for longer than you need to. The damage speaks for itself. Okay. Fire, Molten Boulder. Molten Boulder is like, I think, one of the most fun druids ever, at least personally. That's just me though. You get Brimstone Rain for physical and fire damage on all of the fire physical builds, like Volcano as well. You get an Act 4 Mercenary for Amp and Conviction from an Infinity Staff in the late game. At least that's what I do. You don't really need necessarily the Amp, or vice versa. You could use the Amp and not the Conviction. So there's a lot of early game approaches that are pretty easy to get to using like Wild Witch Stringbow and things like that on an Act 1 Mercenary. But as you'll see, the top approach I like is the Act 4 Mercenary actually. And that stuff, yeah, it rips. It shreds things pretty easily, just bowls down, especially more linear maps. I think it actually kind of, I think in the numbers, I think it struggled more in cows than the standard map because its density clearing ability is a bit limited by the trajectory of the spell, kind of like with Blessed Hammer to some degree, but Blessed Hammer is way stronger though, which we'll see when we get to that. Um, but yeah, it's still really cool though. Very good build. I think I've had it overrated in the past though. If it has dropped at all, it's due to the fact that other things have kind of risen in its stead, and the fact that now, one thing I should mention about Arctic Blast is this is unchanged from last season, by the way. So this is also up through last season. It's still there. Molten Boulder, though. Molten Boulder is, yeah, it's very good. And I think if it changed at all, it's just due to some artifacts of testing. Just testing got better. There's 3 maps being tested instead of just Blood Moon and another map. So there's a couple things that might have brought it down a bit. But, it's still solid, very fast. It's still solid fast. This is a fast build still for breezing through a map. Here we go. Fire Fissure. So, alright, let's talk about why these are rated so high. So, I'm going to be first to admit, of course, any mistakes or just lack of testing that causes issues. So, these builds slipped through the cracks on my tier list for longer than I can remember. They just have slipped through the cracks, and they've been this strong for a very long time, apparently. No changes to them this season. I just didn't realize that if all you did is just teleport around with Armageddon, all right, which you can actually do as a passive build, by the way. I don't have it listed here, but you could actually make yourself insanely tanky and literally just teleport with Armageddon and kill everything. That is actually a build you could do on a druid because that's how strong Armageddon is. But if you literally just use Fissure, Volcano, and Armageddon, you just teleport around, cast 1 Volcano, teleport around, cast 1 Volcano, teleport around, cast 1 Fissure, whichever one it is. Fissure, obviously, you just need a Conviction Mercenary. There's no physical component for like optimizing the skill. And then, of course, like Ravenlore usually is like top helm, obviously. And then, Fissure, you could use like Mang's Song. You could use Mang's Song on both of these builds too instead of Brimstone Rain. But I'll just talk a bit more about the gear options. But there's definitely a lot of different gear options. All I'm going to say, though, is if you just teleport and use Fissure and Volcano through the map, everything dies behind you. It is... I always played it like I had to kill things in front of me before moving on because it wasn't going to kill it fast enough. That was wrong. So if you play these builds properly, which I do have one of them on the YouTube, you can see it being played and how it just destroys absolutely everything as you just move through the map with crazy AoE. You will just see how many monsters they're able to kill per minute. It's pretty nutty stuff. With proper testing, we have got the appropriate tiers for you guys on these abilities. It's possible this will be played a lot more this season. It might get nerfed next season because people actually realize just how powerful it is. But who knows? Who knows? Anyway, maybe it'll continue to slip through the nerf back cracks, who knows? But they Very, very strong abilities. Very strong abilities. Okay. I think I pretty much talked enough about those to some extent. Talked a little bit about the gear. Let's see. Yeah, I talked about why they're rated higher. Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely mostly it. Just like I would just straight up just say bad testing or improper testing in previous iterations of the tier list on these particular builds. Which, here and there, like I say, here and there, there's always a build or two, somewhere, here and there on the tier list where it's like it's not being tested properly yet. Well, we figured it out, and with some help from chat even as well, and yeah, insane builds for sure. All right, here we go. They are now in the top 5. Yeah, that's the thing is they removed the cooldowns one season, and I guess I never really like appreciated how that could be used potentially. So it's like, there you have it. Some people knew about this for a long time. I just didn't test them correctly. Fun stuff. All right, Bear Shockwave. Okay. Yeah, I'll be the first to admit, when a testing error causes something to go up, That's or down. Well, not usually down because, I'm always like taking their best result, right? So, um, yeah. Anyway, Shockwave. Shockwave was probably the most. People in the chat annoyed me to test this because it was like the last class I tested, period, was Druid. And so, like, people annoyed me in the chat to test this like a gazillion times. When I finally got to it, it's still just like when it comes to clear speed, it's decent and effective. And that's where it was last season. Not a lot of change, even despite the damage numbers. Now, let's talk about why. This build's never struggled with damage, particularly in Tier 1 and Tier 2 maps, but even in Tier 3 maps. This build is just, the problem with it is you can't teleport, essentially. There's no blink ability. You run around on the bear, kind of like on this build, actually. It's kind of similar. Werebear Sorc Odysseans, for instance. And then you kind of just run around and you kill everything with Shockwave in like 1 or 2 Shockwaves, and then you run to the next one. Now, obviously, Hunger makes you run as fast as you possibly can in any bear form. But realistically speaking, in tier 3s, this is where it's at. I think in tier 1s it could be even better though, because it's one-shotting more often. And so it's possible that this just reflects the endgame mapping power of the build and not like the complete power. That being said, it's insanely tanky. Insanely tanky. The item's really easy to get to. You just need plus skills. You could be tankier if you even use something like Den Mother, but you could get plus skills from something as easy as Delirium. It doesn't really matter too much. That's what I used. I mean, it's pretty simple. You can use Brimstone Rain, of course, as well. And it does a lot of damage to bosses as well. This is a solid approach potentially to like Wrath or a Declone, which I actually don't know if I put it on there. Ah man. Shockwave should at least be put in the Declone one. I will adjust that real quick actually before I forget. Why did I forgot multiple Druid builds. Druid has so many builds that it could use for like everything. It's just like, I don't know. It's so ridiculous. Anyway, all right, so Druid's solid. Like, obviously, this ability shines elsewhere, like bossing, lower tier maps, LOD content, super easy starter, super good starter, It should be on the starter list at least, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. I was gonna say, if it's not on the starter list, I'll be triggered. Okay, yes, it's on the starter list. Thank you. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so very good build, very solid, sweet. All right. But yeah, just in general, just negative physical res. It is physical damage. You want high cast rate, 163 FCR. Mercenary optimal is actually Wrath with Amp. Testing was similar, no testing artifacts. Mostly went down, I think, a third due just to the fact that it's relative to other builds. I think it's that small of a difference, or just within the margin of error, honestly. That's it. It's still strong. It was buffed, but didn't really affect its mapping speed all that much. All right, rabies is okay. So I've had rabies really strong on my tier list for a very long time, and then last season, I guess I don't know. I don't know what I did, but for some reason the numbers weren't coming out as they should. And so it was rated lower last season, but it's back to where it should be. Despite the nerfs it incurred in Season 8, or Season 9, I forget, um, it is still insanely strong and can put up insane numbers. It's still one of the fastest mapping builds in the game, not just in cows. Obviously, the numbers elsewhere drop it quite a bit. Its cow numbers are absolutely absurd, though, which you can see for the on the data sheet, of course. Um, and obviously, they all average out to still produce one of the strongest builds in the game. It's just tag your it, go on to the next pack, tag your it. I think it might have been improper testing last season, actually. So, yeah, that's probably it. So it's back where it should be. With the crazy amount of testing we did this season, it is now still in the top 5. Obviously, using Plague Bearer and a tanky shield like Storm Shield or Spirit Ward is typically preferred on this build. And then, of course, some source of lower resistance. You actually have some choices for the lower resistance this season, I would say. You can use an Act 1 Mercenary with... Well, you can use an Act 1 Mercenary with Physical Bow, and you could use Pus Spitter. Or, of course, you can also use a Rapture Act 5 Mercenary. That could also be possible. I don't know which will proc it more. Obviously, Innocence would definitely be pretty key for the Act 5 Mercenary approach. For the Act 1, it's not quite as necessary having that rune word. Either way, this build gets incredibly tanky. It's incredibly strong. It vaporizes any monsters that are anywhere nearby the monster that you touch. So, pretty good stuff. It makes them disappear. Very, very strong build. Very strong build. Rabies is still up there. It's the strongest shape-shifting build for mapping by a gazillion miles. Wolf. Fire Claws. Let's go. So, Fire Claws getting buffed practically every time. They even have a new gear option this season, which I prefer to use over all the other options, which is Hellslayer Decapitator, getting a huge negative fire res. And since you can get a lot of attack speed in this weapon, you can spam it very fast, which is key for the rest of these builds moving forward. All of these builds, from this one down to multiple shot maul, require fast attack speed in the weapon pretty much only. That is how it goes for shapeshifting. For a wolf, for a bear, you can get a small 1-frame benefit from fanaticism on a merc or something, but for the most part, it is weapon attack speed. There are attack speed calculators out there to find out exactly how much attack speed, depending on the weapon, it will take to reach certain frames, like the Path of Diablo one. Currently, in the advanced stat sheet as of this video, this is one of the only attack or cast speeds not accounted for in the PD2 stat sheet. Why? It's because it's complicated, and even is based on werewolf level as well. The skill of the level of the werewolf skill. So it's it's a little fuzzy. It's a little fuzzy stuff attack speed wise. But all these builds definitely benefit from as much attack speed as. Oh, was wondering what to do with the new Hellslayer? Fireclaw. Definitely Fireclaw. I tested it. It feels really good. The AoE on Fireclaw melts stuff. But since you, once again, are a wolf, and even though you have Feral Rage to move pretty fast, there are limitations to how fast you can move through the map killing monsters. This will result in it being slower than builds that can. So it is still a decent and effective clear in terms of speed and killing monsters. However, as a C build, it is not going to be as fast as other builds just in general. And since you're mostly relying on the Firestorm-like AoE that comes out when you rapidly attack the monsters, it's not really a fortified build. But it's really crazy good. I like the Hellslayer approach. Obviously, Conviction on the Mercenary will be the best approach with it. You know, using Flickering Flame, all those other really cool fire damage increasing items. You can also go Azarath Phoenix. I like that approach as well if you want to do something with even higher sustain, even though Feral Rage is pretty good, I'd say, for helping with that. And overall, I don't know. I had a good time with it. I think it was good. As a dad build, there's a lot of running around though and optimizing AoE. I don't think it's the most dad build thing ever. Whereas Shockwave is like the ultimate dad build. Like this, I think that's why so many people asked about it, because this build, you have so much HP. You can have like bears in front of you. You can have all this stuff, and you just kill things literally just by pressing a button right in front of you and move on to the next pack. This is like a really lazy build, and it's really good. So even if you don't like the speed, you'll like how lazy it is potentially. Shockwave is very lazy. Rabies is also like pack tagging optimization. I wouldn't call this the most dad build ever, but it's also not tough to execute though. Literally just run up to a pack, a monster, you cast rabies on it, run a bit farther to like a totally different pack, tag your rabies, move out to the next one, and with optimal gameplay, it's pretty easy. This one, not quite as much though. All right, Fury Wolf. All right, so this got directly nerfed. Directly nerfed. So this is a nerf was directly applied to this skill. So, honestly, I think overall pretty solid still. Obviously, the strongest weapons still can make it very powerful, whether you still want to use a classic Windhammer approach or like an upgraded Warlord's Trust or all kinds of things. Tomb Reaver obviously is really, really strong. We tested a bunch of different weapons, and this is kind of where it came out. I think Tomb Reaver was the strongest weapon if it had the attack speed corruption and some other things, if I remember right. But yeah, I mean, obviously, and of course on Fury, you can go Aura Bot on your Mercenary, Concentration, and Might, since you don't need attack speed. With Blessed Aim gives you Deadly Strike. Optimal and Fortified maps, absolutely. It might have received a C tier before the nerfs just because it did a bit more damage in the Fortified maps. I'm not sure. It could also, the drop in the tier can also be a bit of an artifact, at least for mapping, in the fact that, it's changing relative to other builds, things like that. Testing was, still solid like last season on this build. Very good stuff. I think it's really tanky. It's really solid. Definitely still shines at bossing though. That to be said though, while it still might crush normal Ubers and things like Uber Ancients, it has dropped in prominence in general because other approaches just do damage a lot faster, it seems, on the Druid. But also just, yeah, because you don't do as much damage, it's going to suffer a bit against things like Wrathbone and Decloning, even though you could probably still do tier 0, no problem with it. There's probably more prominent approaches with all of the powerful builds that the Druid has. Alright, so this is actually, I made a video on this build. This is a special video I made on my YouTube. Twister Proc Fury, Windhammer plus 2 times Carrion Winds. It is a special meme build that I devised from testing in the Mad Lab, where we use the buff Twisters, of course, but we used an Act 5 Mercenary with Amp and Battlecry procs, with his own Battlecry on top of the proc from Cyclopean Roar. You can use Gavel of Pain on him as well, or you can use Cranium Basher. And then I had an Amp proc on me too with another Innocence on myself, so it's a double Innocence build. That would proc all the Twisters and Amps, so it's like doubling up on the Amp, doubling up on the Battlecry, depending on the Merc AI. And the Twisters, you just run into the monsters, cast Fury, or just use Fury, and then the Twisters literally go everywhere, just leveling like everything, like in tier 3 maps. It's actually really fun. As you can see though, because you're a wolf, once again, mobility problems and whatnot, you're not going to be the fastest build in the game, but it's a very effective build though. It's definitely decent and effective. Very solid for clearing maps. It doesn't feel difficult. Very tanky you could be. High sustain because of Feral Rage, of course. It's a very fun and unique approach where you don't use Fury as your main source of damage, so you're not focusing on damage wars, you're focusing on the Twister damage. That's why the Battle Cry and the Amp. And so if you watch the video that I posted on YouTube, you'll see what this is about. But it got numbers, of course. It was tested, like everything here. And See, it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. Unlike normal Fury, it's not a fortified mapper because you're depending on the Twister procs, which are all high level and likely to occur with Innocence on top of, even though Innocence being nerfed doesn't matter, on top of very fast Fury as well. It's super reliable damage. Um, it's really good. It's a lot more reliable than like passive Sorc, for instance, where you're just relying on Innocence procs. You get everything on this, so it's really good. Bear Maul. All right, so Maul seems to get love every season. They kind of reworked Hunger and whatnot. They reworked some of the bear stuff this season in general. Um, Tested the Demon Machine, and then of course tested the normal one, which I think Executioner's Justice is probably best in slot on Maul because of the really easy decrepify, and you don't really need amp because your damage is just really insane. And obviously you can use Ursa's to get that attack speed. Sorry, the splash radius up. Fury has like natural splash radius kind of. Maul does not, so you can use Ursa's Nightmare, which is that interesting looking helm. And then you can use some of those weapons that I mentioned to be very powerful. So Demon Machine kind of gives you a bit more AoE. The normal Maul, though, will absolutely like one-shot fortified packs, so that's really cool. And Hunger makes you fast, so believe it or not, like Bear Maul hits so hard that it's getting some pretty good MPM numbers, making it decent and effective, but nothing special in terms of speed. Multiple shot Maul is a little inconsistent, so maybe with the ED instead of the max min, it might be a little bit better. So that change did go through. I didn't make any changes based on that because it happened in the open beta, but it should make Demon Machine better, I think, for most builds, including things like this. But, it's kind of it's not going to make a huge difference, though, because it got more ED, but it lost its minimum maximum damage is what happens, so it's probably about the same as what I think. But, they just tweaked it a bit so that I think more builds could probably take advantage of the damage numbers on it. All right. Yep. All right, so that's pretty much it for almost all the Druid builds, just in general. You just want fast weapons. You're gonna want the concentration, might, blessed aim, mercenaries for all approaches that don't really need attack speed much. I think one of the Maul builds I actually did use fanaticism though to get one frame higher, which is kind of cool. On a mercenary, so that's definitely a unique approach, and some of these things were pretty cool to test and to show off and whatnot, and they're getting decent numbers. All right, let's talk about the summon tree, though. I think the summon tree is probably the more interesting, even though it's only 3 builds listed here, part of the Druid. So all summons. So this is just their classic summoners, the first one. Obviously, like one of the most budget builds imaginable, one of the most dad builds imaginable, where you don't even need to press any buttons if you want. You can just teleport with Gust here and there just to move your summons forward. Absolutely simple stuff, like no high APM needed. Like with some of the shape-shifting stuff, there's a lot of moving around at least, and there's a lot of button clicking. Sometimes you gotta mash your right click when you press builds like this. Not so much on this build. Once your summons are out, they maintain from game to game as of I think season 9, and that's all you need. You can cast ravens here and there. The ravens will optimize the build, which is what I used, but obviously you don't even have to. And honestly, as an approach, it's solid. Tested it with plus skills, so it was towards the end when we had corruptions, so we didn't have to handicap this build and add any extra tiers to it or anything because of the lack of plus skills. So that was nice. It's just decent and effective at late game mapping. Now it's amazing at early game though. So just remember, very simple build to get started. I always recommend it for a brand new player or someone who's even new to Diablo 2. I think can figure out this build without too much difficulty. It's just plus skills and getting just get more skills for your summons, and then if you can get amp on the mercenary, graduate to wrath when you have enough damage, and then you can get keep wear beast if you want. You could not wear beast if you want to have just more raven damage. There's definitely some approaches that are pretty similar in strength, and you can kill ubers with it. You can do everything you want in the game with it. It's pretty cool. All right. Summon 4 bears only. Okay, so this build is a new build. I separated it from the standard summoner because while fortified maps performed better than non-fortified maps in the data for all of the summoning builds, um, they actually they actually this one performed amazingly well in fortified maps. And let's talk about what that means. That means the single target is more insane than having all the summons out. And that's interesting because the Den Mother actually prohibits you using wolves, so you can't have wolves at all. And using even resummoning the Raven seems to be a waste of time because on this build, all you gotta do is teleport the 4 bears, kill the entire, monsters in your whole area. The bears have great cleave damage, great AoE. They kind of like to smash everything around you, and then you teleport to the next area. Um, it's not an instantaneous thing, of course, like some builds, which is why it might be a little bit slower. But as a fortified mapper, it's probably one of the strongest fortified mappers there is. And then, of course, on top of that, its single target is wild, which we have elsewhere on the infographic for you to see. Den Mother is a required aspect of this build, and then things like Ming Song can help you get the plus skills up so you get as much damage. Each of the bears is doing almost 20,000 damage with enough plus skills, though. Um, and maxing out the bear and the synergies and whatnot. Really crazy stuff. I didn't make a video of this one, but it is in my testing, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think it would be a strong cloner over Summon Zon. Oh, definitely for sure. I think it's going to be the strongest summon declone Rathma killer there is, and so that's why I actually have it listed currently. Um, as a summon build, that is. I mean, Summon Zon is one of those builds you could do. Um, that one is, yeah, that's definitely going to be there for sure. Okay, definitely going to be there. So it's a new build. It got a tier. It got tested. Good stuff. Poison Creeper. Okay, Poison Creeper. So the way I tested it this time was I got 163 faster cast rate. I got a lot of plus skills. And I even used Den Mothers so that I could have 3 Grizzlies for free. Because you don't just get 2, you get 3. You get 2 additional Grizzlies with that item. And then you get a third one just by the fact that it also has 3 to Grizzly on the item itself, and you don't even have to put skills into it. So you get like free 3 Grizzlies, and so you're tanky, so you can actually move around safely, whether it's a fortified map or cows to some extent. And you can just teleport with Gust, and you can spam creepers all over the screen. You kind of want to spread them out as much as you can, so you'll like get one part of the screen, the other part of the screen, the other part of the screen, and then everything dies. Creepers are very strong. They do a ton of damage. I got the plus skills up really high. One thing I did that was wrong, though. So in the guide, I made a mistake, and it's noted in the pinned comment. But, dude, percent poison skill damage does not increase your damage, even though it does on the tooltip, which is bizarre. So I was actually tricked by the tooltip on this one. Um, this one, you just want plus skills and faster cast rate, basically. And then anything that makes you tankier gives you magic. Poison facets don't do anything on this build. Unlike fire golems, where the percent fire does affect them, percent poison does not. So that was a mistake I actually made when testing and posting the video. That being said, it won't affect the numbers much because it one-shot everything anyway, and the way I played the build and hitting max FCR was after many iterations of testing how to optimize playing this build, um, was the correct way. And of course, to note here, these builds can all be played in the most lazy way imaginable. So on this build, you could just have the bears kill things in front of you, you could have the summons kill things in front of you, maybe casting Raven every once in a while. On the creepers, you could just recast them when they die and just move slowly forward, maybe casting them here and there as a wolf, even if you want to be tanky, or even run around fast doing poison creepers with feral rage. I tested that method. Obviously, it's not as fast, but it's like, gusting to the next packs and, spamming them all over the screen, gusting to the next pack, spam them on the screen for a bit, gusting to the next pack, that kind of thing. That's how we got the B plus here. Which is, I would say, a big improvement on testing from last season, which is the main thing that increased the rating on this build was improved testing. But but we did kind of screw up on the gear suggestions. Maybe lost a couple of plus skills from that, but really, all in all, it didn't affect how strong the build is. I did give it a handicap though, just in case. So I think it was like B or B minus without the handicap. So it's probably where it should be anyway. But very cool build. You can actually do tentacles or creepers or whatever. You crazy people that love weird builds. Also, the sound of the worms dying is the or whatever it is. I don't even know why I attempted to make that sound, but anyway, that I don't know. That the sounds that they die, they just yeah, it's something. But you just want to resummon the worms as much as you can over the screen so that they touch all the monsters and kill everything. It's kind of like rabies, but you can spam it over the course of a whole screen a lot faster. The thing about rabies though is the reason why rabies seems to be a lot stronger is that it instantly like kills everything and you can run to the next pack and instantly kill everything, whereas this is like the AoE is probably not as insane because it like hits the monsters kind of around it, but yeah. Clip that and make it the worm death sound. Yeah, I don't know. It's quite a build. It's interesting. Anyway, we're done with the Druid now though. Druid is yeah, Drew's got a lot of safe and dad builds and strong builds for those higher APM people. Whereas, you know, a lot of the higher APM builds are towards the top, but even those aren't like insane APM. Um, I don't know. Drew's is super solid for mapping, period. Assassin builds. All right. So, Assassin. Let's talk about what kind of happened in general with the Assassins. So, we got some nerfs to physical blade dance, some buffs to poison blade dance. Mind Blast Psychic Hammer feels a lot better. If you stand in one place and cast Mind Blast consecutive times, the AoE increases, which is a suggestion that I've had. I love to see it. They implemented a suggestion I've had from previous seasons. Really cool. Um, that's really neat. And then, of course, lots of reworks. Claws of Thunder got an extra thunderstorm effect on one of its charges, which gives you more AoE. It already had a lot of AoE. Blades of Ice got totally reworked. Um, Phoenix Strike nerfed, I think, a little bit, but yeah. And then, of course, some of the traps got directly nerfed. And some of the large, obviously the large charms got nerfed, so that did affect maybe some of these builds slightly as well. Going from 4% max to 3% max LE damage on the large charms. So that might have actually affected something here. We have some new builds on the tier list. Shout out to Da Army for labbing out this one. I'll talk about it a bit. And then, of course, yeah. So that's kind of it for the assassin builds. Really cool stuff happening in the martial arts tree. Disappointing things happening in the trap tree, except for some interesting meme builds that are kind of fun. And then good stuff just happening in general. Still solid builds, of course, down here as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so let's go over Chain Lightning Sentry. And Chain Lightning Sentry is it's one of them builds, you know. It's really good potentially for something like Rathma or just bossing in general. But they keep nerfing it, and its mapping potential is dropping, like a stone. And I tested it last season. I retested it again. This is with handicaps, by the way. This is reflecting as if it had the strength, if it had like the +7 claws and things that you could craft and things of that nature. This is trying to reflect to more accurately reflect that. It would be F tier without them, without accounting for that. The way the ability works is just kind of slow, honestly, when it comes to chaining between monsters, and it actually takes a long time for the monsters to die. So this is not the fastest build in the universe. That being said, it is stronger in non-tier 3s. So in not tier 3s, it can be actually a lot more effective. That being said, you just cast it, you move on, you cast it, you teleport, you move on. I think it's actually going to be solid in like lower tier maps still, for mapping even. It's still going to be at least decent or even solid, honestly. But if you try to do this towards the end game, this is not going to feel like the best approach. It's It's pretty suffering, lots of suffering. Um, yeah. Obviously, conviction on the mercenary, double trap claws are very good. Obviously, on this approach. Remember, negative res, and negative to enemy res does not affect traps in PD2. It's only plus skills. This is why a 6 or a 7 skill claw is ideal, which you can get from shopping or crafting, or there's a lot of things you could do. Obviously, corruptions. But then, of course, plague claws are the best you can test with reasonably in the beta, so that's what we use. Those are plus 5s. Um, so that's not terrible, but you get the idea though. You know, it's definitely lacking damage, and you can see it. The numbers suggest it's F tier with some more skills. It's probably a bit higher than that, so that's how it goes. It is slow though. It is definitely slow. It can be safe though. This could be a dad build. Trap builds can be dad builds. Dad gaming. You know, just sit back and cast some traps and stuff dies. Definitely not terrible. Good stuff. Shockweb. Shockweb. Okay, so we will be at the Shockweb. Shockweb is very, very good. Shockweb was buffed. Now, as a mapper, Shockweb looks very unimpressive. And, you know, we tested it fortified, non-fortified. It, like, slightly outperformed a non-fortified. But the fact that you can just throw down shockwebs, and this is that good just by using a shockweb, and it has a cooldown, kind of shows how powerful it is. So it's slow, but it has way less AoE than Chain Lightning Sentry, so you would expect it to be not good. However, when we tested it against Uber Lilith, as you'll see on the other part of the infographic, let's just say she dies within like 2 seconds, like a no joke. This ability is very likely going to be the strongest assassin bossing ability, if not one of the strongest this season. They did some big buffs to it, to the damage, and the damage is kind of wild. You throw it out too, and kind of can run around as well for like Wrathman Declone. I could definitely see this being, yeah, Shockweb is a real bossing skill, let me tell you. It's looking good. Terrible for mapping, but of course it's going to be because it doesn't have that much AoE. It has a cooldown. You know, it's kind of like Blizzard, honestly. It's I guess a similar skill. You know, you can put it kind of the same class of this type of skill, so it's no surprise that it gets similar numbers. But anyway, you can still use the same gear as Chain Lightning Sentry, kind of, sort of, and you'll still be set up plus skill claws. You know, plus skills in general, and then, you know, Conviction Mercenary. Conviction Mercenary also on Wake of Fire. Now, Wake of Fire has always been one of the top mapping abilities, or at least it's, you know, has a long history of being one of the most OP builds in the game, to going to really strong still last season, but it got nerfed again. So it got nerfed again this season, but my thinking is that it wasn't because of mapping, even though the mapping's always been super strong on this ability. I think it's because of Declone, actually, but not entirely sure. One way or the other, it did get nerfed again. Trapping builds can be made on a budget, of course, just in general. Of course, it's got fire damage instead of lightning damage, so there's that. This one has a lot more AoE than Chain Lightning Sentry, and it pierces through all the monsters that it hits. Whereas Chain Lightning Sentry can only hit, you know, one monster at a time as it chains through them. So obviously it's going to be a lot stronger. Of course, it has really big AoE as well, and so it just runs through everything and it does a lot of damage. However, the nerfs to the large charms definitely hit it a bit. Obviously, this is with handicap as well to account for some lack of plus skills. But the large charms do hit it a bit, that nerf, and then of course the nerf to the skill itself. So last season it was probably rated at like A+ or S- or something, and this season it is A-. So it's a little weaker, but as an A skill ability, it is one of the stronger abilities in the game. Still probably like top 30, top 20 mappers, and you could definitely still run it, and it's fun. All right. No, you didn't miss anything, man. We're only in the assassin. This takes a long time going through all this, so. um, I mean, it's, yeah. We do, this is the detail overview though. So over the rest of the tier list, we're not going to go through it in much detail, but obviously you guys can view this. You can view this on YouTube anyway. Fire Blast, this does impressive damage, but the lack of AoE just makes it garbage as a mapping ability. And since it's not a throw and forget like Shockweb, it's still kind of not its own ability. We do test it separately though, because it has its own power and synergies to show what the ability does on its own. One thing I haven't mentioned is that you can actually weave Shockweb and Fire Blast with Wake of Fire and Chain Lightning Sentry. So these are abilities you could potentially weave together. That being said, it's usually better just to throw down the trap, move forward, move down the trap, move forward, or teleport forward with Enigma, because once again, you don't need negative res, so plus skills on the Enigma are very good on these kinds of approaches. You just throw down the trap, you teleport forward, throw down the trap. Fire Blast doesn't really allow for that very much, and it doesn't have great AoE, so it's going to be very bad for mapping. That's just how it is. It's kind of trash. You can do it. Every build on this list is doable, even the F- builds. Well, Confuse is doable in cows, but I mean, it's really trash, but it's doable. It's doable. I was still mapping with it as killing monsters. It has numbers. You can see it on the list. It's like every build is within, you know, I gotta hand it to the devs. The numbers are so close. Like if I'll just go to the data sheet real quick here. I really want to shout them out again here. Look at this. The best build in the game has a maximum monsters per minute standardized by density of 583. The worst build on the whole list has 227. The best build in the game is only double and a half, roughly. Double and a half is stronger than the worst build in the game. And that's after averaging out all the MPMs in it. That's so impressive. That's so impressive. That is so balanced. There's 115 of these builds. 115, and the strongest you can get over the worst build in the game, which I think was Fire Blast, at least the one out of the ones that weren't outliers, because there was one outlier. But the worst build in the game is literally like only 2.5 times weaker than the very strongest. That just shows that how viable even an F- really is. Like F- really isn't that bad. But it is F- relative to everything else. I mean, it just is. So I do like the fact that over the last 2 seasons, we have a bell curve now. You can kind of see true differences between builds, and the differences are more easy to see. However, I just want to emphasize that this doesn't make this horrible. You can do this. It's just horrible compared to Arctic Blast, for instance. That's it. That's all that means. Like, it's just not amazing. Yeah, the Confused build is actually bad, but you can do it. It's F- for a reason. It's actually a true F-. It's like bleh. Yeah, I did drop the Confused data. Yeah, the Confuse is not in the data set. So the Confuse was dropped from the data set because it is an outlier Bilbo. I took stats in college, so I have some advanced knowledge of how to make a solid bell curve. You don't want to leave a data point like that in. Everything else was a lot closer together, so we didn't have to do that. Once I took it out, by the way, the numbers on the top of the bell curve and the bottom were only 19 and 21 apart, respectively. So I made a pretty good bell curve, pretty good. So nice data farming, good stuff. Anyway, let's continue. So Fire Blast, it's doable. All right, let's talk about this interesting build. So shout out to DeArmy once again, very prominent PD2 content creator. You guys probably know him. He makes a lot of content. So anyway, he came up with this very interesting build. So Death Sentry, I just kind of resigned Death Sentry to being a grouping map build, or it's just like a grouping map approach where you throw down death sentries, or like dungeons, right, where the monsters have a ton of health, because otherwise you just move too fast for it to do anything. But there's actually a death sentry build you can do. So you can, believe it or not, if you put Innocence, once again, Innocence, the ultimate meme build enabler in the game, that Zod runeword that everybody loves ever since Season 8 when it came onto the scene. Despite it actually having proper frames now, not being as OP, it's still crazy fun to try all these builds with, and it's still solid. Anyway, the ultimate enabler, of course, very good. Yeah, Viper Fork has a use. Poggers, yeah. So you put Viper Fork and Innocence on the Merc, and it casts corpses on the ground. So that's what, Desecrate does, right? It puts corpses on the ground and has poison damage. Well, the poison damage won't be very good on an Assassin, because there's no synergies or anything. But, well, I don't know. It's actually still decent damage because Desecrate just does a lot of damage, even at a high level. That being said, though, it's mostly the corpses. You put them on the ground. It might even kill a couple monsters from the Desecrate, and then you literally just spam Death Sentry and then move on to the next pack. And the Death Sentries will use the corpses to blow up the pack. It's actually kind of good. It's decent. It's getting a C tier rating with fast movement. So it's in the middle of the bell curve. It's kind of cool. At least almost in the middle. It's C minus, but still. That's within the margin of error, being within the middle of the bell curve. A third of a tier is definitely within the margin of error. And so you take a look at that, it works. So if you use Phoenix Shield especially, and if you use you get the sustain and you use max block, you just jump into the packs with the Shadow plus the Merc and yourself, and it's really good. You could even do cows with it. I was doing cows just fine using that approach. I was doing any other map. It's blowing up the packs of Death Sentry. That's all you use is Death Sentry, fully synergized. It's actually a build. So I added it to the sheet because it was kind of cool, and you could actually just use Death Sentry. Yeah, it's interesting approach. It's not bad. It's not bad. Okay. So yeah, I kind of described the approach to you, but in general, yeah, I mean, you use Stalker's Coal as well, so you can move between packs as quickly as you possibly can. And, Stalker's Coal is used, by the way, on almost any build that isn't using Enigma for traps is going to use Stalker's Coal for movement with Dragonflies, so all these martial arts builds. But, yeah, it's actually kind of neat. It's kind of neat. I wouldn't say it's a dad build, though. It does require Dragonflight and Death Sentry and recasting shadows. There's definitely a bit more involved, but it's cool. Anyway, we got Blade Fury. Blade Fury, the thing that can bounce off the walls. Well, the fact that you have to kind of channel that and sit there and channel it is definitely the biggest thing that limits the ability of this ability to go fast. That being said, though, if you use like Stalker's Coal and Phoenix, or you could even use powerful weapons. It's probably a bit slower though and has less sustain. You could do that as well. You could even use the new shield on this. Same thing as Sentinel. I used Twilight's Reflection as well, and that seems to compete with Phoenix pretty well, and it can make you tankier but have less sustain. So you can Twilight's Reflection, kind of like Titan's Grip, are great hardcore items that add to damage and that add to block rates and things like that. And so the new items there really can help some of these things. I definitely saw some very good testing uses for those types of things and these types of builds. And so that's what we got. So Blade Fury, he used Stalker's Coal and Phoenix. I think that was the fastest approach. I think Twilight's Reflection was almost as fast as really matter. Did better in fortified maps for both of them because of the kind of the clunkiness of their AoE a bit to some extent. The AoE is a bit unpredictable. Better to just rely on the fact that they do incredible amounts of damage. They're crazy bossing abilities though, especially Sentinel. And of course, you can see Sentinel just shreds monsters and maps if you move from one pack to the next as fast as you possibly can. You just cast one or two Sentinels and then everything falls. You go down to the next pack and usually just one Sentinel, honestly, and it's pretty fast. It just lacks a little bit of AoE, so it's not hitting the biggest numbers, but it's solid and fast ability for mapping, and of course for bossing, it's really crazy. So it really does everything it needs it to, outperforming in those fortified maps, and obviously on these abilities, you could use some kind of amp bot on the mercenary, or you could use auras of the mercenary. It doesn't really matter. It's easier to proc amp with Fury, of course, but either way, Atmas, of course, can be used. Very strong build approaches. I remember testing with a bunch of different things, and then we just found the best approach and went with those. Phoenix and Stalkers, though, tends to be very good for those approaches as a general setup, and then getting as much off-weapon ED as you can, and yeah, it's just good stuff, good stuff. Hands damage. Research, a little too easy, so it's a little loosey-goosey on that. We'll talk about that when we get to the bossing builds. Late game mapping tier list is something that is highly data farmed for sure, and it's all been done personally by myself. However, the definitely like compiling tons of tests worth of data on these things, but um, when it comes to these ones, these lists are like speculation to some degree off of changes in season 10, research from past seasons, things of that nature. I do a decent amount of Uber Tristram testing, which does give me kind of also an insight as to how it might perform on the tougher bosses. But I don't actually do a ton of this in the game. You're right. I'm not like the expert at killing Wrathman or Declone in any case. That's why I do a lot of research, and I also do some speculation based on changes. Like last season, I got one thing dead right: Poison Creeper. I had that right. I speculated on it. I said Poison Creeper was going to be a top Declone killer. I was right, 100%. I was wrong though about Inferno being a decent Declone or Wrathma killer. But I was also right about some of the other ones. Like this season, I'm gonna speculate on Shockweb. So yeah, Shockweb's gonna do it. I tried it in Ubers. Yeah, I think Shockweb's gonna be insane. Shield is okay for hardcore. What are you guys arguing about in the chat? Anyway, um, let's ignore that for now. We got places to be and things to go over here. So Phoenix Strike. Oh yeah. So let's go to the martial arts tree. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. By the way, if Blade Fury or Sentinel changed from previous ones, it wasn't really changed all that much. Might have been better testing just across the board. Also, the fact that they are averaged between the cow maps and two other maps in this case, and then also changed relative to other builds. So, mostly the effects on that one. Phoenix Strike did receive a small nerf, but, as you can see from the fact that the tier is still in a blue box, we actually tested it more optimally than ever this season, by the way. I always tested it decently, but we actually did double Stalker's Coal because the back end of the lightning AoE on Phoenix Strike particularly makes it to where you can use double Stalkers, get the Dragonflight cooldown really low, and then just use 2 proc and just use the huge AoE from the second charge, I believe it is, on Phoenix Strike to just like move as fast as you possibly can through the map instead of going for 2.5 or 3 charges in some cases. I say 2.5 because like sometimes 2 or 3. And so I tested it a bit more optimally this season, getting an even faster result. And on top of that being a nerf, this result actually will accurately reflect just how strong this build is. I believe this is in the top 10 as well. It is. So you can see that Phoenix Strike is still crushing face like always. You can get as many plus skills on the claws as you want, but of course, double stalker. I think double stalker's coal is 100% the play on this. I don't think I had to handicap it much or if at all because it's pretty much playing at like max power in the beta. And even with the nerfs, it's just insane damage, insane AoE, just crazy stuff. Phoenix Strike is performing at crazy, crazy strong levels. Obviously, you can clear any map too because it has all elements, but you might want to avoid like lightning heavy maps, which is what I did in the testing because that is where most of your damage is. And of course, yeah, very fast movement you can do with this though, potentially because of just how big the AoE is on the second charge. Crazy stuff. Definitely a very optimal testing this time, so we can definitely see how powerful that is. Probably underestimated it a little bit in the last seasons. I mean, it's always been up there though. It's always been up there. It's almost been within the margin of error, but now I would say I'm even more confident in that test, so it's good. Is Cobra still good against bosses? Yes, and it's listed as a bossing one under the bosses. Yes. All right. So, obviously, you use Conviction on the Mercenary, use Kira's as well when you can. You want all the elements, all the negative enemy res, mostly for Lightning though, and then you just focus the Lightning on the Phoenix Strike, and you're good to go. Not much of a dad build though. These builds get, martial builds get a little more involved because you kind of have to Phoenix Strike, got to kind of like time the charges a little bit. Some of these other builds are kind of like you're jumping directly in the middle of monsters. You know, sometimes you block, sometimes you don't, sometimes you take a lot of damage. Um, Even with, of course, like maxed out shadows, like you can do on some of these builds because you don't have that many synergies. You know, good claw block or not claw block, depending on like how you're getting your sustain with life per kill or whatever. Cobra Strike, of course, through one of the charges. Whichever way you do it, you know, these builds tend to be a bit more intensive. They tend to use at least one Stalker's Coal. Phoenix Strike uses two, um, no matter what. And you could even use two in some cases. Some of the other ones, but might not be as helpful because that 0.4 cooldown reduction might not, you know, you need more damage to come out before you actually benefit from moving on to the next pack. Phoenix Strike, not so much. Dragon Tail, of course, Talon, of course, also kind of intensive, but it's a little more simple because you just like kill everything in one shot. So that's a bit more of a simple build to run with as well. If you're one of those, you know, lazy dad gamers, this would be probably the laziest martial build you can do is Dragon Tail and Talon because you kind of just run up to stuff or just teleport and blow it up in one shot. And then you move to the next one. It's got lower AoE, but it's really good for like Fortified as well, so you don't have to worry about there being as many monsters. So that's kind of cool. But anyway, they're a little more intensive though. They're not like super high APM, but they're not as high APM as other builds, but or like a lot of the Necro builds, for instance. But um, yeah, no, they're pretty good. Cobra Strike though, I mean, you could just use Bartux. You could use the high skill clause. You can even use one plague if you want for extra defensiveness, and it's really good. Bramble, of course, works on this build. Very good stuff. Bramble is very strong, percent poison damage. And then, of course, the Mercenary using Rapture. So Rapture is really good. It's better than an Act 1 lower resist Mercenary with Pus Spitter in situations where you want to jump directly into the center of the monsters. And so using Rapture like a hammer on an Act 5 Mercenary which is the new rune word in Season 10 or one of the like key ones, when you use that rune word, you use a good hammer on the Mercenary, he'll strike monsters. If he has Innocence, he'll proc it like immediately as well. You don't have to worry about him dying as much as the Act 1 Mercenary, and then you jump directly into the monsters and it's highly effective stuff. So, really good application for the new rune word. There's definitely a bunch of those possible applications, but you know, since we test things at near max power, we definitely tested that, and that was very good. Definitely showing some really good tier there. A tier is nothing to laugh at. Anything that's on a bell curve, anything that's A or S is going to be a very impressive clear. So yeah, that's a very impressive clear. Kills very fast, and it's very easy to move on to the next pack. Of course, with Stalker's Coal enabling that further. Definitely one Stalker's Coal I would say is in its current state required on almost all these builds, if not two in the case of Phoenix Strike. Fist of Fire. Fist of Fire. So Fist of Fire got its damage fixed, and I even have a video of it on YouTube, so you can check it out. The fire ring is like a nuclear bomb going off. Like, it just blows up everything in the midst. Once you get enough damage, that fire ring is insanely powerful. And I imagine in certain like LOD farming areas, it also probably does an absurdly disproportionate amount of damage in areas that don't have fire immunes, like Stony Tomb, for instance. And of course, I could just tell. Anyway, so it's got you want to use Infinity, which is at max power, and then Stalker's Coal and Fire Lizard's Talons, I think, is probably the best weapon combo in most cases. Fire Lizard's Talons giving you that negative res boost as well, and also giving you 5 to martial skills, so very good stuff. Pretty easy combo. You can also use Stalkers or Fire Lizards and Phoenix for better sustain, but less damage. Of course, we do the damage testing, so we went with the other one, the Double Claw. But at any rate, with, you know, high faster block rate and all the other fun stuff to make it smooth. But anyway, of course, I have a mini guide and demo on the YouTube, of course, for these. By the way, these are all mini guides and demos this season, so they're guides as well, so you can know how to build it and why you build a certain way. Very important stuff. But anyway, Fist of Fire is almost an A tier build. It's so close. But I think it went up from like a C tier build or like a low B tier build or something because they fixed the damage. And so it's actually pretty devastating stuff. It's very solid. It's very fun. I definitely recommend it this season if you want to have a good time playing something different. And it'll clear all those top maps, no problem. Yeah, pretty good. Definitely increased due to damage fix. Testing was still solid. The testing was solid last season on all these, by the way. Mostly the changes did something to most of these builds, or no change in the case of Dragon Tail and Talon, where the tier is basically the same, due to maybe just other builds changing around it. So let's see. Let's go to Claws of Thunder. Claws of Thunder got additional AoE with Thunderstorm. So Conviction Aura on the Mercenary, of course, again, which is the case except for Tiger Strike, which is a physical ability. But Claws of Thunder is really strong. Of course, you can go the plus skill claws along with Stalkers or Bartux plus Stalkers, and it has so much AoE now. Like, it's so much AoE. It's so powerful. Like, it's been like one of the most powerful martial builds or just builds, period, for a while. But it's definitely like breaking into, I think, easily into the top 15 builds here in the entire game for late game mapping. Super strong. The Thunderstorm effect is really cool. All the effects are really cool on it now. Having that upgrade, definitely elevating it to the next level. I love this build. It's always been like one of my favorite assassin builds. So to see it get some love this season was pretty awesome for the first time, pretty much. And huge fan. So A+, very, very good. One of the best builds in the game. It's a very fast build. Very good. Blades of Ice. Blades of Ice isn't clearing quite as fast as Claws of Thunder, but the new effects that it got totally reworked, right? It got totally reworked. I like that it freezes on one of the effects. It has like a nice AoE freeze, which is something that Phoenix Strike used to have, which is now a chill, I think. And now Blades of Ice has it, so it's really safe. And on top of that, it clears very fast, and obviously the cold damage, doing a lot of damage in those cold maps. Obviously cold facets and everything instead, and the Stalker's Cold and the plus skill martial Blades of Ice Claw or the Bartux or whatever is going to be pretty solid as an approach. Obviously things like Nightwings instead of Fire Kiras, like in the case of some of these other builds, or just Lightning Kiras like Phoenix. Really good stuff, though. Really good stuff. Or Claws of Thunder. Claws of Thunder could be Griffins too, but I don't know. It's hard to get your res up. You kind of die too quickly. Like, if I can't even complete a 2-minute test with like the damage gear, that means that that's not a good test, right? So that's how it goes. Anyway, Blades of Ice, very tanky. I love the new effects. The Bale Wave is really cool. The Chaos Ice Bolt is really cool. Really cool stuff. That should definitely be a fun build. I do have a video on this one as well, so you can check out the new Blades of Ice and reworked or fixed Fists of Fire. Should have made a video on Claws of Thunder, but it is in my testing video still, so I didn't make a video on that though, which is interesting because I really like the ability as well, but that's okay. I have videos on it from previous seasons, so you can see how powerful it is anyway on YouTube, and of course it's even stronger this season, so relative to the other builds. Tiger Strike. So Tiger Strike, I hadn't retested this in a very long time, but oddly enough, it got still a pretty similar tier. It hasn't really moved much, and of course, not much has really been done to it. It's a really strong physical ability that seems to be better at single targets, and obviously, it's outperforming in Fortified, which, funny aside, but Cobra Strike outperforms in Fortified as well, which is interesting. It's because it does so much damage and the AoE isn't insane. I mean, it's decent, but it was actually performing better in Fortified maps, which is interesting. Monsters per minute wise, ×2 over just monsters per minute. It was doing it. Good stuff. Anyway, Tiger Strike definitely is a fortified mapper. It does a ton of damage though. Like it crushes those packs very quickly. Um, you just want a really high damage weapon. I did handicap boost it a bit because you can get a really even stronger weapon, ED Claw or whatever. ED Amp Claw potentially could make it even stronger. But obviously, like with Stalker's Coal or just Fury, just moving fast between packs and like one-shotting them basically, or like two-shotting them with Tiger Strike, it's not bad. It's on the high end of slow. It's definitely interesting. I think it's better as a boss killing ability, but Tiger Strike is still not insanely, you know, not a crazy approach ever. But if you use this plus Twilight's Reflection, I actually really like that. Using the new shield. Also, of course, Phoenix being possible. I thought Twilight's Reflection made me tanky enough to appreciate the build, though, so that was kind of neat. Negative Fizz Res and whatnot. Good stuff. Obviously, good claws. Tiger Strike's not bad. Dragon Tail and Talon. The old Fire Kicks In ability. So they did boost Talon a lot. Talon is still the single target fire immune killer on the build though. You know, with testing I figured that out. Obviously they have all the same synergies, and you really want to get a lot of off weapon ED, of course. You want to upgrade those boots all the way to maximum. War Traps typically outperforming Gore Riders ever so slightly in its mirrored boots state. And then you get Stalker's Coal, of course, and Phoenix Monarch for the ED, and of course the negative fire res because it converts fire damage into physical damage. So you get the amp, of course, as well. You can use an Act 4 Mercenary for amp and conviction. Act 4 Dark Mercenary, of course, also getting conviction off of Infinity Staff. Get that FCR up on the Act 4 Mercenary, of course, so that it's AI cast as much as possible. And you one-shot fortified maps. This is one of the strongest fortified map builds in the game. It still is. Of course, obviously, fortified map builds don't tend to be the strongest builds because, I mean, they have lower AoE, and by nature, they're going to be slower than the maps, as you can just clear normal maps with really high AoE. But as a fortified mapper, being optimal in fortified maps, one-shots all those maps, no problem. Packs just get one-shot. Major limitation is dragon flight speed and, of course, the amount of AoE the ability has. But besides that, great for bossing, great for fortified. Since it literally just one-shots them, it actually performs really well. And it's fun. Solid and fast. Alright. On to the next one. So this one is a real dad gamer build, actually. I think this is, I think people might call it boring, but you could just sit back. I mean, obviously, when I play them, I optimize the speed as much as possible. But you could sit back on this one, and you could just, you know, use the Mind Blast, and with successive uses, the AoE even increases, so you're rewarded for standing still. It's actually perfect. Just have to sit there, spam the ability, things die, and then move on to the next pack, spam it, things die. It has magic and physical damage, so you don't even have to think about immunities too much, because you have Psychic Hammer as well. And so there's nothing that's immune to your damage as well, so like you can kill whatever you want. And it's a great starting build, of course. It's definitely one of the top starters. I like it a lot. It's decent in endgame mapping, of course. It's not going to have crazy speed with the change, the AoE increasing per cast. I love that change. It feels really smooth. In the endgame, you know, you go from Wild Witch Stringbow and the Mercenary, Act 1, to a Wrath Bow, and you get Amp, and you get Reliable Amp. You could even use Reaper's Toll, though, with Innocence, or just Reaper's Toll, and teleport into packs, and then kill things that way using Mind Blast. However, definitely going to want Claw Block or something if you're doing that approach, because otherwise you're going to die. Anyway, this is still a decent build. Maybe with, I think I gave it a couple of handicaps as well, due to the lack of maybe as many plus skills as it possibly can have. But yeah, if you really want to be super aggressive on this build, you could go Telly Stomping with an Act 1 Mercenary. The AoE isn't quite as big with the Amp, but you do kill things pretty instantly for the most part, unless it's cows, and then that's dangerous. I actually think this build might even be better outside of cows, despite the fact that it has AoE increase, because cows have so much HP. But yeah, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. The numbers do tend to bear that out, so solid build. It's decent for late game and very good to start out with. So It's very great lazy build as well. Obviously, double Shadow Killers or Brimstone Rain is the really squishy way. When if you do that, you can't teleport into packs. But if you go like double Shadow Killers, it's really good. And then obviously you can get a lot of plus skills and faster cast rate, 102 or 174, and you're set to go. Just get all the faster cast rate you can. What's up? What's up, man? What's up, Lucky Luke? What's up? Thank you guys so much for the support. No alerts right now during the video, but I see it. Thank you guys very much. Loving the subscriptions in the chat and everything like that. Definitely love the support. It definitely takes a ton of work, especially to produce the accuracy we got this season. So, really good stuff. Really good stuff. Definitely. The other thing to note is that with Mind Blast and Psychic Hammer, I like to move with Dragonflight, but if you have enough FCR, you could also use Enigma. Alright, and then of course, the builds that everyone wants to know something about in the Assassin, the Blade Dance, which is the item that, it's the skill that requires Chaos, which basically gives you Assassin Whirlwind. That's what Blade Dance is. It is a separate skill, but it is Assassin Whirlwind, which is what the Barbarian has. And with some of the weapon range changes, it actually appeared to be like insanely strong still, but somewhere in the closed beta they nerfed the physical version, so they nerfed the base damage of Blade Dance, the percent damage, and then they buffed Venom again, which is interesting. So before testing, it looked like the physical build probably outperformed the poison build, or at least they were very close. After that change, it looks like they really want to lean. I mean, they even said it. The devs straight up said they want to lean into the poison identity of the build. So now you want to wear, Venom Grips. You want to wear the Bramble. You don't just want to pre-buff with them. And you want to cut down the enemies that way. Obviously, you charge up Tiger Strike for 3 charges for maximum weapon range, and then you just slice through the enemies and don't look back, and they die behind you. That's actually something even Whirlwind has a bit of a problem doing, even with the strongest weapons. Sometimes you have to double back a bit if you actually want to kill more of the monsters. This one will kill more of the monsters faster, no matter what. And obviously, Chaos still receiving a S tier rating and being in the top 10. Blade Dance hitting top 10 despite a nerf to the actual percent on the skill. So definitely going to want maybe some pre-buff plus skills as well. Definitely want as much poison percent damage. Negative poison res can help with things like Carrying Wind Ring, with the Creeper, and so on. Obviously, though, it does so much damage, though, that it doesn't take a lot of gear either. That's the funny thing. You just need Chaos, which isn't that crazy. And then some kind of other high damage weapon. And then, maybe you could pre-buff with some Shadow Killers or something. You could even use, like, Venom Ward for cheapage, if you want to go cheapo build. Or the Rune Word Venom. And then, yeah, you got pretty good damage. Bramble, of course, is a bit more high-end. But, it's pretty solid. Anyway, I didn't really have too many issues with any of these builds. Mercenary, not even super important on this, but obviously, concentration might still helps out the physical component. And once you pass through them, the monsters will drop to the venom damage almost certainly. Pretty insane stuff. Very insanely fast build. And pretty cheap, honestly. Like, it's not like... You would think an item that requires an ohm, I would put an X in the budget section, but because it doesn't require much else, I think it's still fair to call it budget for sure, even though a required rune word with a high-end rune is required. It's not that crazy, not really. Like, it's, shadow skillers aren't that crazy expensive either, and those are definitely best in slot now with the changes to the LCs, no matter what, and of course with the changes to physical whirlwind. So yeah, it's good. I didn't highlight it with a video, but in testing I definitely tested it a bunch, so you can definitely watch that. It's interesting. Okay, Barbarian. Let's go over an overview on the Barbarian real quick. Man, we're already 2 hours and 40 minutes in. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean these videos tend to be like 5 hours. It's definitely gonna hit like 5+ hours for sure. No matter what. This time I can already tell. Um. Anyway, so no, we didn't. Oh, yeah, we already did Druid. You can watch the YouTube video though. YouTube video goes out to everyone. You guys can watch any part of this, rewatch any part of this. Um, Pump up those views, man. That's how you do it. All right, Barbarian. So Barbarian, what can I say about Barbarian this season except it received the least amount of impactful changes. Honestly, I could have probably just slapped the season 9 tiers onto the season 10 Barbarian tiers, and not only would no one notice, but they would have been pretty accurate. Um, uh, that's the most I could say about this, really. Not much change. No, I mean, if anything dropped a bit, it's because other tiers gained a bit relative to it because of all the other builds gaining power in season 10. Um, Not much. We did more thorough testing on different weapon combinations and types, so we were very thorough in trying to get numbers for it. Um, we have a very interesting build though that's enabled by the new rune word, which is the only time I've used this rune word. See, on the Druid, you can't really make use of the Fissure proc, even though you have the Fissure synergies on Rapture, because it's too slow of a weapon. So you need attack speed on a weapon as a shapeshifter, so it just doesn't work. You just attack way too slowly, far too slowly. Innocence doesn't make up for it. Just use a Fissure Druid. Just make a Fissure Druid. Don't worry, the tier speaks for itself on the Fissure Druid. If that's what you want to do, that is how you do Fissure on the Druid. But um, on the Barbarian, though, there's a really cool Fissure proc thing you can do with Leap Attack. Leap Attack's great at procking, and so it's actually really powerful. It's really fun. I made a YouTube video of it. I actually highlighted this build because it's insane. A shout out to Barry Gaming Twitch TV. This is not one of my own concoctions. I had a viewer come up with it, and I tested it, of course, and put it on the tier list, and it's really fun. So that's really cool. But anyway, the rest of the Barb, I took out Bow Barb. I was gonna redo Bow Barb, but Bow they had to revert it though because I guess it was too buggy or something with the Bow mastery. They were gonna try to make an actual mastery for it, so it's because they didn't do it. I didn't test it. It might be on the next tier list next season. So don't cry about that. It's just not there because it shouldn't be because there's nothing going on with it. And it's a meme build that's kind of silly and it doesn't have a mastery. So you could do it if you want still possible to do it even without the mastery. But I'd love to test it with the mastery that they thought they were going to be able to do this season, but they weren't able to fix it. It's all good. Anyway, let's just go over the Barb real quick. Let's go over individual skills. So double swing and frenzy, it always gets buffed damage-wise, but it's more of the clunkiness of the animation of the skill and ramping up the attack speed and all that other fun stuff that kind of makes this build not as strong as it could be. And of course, obviously, it has nothing to do with damage. Like damage is there. Damage is solid. It's one-shotting packs and fortified maps practically all the time. It's really fun. It's great at bossing. It's just a little clunky, and that's kind of how Barb builds kind of are. And unfortunately, the Barb, you'll notice, doesn't have a single S tier build, just like last season. And that is because it doesn't have the mobility. So mobility and AoE are really key factors to making builds, get that MPM up, right? You'll see Warcry can kind of do that, right? These other abilities, they're getting there. They're strong. B is not a bad grade. B is solid. B is solid and fast. It feels fast to play these builds. With good gear, it feels smooth. All these builds feel smooth and feel interesting. Even Concentrate actually does not feel bad. Surprisingly, because we tested it really well this time. I even used Enigma for movement. Movement is a problem though for the Barb, and so is AoE in a lot of cases. So this is obviously the Barb doesn't have a blink, there's no joust, the best thing it has is leap, which is, leap is a little, it's not instantaneous, right? Even if you do small leaps, which is what you're supposed to do, it's not instantaneous. And so, the builds aren't going to get quite as high. That being said, Also, Whirlwind doesn't like insta-kill even with really strong weapons in all cases anymore, so this is another issue. Um, because of nerfs that have happened to it in previous seasons. So the Barb took some nerf bats. The Barb used to have some S tier builds. Warcry took a nerf bat. It got a small buff this time, but it also took a nerf bat in previous seasons. Double Throw's taken several nerf bats. These things have taken a lot of nerf bats over the last couple seasons, and this season was nothing really changed the equation. Some of these things used to insta-kill, and because they had insta-kill, the Barb didn't need that much mobility because it would just like shred everything on the whole screen or do something pretty similar. But also the fact that, upon like further testing with monsters per minute rather than just the impression of how fast the map is completed, you actually see that it's not killing as many monsters as some of these other builds. So you can actually still clear a map really fast with Barbs. It's just more of a matter of like leaving lots of monsters behind, things of that nature. Definitely is going to happen if you're trying to clear a map really fast, and you can tell from the MPM that's coming out on the Barb that is what's actually happening, and you can see it as well. It's pretty visual. So yeah. Also, of course, find item getting nerfed, so it's not even as strong of a starter. So Barb is kind of bleh at the moment. I'm not gonna say it's bad because it's still great at bossing. It still does a ton of HP. It's great in parties because of battle orders, and all the other cool stuff. As a solo mapper, though, it's kind of like, well, yeah, it's kind of cool as a solo mapper. It's got some pretty neat builds. It's got some solid builds. Maybe within the margin of error, some of these builds are A tier as well. Remember, margin of error is a thing. So, at the very best, though, the Barb is not getting into the S tier, though, is basically my point. Like, it's getting it into the A tier, even if you strongman the Barb at the moment for late game mapping, and it's not pushing into the S tier. It's just not happening. No matter what I try to do. Using, let's see, on Whirlwind, we try to use Schaefer's and Stone Crusher. We try to use, all the strongest weapons with all the best corruptions and all the ED jewels and, the new armor as well, trying to push the Deadly Strike up. We try to use Fort, we try to use Tyraels, trying to get that faster run walk up as well so that we're just moving through monsters fast with Whirlwind. But that's about as good as it's going to get. C tiers, B tiers, maybe A tier within the margin of error. Deep wounds being the best approach to Whirlwind. So maxing the deep wounds and the synergy was really good because then the monsters that didn't die from the really strong weapons would drop behind us a little bit, so it's increasing the monster count. That's really good. Things like Fire Whirlwind being some of the stronger approaches to Whirlwind because you've got really strong elemental damage on this. They did nerf this a little bit, though. The large charm nerf hit this a bit and some other things. Also, the fact that we retested it with good numbers and actual numbers. I think last season, I don't know if we got renewed numbers on that. Not sure. Last season, we kind of filled in the blanks a bit with some mathy methods, but this time we actually retested everything. So yeah, we got Leap Attack. Leaf Attack still crushing it with things, really consistent weapons like really GG crafted or rare mauls. I had a really insane rare maul on this test because a viewer actually made it for me, so I didn't have to give it a handicap at all. Sometimes I have to apply a handicap because it doesn't have like some of the strongest weapons it could. That one definitely did. Very consistent weapon, very insanely high ED. I think it was like 600 ED total when I had the overends in it. Pretty insane. Double throw, we also made some nice weapons as well, some like really strong weapons, so we got a really good test on double throw. So it actually raised, I think, in tier a bit because we the testing improved because we got like better weapons for it. So it wasn't like the craziest weapon, so I think I still boosted it like with a handicap, but it was definitely a pretty crazy weapon though. And Lacerator, of course. So like, we're still hitting like B and B's across the board, so it's really good. Oh yeah, Fire Whirlwind is still very strong. They're just very strong. Just compared to the builds moving up, and these builds have only incurred nerfs in the last few seasons. The Barb is kind of just there, sitting there and waiting, maybe for its power to return one day soon. I don't know. Berserk, of course, being the best bossing skill in the game currently, with all that negative res reduction, crushing fortify maps. But you know, these builds are a little clunkier. Concentrate one-shots fortify map monsters, no problem. And if you can use a combination of leap and teleport on Enigma, you still one-shot everything. You can get pretty decent mobility on this and move it pretty fast through the map. But once again, it's still pretty slow. It doesn't matter if you have maximum attack speed on your, your gargantuan powerful maul or whatever. It's still a little clunky. Obviously, Double Throw uses Lacerator and like some kind of crafted or rare weapon or Wraith Flight with a really GG corruption. That's kind of what we tested with, all that fun stuff. Double Flame Bellow is on Whirlwind with either Corpsemourne or Ormus, something like that. Just all the facets in the world, and percent damage large charms. Whirlwind with Deep Wounds, you get Deep Wounds items, but mostly you're just maxing out the synergies, and then you use Mastery GCs instead of Combat or Max GCs like you would use on normal Whirlwind. Normal Whirlwind, of course, we tested with Steel Pillar with a range increase, which is actually pretty hype. It definitely made it feel better. The Steel Pillar made it feel really solid, so I was going fast and solid with all these builds. They're just not the fastest builds. They felt good. They're just not the fastest builds in the game when it comes to killing monsters, but they were very strong. Berserk, yeah, Berserk requires 2 weapons, so we also used like, I tested Death Cleaver with the new armor as well for like attack speed and getting the deadly strike up on things like this. Berserk just hits so hard. I imagine it's going to be one of the top boss killers again this season, so definitely some good positives for the Barb. Looking up here, looking up. If you don't know how the fire, so I kind of discussed most of the builds, but if you don't know how the fire leap attack one works, I definitely recommend watching the YouTube videos. So basically I use Rapture on myself. You don't need Innocence because leap attack is so good at proccing. You use Rapture on yourself, you use Amp on yourself from Atmas. And since you get lower resist and lower resist for the fissure, and you get Amp for the damage just from a really good Rapture maul, you want to use Raker's Virtue, actually, which is that cool, really ultra rare Barbarian helm. So that's a really cool use for that item as well, which a lot of people probably didn't even know still has a use. It's insane. I love this build. Once again, shout out to Barry Gaming Twitch TV for this one. Yeah. Now, what's really cool, though, is that if you get a strong Whirlwind Barb, or Leap Attack Barb, or Double Throw Barb, or whatever, these are pretty good dad builds because, for the most part, you just have to press one button. Except in the cases of, like, Double Swing and Frenzy, where you have to keep that Frenzy up. Anytime you have to maintain Frenzy, it's not as friendly to, like, those casual, lazy gamers, which is the case in a lot of these builds, like Berserk, Double Swing, not but like Leap Attack and Whirlwind are super simple. Like, you just press one button and go. Pretty much, you know, short leaps with the Leap Attack, but it's still pretty easy. You just hold down a button. These builds are really friendly to casual gamers, so I think a lot of players are still gonna love Barb this season. If we're talking about like ultra optimized mapping builds, though, they're probably not gonna be among. They're not gonna be meta defining builds, though. They just won't be. But yeah, you get those fire large charms, fire percent large charms, or fire leap attack as well. Get that fissure, get it up and whatnot. You can even use dragon armor for a Hydra proc to finish off the monsters behind you as the fissure kills them with a lower resist and amp on them. And the yeah, then obviously like you could do a lot of different things, but it's pretty insane. Then obviously you could use a conviction mercenary. Use an Act 2 Conviction Mercenary, so it's all very solid stuff. It's all very good. You can check out the video, though, if you want to see how to make one, though. It's actually really sick. It's a really fun-looking build. It's a very powerful build. It's really cool. The fact it's hitting B on, like, something, or almost B+ on something people probably think is a meme. It's not. It's strong. It shreds cows. It's kind of expensive, though. His face, poggers. Alright, so this is the strongest mapping build in the game for the Barbarian. In the late game, this is Warcry. This has been like either the strongest Barb mapping build since forever, or close to the strongest, but even like most of the strongest Barb builds, it has received nerf bats in the past. It did get a small synergy buff this season, though, so that was nice. Kind of eating away a little bit at some of those nerfs. But the damage is still insane. And if you use Enigma, you could use Double Grandfather, you could use Brimstone Rain, you could hit 105 FCR, 200 FCR. Physical Nova is still insane. I would say what's crazy is it's putting up numbers that are pretty comparable to Lightning Nova at the moment. Because of all the nerfs that Lightning Nova got. Physical Nova drops packs of monsters, no problem. It's also absurdly tanky. You get 4,000 plus HP on this thing, easy. You just get plus skills, you get high, faster cast rate, you get Enigma, so you can use Enigma Teleport along with Leap, and it's super smooth, super powerful, and all those tier 3 maps, it's looking good. Of course, it always looks good. It has less damage than it used to get, though. This thing, you could use Brimstone Rain, and you're still pushing like 12k. Now I have to use like Double Grandfathers to hit those numbers, so yeah, not quite as good on the physical res front, but still received, I think, a little bit of a handicap. I'm not sure. I think it tested at almost max power, though, so maybe not. I don't remember what's on the datasheet there, but whatever's on the datasheet is exactly what happened. It's accurate. Anyway, that's good. Warcry is Physical Nova. You know, I've always wanted to put Physical Nova in parentheses because that's what it is. Yeah, just like all the Nova builds, it's still in the A tier or above. Nova builds, can't really go wrong with a Nova build, but I mean, then again, I think this one requires a lot less gear though, because you can go like full, what should we call it? Like Tabex Glory set, whatever that one is. I think it's the Disciple, or maybe it's the other one. I think it's the Disciple, or it's the Nausea step. Oh no, wait, it's Nauseous. I think it's Nauseous. You can go and you get a bunch of plus skills, and it's like really insane too. So this is a pretty easy build to get to. That's why the budget's there. Yeah, that's right. This is a really good budget build. Like, it's really good for, you don't need a lot of damage or anything. It's really solid. All right, Wolf Barb. Wolf Barb got retested. Not Bow Barb, but Wolf Barb. Bow Barb was removed from the tier list because we'll wait till they do the fix on it. Wolf Barb was, Wolf Barb's really good. I mean, it's solid. The Feral Rage still carries its damage, but because of the nerfs to the Fury Druid, obviously the base damage to some of these abilities is definitely going down a little bit, but it's not using Furies, so it's still solid as a Wolf Barb, and it's still crushing fortified maps. As you can see, it is only a little bit worse than a Wolf Fury Druid in a map, so if you want to play one of the Barb instead, which can actually get a lot tankier potentially, you got the tanky option here, and it's even better for hardcore, and it's nice. It's fun in fortified maps. It's just, you know, it's got the limitation of shapeshift, which is the same thing as the Druid builds. It's a little slow, and so because you move slow essentially, and your AoE isn't insane, so that's cool. Of course, another limitation, of course, is that since you're not using Fury, you don't have as much AoE, so and obviously you can't use Ursas or anything because you're not a Druid, 1, and 2, it's in the helm slot, which you need for the Wolf Howl helm, which is a required item on the Wolf Barb, but it uses similar gear and similar other approaches to the Fury Druid that we already talked about. Wolf Barb is one of the top bossing approaches in a Barb, if you don't already know, so definitely has its other uses. Alright, we have 3 more classes we gotta get through, so pretty good stuff. All right, so we've got Amazon. So, Amazon overall this season received some nerfs to some of its abilities, like Lightning Strike. Some of its items got buffed though, like Ziray's Resolve. Sorry, I'm trying to remember that one. I think I was trying to say Raycors or something. Raycors, but no. Strike got nerfed a bit. I think that's targeting it to things like Rathma once again, though. I think it's like using Spires, which is the same thing as Chain Lightning Sentry. Lightning Fury just got tested a bit better. It got tested a lot better, and we got closer to the power. Believe it or not, though, we still can't get in the beta as powerful as this can get. So that's why I even I buffed it up by a third of a tier, because it's hard to get those attack speed corruptions, but Lightning Fury is insane. Of course, you'll see if we go down to the bow and crossbow skill tree, multiple shot got a huge buff in a couple different ways. So it got an ED buff, and crossbows are sick on it, man. And I have a video of this. It's one of the more popular videos right now that's trending on my YouTube. You gotta check this out, man. Like, Bariza on multiple shot is firing fast. They improved the crossbow frames by 50% pretty much. They're not that much slower than normal bows now, and they're hitting in like a truck. The damage is way higher that you can get on these things. And of course, that's the negative fizz res. And on top of that, believe it or not, they also buffed it in another way. So instead of just the 2 middle arrows, it's the 3 middle arrows that proc effects. So amp is way more consistent as well in multi-shot. So I use Atmas on this build as well. You can check out the new build and the mini guide and demo on my YouTube for this. I also made one for Lightning Fury, of course. I think those were the 2 I made on the Zon. But anyway, yeah, really cool stuff. Of course, we'll go over that in more detail. I'll talk about that in a bit when we actually go over the individual skill. Really interesting, though. Crossbows in general getting a big buff from that. You know, pretty similar things like Strafe getting a buff from using like Demon Machine, blah, 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 blah. And then we tested kind of 2 different summon variants this time, which I thought are kind of unique a little bit in how you play them, or at least how you build them. And so we got 2 in the passive tree, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, I guess Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow did get nerfed, yes, and it's reflected in the tier, definitely. They're still very strong though. The large charm nerfs plus just core synergy damage nerfs hit them. So they used to be like kind of edging into the top 10 maybe, or maybe just below. Now they're like a little bit lower, but there's still some of the stronger builds. And then you got some other interesting things going on. All right, anyway, so Amazon builds start with Lightning Fury. Lightning Fury, mostly for the most part, uses lightning large charms, and despite the nerf to them, which has been retested, of course, like everything, we tested till the very end of the beta, like always. And make sure that everything is as most current as it can be, you know, outside of open beta tests that cannot be tested with, obviously, the admin item creation. Of course, Lightning Fury, though, max attack speed, really fast run walk, and then this is what makes an Amazon work in general. Fast attack speed, fastest attack speed, fastest run walk. Pump up that run walk skill. I think it's evade, or it's dodge. I don't know. It's evade. Evade, and then just like go to town with as much fast run walk in your charms or whatever, and then just pump damage. Plus skills, pierce, lightning pierce, all that stuff. And the damage is crazy. Obviously, I made a guide on this on YouTube, so if you want to see, some people are like, Lightning Fury needs to get buffed. I remember reading that in Senpai's chat before the season even started, or before he launched the closed beta, and I shook my head because I know better, and you know, if you test it properly in multiple maps even, you will see that build does not need a buff whatsoever. It is in the top 10 all the way around. No way. That build absolutely eviscerates the map. No problem. Despite the fact that Amazon, kind of like the Barb, is a bit more limited in mobility, it can benefit from movement speed more than the Barb can, because it just has the damage output, if that makes sense. The Amazon in general has the damage output to benefit from the movement speed. And so the movement speed can make up from the fact that there's no blinks, because the damage output is there. It is insanely large AoE, insanely large damage, and some of these builds definitely reflect that, like multiple shot, Plague Javelin, Lightning Fury, and Cold Arrow particularly. And when you play these builds, it definitely feels like you're playing a Bentley in terms of clear speed. It's good stuff. Now let me tell you, this one particularly is an outlier though. That one's insane. Easy to build on hardcore though, because you have a nice tanky shield. And yeah, it's I'm probably building this next season. I haven't gone Lightning Fury on the live server since probably like season 2 or 3. I haven't gotten a character, a Zon and Amazon, to 99 on hardcore yet. It's the only class I have yet to 99 on hardcore since the character's saved in season 4. So I'm going for a screenshot this season. I want a screenshot with 99 hardcore characters of all 7 classes. and this will get me there. What we're going to do is we're going to play in ultra dangerous areas, though. So we're going to play in dungeons, and so people in the hardcore community, if you want to die in a dungeon, come to my stream when I'm streaming, and we'll have a good time. Just to let you know, though, optimal build setups, though, obviously you got T-strokes, got a Spirit Ward, um, got some very cool things. Got a Spirit Ward, you got a Storm Shield you can use. Attack speed is very important, so getting attack speed jewels and everything can be very key. You got Griffins, of course. You got all the top stuff if you can. You got Infinity on the Mercenary, Act 2 Mercenary, pretty standard stuff on this. And then you can Crush Face, no problem. Lightning LCs, already mentioned it. Very strong build. Mostly due to just better retesting, it is higher tier because we got more faster run walks. So this is how strong it is if played with the optimal approach and gear. Very strong. Lightning Strike got a nerf. Now the thing about Lightning Strike is, I imagine in lower tier maps, once again, it's a bit more of an outlier. In lower tier maps, so like tier 1, tier 2, it starts to struggle a bit in tier 3 because they keep hitting it with damage nerfs. And it's still a decent mapper. I imagine the problem is that it's also too good of a bosser, though. And this is another issue with it, is that it's really strong at things like Rathma, but not completely. Obviously, it's also the charge strike skill, so this is how you get a really powerful charge strike, is you max up the lightning strike. So it's got the single target, it's got a lot of insane aspects about it. That being said, in tier 3s, though, with the highest end testing, we're definitely seeing a droppage as this skill tends to drop like a stone, I guess, on the Amazon. But in starting out, it's insanely good for arcane clears as an early build, which is why you can build at budget very easy. Doesn't require a lot. Once again, T-strokes plus a shield. Pretty similar to Lightning Fury. You can also go Infinity as a two-handed, though, if you want. Use an Infinity and use Fanaticism on the Merc. You can do some interesting things with this. The best approach, though, is just, T-stroke, just standard approach, and skillers do tend to outperform the LCs on this one, though, because the damage is a lot higher. If you guys don't know, by the way, a very general rule of thumb is if your sheet damage on a skill is 10,000 or higher, the Grand Charms will tend to win out over the LCs almost completely, if not always. And the LCs will tend to win when the damage is like 5,000 or lower. And in the middle, it can kind of be a little fuzzy. Might have to use like a combination of the two. That's how it kind of tends to work with the LCs. So Fury has a very low base damage. It's like almost 2,000, but it's like per bolt. So, I mean, of course the LCs are going to win. But on the GCs, the Lightning Strike, that tends to be a lot better. So you want to use the Javelin and Spear Skillers. Javelin and Spear Skillers do help out Fury a little bit, though. Like if you want to hit the next bolt breakpoint, so you get a new bolt, that's always a good thing. I definitely saw a buff from that in Season 9. So Lightning Fury already got the buff that it needed. Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, pretty safe, solid stuff just in general. Lightning Strike and Lightning Fury can be safe, consistent, tanky, and have good sustain with mana per kill, life per kill, and of course also life leech and mana leech to pretty large degrees. And you don't have to worry about it too much. Conviction, good stuff. It's good stuff out of the way. Yeah, it's good for farming cows too. I think Plague Javelin could be better, but I think with lower damage values, Lightning Strike is good for farming cows, or Power Strike, or one of those. I think you're correct about that. I think Freezing Arrow, though, or Cold Arrow might be even better, though, which we'll get to, but for cows at least particularly. I think Lightning Strike shines. Where Lightning Strike shines early game is Arcane Sanctuary. I'll show you guys when I play it Amazon this season. So, yeah, this is definitely the Arcane Power Farm build for the Amazon, absolutely. Once you get really strong, you can use Lightning Fury, I guess, in there, but you're gonna need more stuff. It's definitely the more expensive of the two builds, so by a long shot. All right, Power Strike. Power Strike has low AoE, and it was outperforming in fortified maps, so it's got 2 check marks instead of 1 or 0. Very cool. Of course, it's also doing just decent in general. Infinity on the Merc once again. You could use T-strokes and lightning facets or just attack speed in the weapon. Once again, you want attack speed on all these. The highest attack speed is pretty key, or at least the next lowest if you can't achieve it, to make these builds very powerful. And then, of course, pretty strong on a budget, and you can start Power Strike from the very beginning of the game too, which I actually might do. Instead of Poison, I might start Power Strike and then go into like Lightning Strike for more range and Arcane, and then once we get a full build, we'll go Lightning Fury. I think this is going to be my progression. It's pretty much what a lot of Lightning Amazons do, so it's actually pretty fun on PD2 to do that, so can definitely do that, no problem. People asking about skills we haven't gotten to yet. We will get to them, and your questions will probably be answered, but if not, feel free to ask in the Q&A at the end of the entire overview of the tier list and infographic. Raw. Cool. Okay, so yeah, just in general, you just run into things and just zap them, and one or two shots like packs of monsters. Because the AoE is low though, and the damage is really high. Once again, better in the fortified maps. These builds do tend to be pretty one button and runs, so also pretty friendly to those casual gamers that want something simple. In general, Amazon builds are very simple. As a matter of fact, I think they're even simpler than the Barb builds for the most part. It's usually just one button run, or just one button, run. It's pretty much every Amazon build imaginable. And of course, summon builds, of course, are for the laziest of gamers that just want to see things die in front of them and not have to press buttons hardly at all. And so, honestly, Amazon, very friendly class to casual gamers or people just starting the mod. So definitely take a look at these builds in either the starter column, starter lineup right here, or take a look at them in the end game, because they'll be pretty easy to execute. Don't need a very high skill cap. That being said, faster rune walks is very important, and of course, you can have higher APM by like orb walking with some of these skills. Use some of your skills you learned from your Dota or League of Legends MOBAs, and you'll usually be pretty good at Amazon builds. If you want to like optimize it, that's what I do when I test it. I'm trying to get like optimum numbers, so it's pretty good stuff. Anyway, enough of those rants. Plague Javelins. Plague Javelin, unchanged, still insanely strong for bossing and really strong for mapping. Definitely still there. The difference in the tier on this one's probably within margin of error / just difference with all the other tiers, and things of that nature. Also, the fact that we tested additional map in addition to cows. This one's really strong in cows. However, once you start playing it in other maps, the numbers drop, right, pretty significantly. So, and that's because you kind of have to run at the monsters and throw a javelin, and you gotta try to move past them. And when the density is high, it isn't easy, but you want the density to be high to kill the monsters. So, it's never gonna be quite as strong as those S tier mappers, but it's actually really insane though. And obviously in cows, it's really good. Poison builds just tend to outperform in cows in general because as long as you can get really high AoE poison builds, everything drops. Poison does a ton of damage. And the Blood Moon map is just going to be insane in there. And of course, other things in general. So as a density killer, extremely good. In terms of like moving to the next pack, a little clunky. Unless you're doing cows where you have all the space to run around. And of course, you're going to want to use things like Bramble. Attack speed doesn't matter very much at all because it's a cooldown, so don't worry about it too much. Bramble, facets, and the dang, what can I think of it right now? The poison spear, the goat. No, it's the what am I? Oh man, why can't I think of it right now? Oof. The weapon thing, it's got negative poison res, it's got plus poison skills. It's totally useless in LOD. Gargoyle's Bite, yeah, that thing. Yeah, That's definitely pretty main approach on that gargoyles, but I don't know why I can't think of that right now. Okay, anyway, thank you, chat. But gargoyles bite and spirit ward, very strong approaches. Can get max block, also easy to make really tanky. All these builds can have a shield, and they naturally come with a shield and just naturally tanky approaches using dodge and evade and things of that nature. So great hardcore builds. Great hardcore builds. Great starting out. The weapon, that thing, yeah, the weapon. Yeah, and then of course the mercenary having lower resist. I like the Act 1 mercenary because I'm not jumping into the packs of this build, so having that long range strafe lower resist is really nice. And then obviously carrying Wind Ring and boom bada boom and all the damage. Does a ton of damage, so like the skillers tend to do good. I think it was like half skillers, half large charms though. I don't know. Might be a little different with the LC change. Pretty similar though. Good stuff. Good AoE. Don't really want to fortify with that one because it's got the AoE. It's not good. I definitely retested it on even like high AoE builds to see can they do fortified faster, and they're not getting as good of numbers. They just aren't. So it's pretty clear that there's like clearly builds where you want to do it and not do it. We did a lot of thorough testing on fortified this season, which is interesting. Learned a lot. Jab. Learned even more, so the accuracy of the fortified indicator is like way higher this season. Jab. Here we go. It's not like too much change between the two seasons, but I mean there's definitely changes. You'll see them. Jab, depending on which came out ahead. Jab is a fire blast like ability that has really low AoE. It requires you to attack an zeal-like faction, so it's keeping you stuck in the animation. And yeah, so basically with the animation lock and the fact that you come at things from the front and you don't have joust like a paladin and you only attack from the front unlike a paladin, and everything else means that it's slow. It's very slow. But does it still feel smooth on a fortified map? Well, yeah, sure. It's smooth, it's easy to execute, it's just slow. It doesn't kill things very fast. You get a double upgraded F, the new weapon. Free. Why am I forgetting Amazon weapons? It's the other one. It's the other stick. Yeah, it's True Silver. Yeah, True Silver. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you just use a double F upgraded True Silver. You could even use the New Shield or Phoenix. You get maximum attack speed with Fanaticism on the Merc. You run really fast and you just slam your face into monsters and kill them. Thing is, though, with the animation and whatnot, it's just not going to be super fast. I always forget that one. Yeah, it's sometimes tough. Well, we used all that stuff though, so we maximized the damage output. We had fast amp, we had everything. It's just as a mapper, it's not great. You know what I like Jab for though, chat? I love it for Ubers. I think it's great for normal Ubers, and honestly, it's viable as an approach to Wrathman Declone. Not one of the top approaches, but is viable. So have fun with it. It's good as a mapper. It's a little. If you're looking for a challenge for a slow mapper, you just want to take your time and have an ability that looks really cool, sounds really cool, and moves very fast, but otherwise is not killing things super fast. There you go. Fend. Fend is definitely feels like it is getting stronger every season. Zera's Resolve allows you to use Joust with this, and since you can attack from all angles, unlike Jab, which is one angle, you do want to use Zera's Resolve to actually move fast through a map. With Fend, Zera's Resolve gives you O skill Joust, and is only usable by an Amazon. So, good stuff. You can then use the zero skill Joust to destroy things, and it will flatten packs when you jump into them. It's got pretty good AoE. You'll see that it's not F tier, it is almost C tier even. And fortified maps, pretty solid. It's a little slow because the animation isn't the craziest thing, but the extra AoE and everything definitely is pretty solid. And yeah, it feels really, really good to use it. And the damage is pretty nutty. Of course, you besides Zera's Resolve, you just want lots of damage gear. On the mercenary, you could even use like Reapers and Innocents for like really insane amp proc if you want it fast. But because you typically are lacking attack speed on this build, I actually prefer to use like an Act 5 mercenary with like Beast or something and like My Aura. And you could also get like Battle Cry as well on him, so that's kind of neat. You could use like a hybrid, you could use like Templars and use the Battle Cry mercenary and get even more stuff that's pretty strong. All the physical builds, of course, be using the Wisp projector. And then you can use Atlas to get your amp, or yeah, solid in general, solid stuff. Yeah, what's up, Daily Burjaw? How you doing? Holy crap! Do we have almost 450 people in here? Whoa! Wow, I have never had so many people for the tier list launch video in my chat before. We definitely picked a good time, right? Good European hours. It's before they go to sleep. It's good stuff. Nice. Well, I don't know. I think I've done it during these hours before. I think we'd get up to maybe like 150 maximum, so that's kind of nuts. Obviously, if you guys want to follow along, once again, I like to, throughout the video, remind people that S10 tier list, you can follow along, get in there, look at the whole thing yourself while I'm doing this, or whatever part of it that you're really interested in, and yeah, just totally go to town, and you'll be good. Alright, so let's then go off to multiple shot. Okay, so multiple shot, this is actually, I'm so happy about this, and the players that love this skill and have fantasies of reliving the dream in patch 09 and LOD, they know how fun multiple shot can be. It's really cool that it went up a whole tier this season, and that's just because of crossbow changes and some small changes and buffs, multiple shot and whatnot. You could really feel it. The testing was good last season. It was just the changes. No problem. Same kind of with the rest of these abilities. But this one, you could feel it, man. The crossbow speed and the fact that it's a lot easier and more consistent to proc the amp really means that multiple shot is actually shredding packs of monsters very fast. You are definitely breezing through a map with one of these cows or dropping like flies. No problem. You get the movement speed on this too, and of course you get all the damage auras. You get Vigor aura and an Act 1 mercenary. Use Faith and Might. That's what my approach typically is. Of course you're going to use all the other damage and ED stuff as well, like Turiels or Fortitude. And you just go to town with this thing. Obviously, Bariza is the main bow that I found to be the strongest among the bows I could test. I did give this a little bit of a handicap though, because you could get like a safety bow that's even stronger. It's potentially, this build could even be high A tier. It's up there. I don't think it breaks the top 10 quite, because Amazons are a little limited in movement ability. However, I would definitely put this in your top 20 builds, and as a top 20 mapper, being such a hype skill that people love to play and such a simple skill, not being like B or C tier like it was in previous seasons because it was kind of bled and trash and didn't do much damage. I think this is actually a great place for this skill to be. If you make this too OP, it's just too simple to execute maybe, and maybe it's just I don't know, maybe it's the fact that you got to stop to like to use one of them anyway. But yeah, you could just run and gun on this thing though. It's just gun gun run, gun gun run, or run gun gun, run gun run gun. Depends on the map. It's super strong. The Bariza upgraded is doing crazy damage with good corruptions. Really liking it. I have a video on YouTube though. Check it out. Don't take my word for it. Don't take the monsters per minute as well, which is obviously high. Could definitely take it. I would say it actually performs better in other maps than cows, but it still does great in cows. And yeah, it's got a great top 3 map average. Looking beautiful stuff. Rough gun gun gun, gun gun gun, run run run, yeah, something like that. You can use Veil of Steel, you can use Giant Skull. There's a lot of different things you can use. If you're using Bariza, you have Freeze, so you don't really need Knockback though. Knockback is always great on the build. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool things you can do. I think it's a really simple build to play and execute, so fun stuff. Alright, Strafe and Demon Machine. Strafe and Demon Machine. Okay, so Strafe, we have it's a very strong ability, of course. I think the main limitation is a bit of the desync with the ability, but we found a way this season with Demon Machine to kind of make up with it. The procs of the multi-shot are so good with Strafe that you actually get really good AoE. And so without Demon Machine, it's maybe like a C plus ability. But with Demon Machine, it's actually pretty solid. Without Demon Machine, I would only do fortified maps, but with it, I would not, based on the damage output and the fact it's not insta-killing the fortified monsters anymore if you use this. The damage, changing the damage from like max min to ED though, might affect some things on this. Not 100% sure. It could maybe lower it a bit, could raise it a bit. It's kind of hard to say because Strafe does so much damage anyway. We weren't able to test that though. But I think for the most part, it should be still pretty solid. And yeah, it's pretty solid. So crossbows in general seem to be ruling the day in Season 10. Definitely check them out. If you don't like how fast they fire, even though they fire a lot faster, you can always play something else. It doesn't have to be a crossbow, but crossbow has always ruled the day for Strafe. And multiple shot, you know, I'd say normal bows were better, but not anymore probably. I tested normal bow clear speed, like wind force, upgraded wind force, tested all that stuff. Crossbow is definitely winning. It is faster by at least outside the margin of error, I would say. So you could do insanely craft safety bows, whatever. You could do that on Strafe as well, and either way you're going to be having a good time. Pretty similar builds and setups though for both of these, and depending on the map or whatever, you know, there could be different ED choices for demon damage or whatever. It's pretty solid. Okay. Freezing Arrow. Freezing Arrow used to be the dominant approach before Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow kind of caught up and surpassed it. It's still great for like group mapping though. It's insane. If you're gonna play like a bow build and do group mapping, I think this is the best it gets, because you help the whole team by freezing the monsters in front of you, particularly for dungeons. So good stuff, very good stuff to freeze the monsters. It is a decent clear approach though, and it's very budget friendly. You can use like Wizendraw. You can use whatchamacallit, you can use Harmony. You can use Melody. Lots of cheap budget approaches. And of course, since it freezes everything in front of it, unlike most bosons, I think it's a pretty no-brainer if you want a safe hardcore build. And it's pretty got a long ass range, way longer range than these. So good stuff. Of course, you can always have meat shields in front of you. Valkyries always making that possible. Of course, on Freezing Arrow and Cold Arrow, we're going to be using an Ice Bow with Conviction Aura on the Mercenary, or Fanaticism Aura on the Mercenary in the case of Cold Arrow. Depends, you can go Hustle, which can improve your movement speed, and then you can have like the negative res on the Mercenary, or you could have the movement speed on the Mercenary. With Vigor Aura, I actually prefer to have the movement speed on the Mercenary typically, but you can also use that with Hustle as well, because Hustle gives you burst of speed. So you either have the burst of speed or the movement speed on yourself or the Mercenary, or the negative res on the Mercenary or yourself, vice versa. The approaches are pretty similar in strength, so it doesn't really matter too much. You can do kind of either one. Some people will like, insist one is better than the other, but my numbers seem to show that it's within the margin of error, so at least when we were testing it. So it's okay to do either one. And then, of course, just run and gun that way. Now, Cold Arrow can still one-shot cow packs. It's more of the limitation on the range and the reduction in the number of arrows and the synergy nerf that is hitting the Cold Arrow and the Fire Arrows this time. They were higher tier, now they're a bit lower, mostly due to nerfs. It's hitting Fire Arrow a little harder though, because of how that ability works, or how the gear setup works on it. And obviously the large charm nerf also hit these, because the large charms were also very effective on these. So that is the case. It hit them a little bit, not maybe within the margin of error, but the large charms, it adds a little bit of something, and then on top of the other nerfs, they definitely got nerfed a bit. They're still strong though, putting up solid tiers, solid numbers, still one-shotting things, super good builds. If you still want to run like really insanely strong bow builds, they're definitely up there. And Maybe not competing for the top 10 anymore, but they are definitely up there. And we're seeing very powerful and easy to execute approaches with these. Um, just get the attack speed to max, get the facets, or get the infinity mercenary, get the movement speed. Um, good stuff. Oh yeah, the other thing is they also nerfed full Mavinas, and full Mavinas was competing with the really expensive build approaches, which is kind of silly because it's a set. So they nerfed it finally after like a billion seasons of that being insanely strong. It no longer has the same elemental bonus, but it's still very strong. It's still very strong. Like full Mavs is still a great approach to starting the season. Absolutely. Um, it's it's still probably arguably the best approach, honestly, because of how cheap Mavs is. And it is listed as the best approach in my more subjective starter list. It's still insane. It's just, um, in the end game, they're going to be a little slower in those tier 3 maps. I imagine the tier 1 and tier 2 maps, these things are still absolutely crushing face. So yeah, I imagine we have some very strong builds here. Of course, Magic Arrow you could play early game too because it's magic damage. Um, just lacks AoE. We did get the damage up as high as possible. We used Asylum Bow, which is a really great approach for this. Um, and we try to get all that negative magic res, try to get the plus skills up. The new bow does work for this to some degree, but it's not as good as Asylum Bow. It also, if you want to go like hybrid magic arrows, Valk decoy, that does seem to be a thing. Yeah, we didn't get numbers for it, but because of that new bow, I think it's Ebonbane, I think is the name of it. It is actually kind of possible, so that's kind of cool. I think actually if you get like an Ebonbane early game and farm LOD content with it, that's going to be solid because of how the bow works, and it gives you a lot of magic arrow and it gives you a lot of summon skills. And yeah, I can see that Ebonbane being good for like uber killing too. So that new bow actually does have uses, and it's all the way down in my tier list for the Amazon here. So that's kind of interesting stuff. In general, though, you want max attack speed. You're going to get the negative magic res, and you're going to get the plus skills. It's a plus skill one, so it got some handicaps to make up for the fact we maybe didn't test it for all the plus skills. The magic LCs, of course, nerfing some of those magic damage builds, though, a bit. It's just a little slow in terms of killing tons of monsters all the time because it has low AoE, and obviously it's a bow build, so. You don't think Mav is a thing? Well, that's the thing is Mav isn't the late game build. It's not a late game build anymore. It's the mid game build, and it should be. Mavs is still good. Mavs is just not. Well, Mav. The problem is Mavs was competing with. Get this, Mavs was like fully socketed. Mavs was competing with Ice. All right, expensive rune words, right? Ice, like fully socketed Arcanes, 3-socketed Nightwings. It was actually competing with things like that, and it's like, we probably should nerf it a bit. So they did it, they did it. It was pretty predictable. Um, uh, it should have happened probably a long time ago, honestly. All right, so hybrid summon is actually standard summon for an Amazon. It's because Strafe is a synergy for Valkyrie. I think maybe for decoy, maybe not Valkyrie. It could be decoy. I don't know. It's one of the synergies. It's pretty prominent synergy. You're mostly just trying to get pretty solid strafe damage on this build while also having Valks and decoys and casting decoys in between frames of using strafe. You want the amp out so it helps the summons, but you do want to use a pretty strong bow yourself. So in this approach, we actually use Mist crossbow in season 10, which seems to be the high damage approach, which also gives your summons an aura. And then of course on your mercenary, you can use the fanaticism, the vigor aura, and the might from an Act 1 mercenary using faith, Templars, and vigor aura potentially. And then, of course, on yourself, you also use Amp from Atmas, and you're getting pretty much all the auras and Amp you can for your summons, while also having Mist Crossbow, which you know how the crossbows got changed. Well, the crossbows just have better frames. It means they're attacking faster with the strafe as well, and everything's just faster and smoother about it in general. That is mainly the cause of the tier increase here, which isn't huge, but Definitely getting more into the decent zone for clear speed just in general, and it's pretty solid. Um, and of course, obviously, you can use Peace to get that extra Valkyrie, which is even more of an approach on pure summon, but you can do it either way, and it's pretty solid with the fort. Now, I think they actually nerfed Peace a little bit in the open beta because of how strong Summons on is for Ubers. It's like one of the most, like, you can literally pretty much kill Ubers naked with this build, and it's like one of the only builds where that's actually the case. You practically can kill them naked, casting Decoy and Bulks, from far away, and, recasting and getting the lightning damage on them, blah, blah, blah. It's just really insane. They're also really good for, like, they can be used to kill Declone and things like that as well. But they, it still could get 4 Valkyries, though, and whatnot with Peace, so that's really good. You can also use a Hydra damage armor, which is what I did with the Hydra summon approach, so either way, you could do it either way, and it's going to get at least decent, if not maybe a bit better. And it's pretty solid for maps. And obviously, it's going to be even better for like lower tier maps. No surprise, the damage maybe starts to fall off a bit once we test them in the tier 3s, but that's kind of how it goes. Pure summon, of course, this is where we actually max out the Valk and the Decoy synergies. So this also includes Pierce and Power Strike, not just Power Strike. And so instead of maxing out the Strafe synergy, which is Penetrate, I believe, we don't. We only max out the Valk and the Decoy synergies, and we make them as powerful as possible, and really make a lot of emphasis on resummoning the decoys even more. And then, of course, using a bow that is more designed to help them out. So this is where you'd use like the Ebon Bane or something. Or you could use Mist as well still, but it's not really about your damage as much. You're more of an amp proc bot and an aura bot for these summons in this case than you would be in this case where you are doing more of the damage. And there's a noticeable drop in strafe damage if you do this approach. But as you'll see, their clear speed is still similar. And that is because once you make the summons as powerful as possible, they're actually clearing pretty fast. And that's pretty cool. As you can see from a budget and a hardcore approach, summons ons are like as clean and safe as can be, and they can also be incredibly lazy. Recasting decoys like recasting ravens. It's pretty similar on a summon druid, and you've got all these tanks in front of you, and you've got all this damage, even without all the auras, even if you only have some of them in early game. They do plenty of damage, very good stuff. Always wanted to be a bot. What is Green Goblin? Well, we'll get to that very soon here. So we have 2 more classes, of course, to do a detailed overview on, and we're about to get to Necromancer. So Necromancer, what does it say about the Necromancer? Alright, so the Necromancer has gotten buffs or had its skills pretty much left alone for the most part. So basically, Necro is one of the stronger mappers overall. I mean, you can kind of see that. It's got A tiers and S tiers kind of everywhere. I mean, to some extent, the Druid is the same way, but I'd say that it's hard to find a Necromancer build, especially when I was testing it, that actually felt weak. Every Necromancer build, now this is once again because of mobility and AoE, has a ton of mobility and a ton of AoE and just a ton of power, period. Very hard to find a bad one. Obviously, if you want to look for a bad one, I have found one. But, that's if you're looking for a build that some people might not even consider to be a build. And, there's even approaches that are just really lazy for those dad gamers that just want to teleport into stuff and, kill everything without worrying about dying even. So yeah, there's very interesting things you can do. However, I will say Necromancer builds in general are more APM intensive. They're the most APM intensive builds in general out of all the classes. So if you are a player that thinks that I don't like moving my hand. I don't like clicking lots of buttons. Then these tiers aren't going to really reflect your gameplay experience. If you want to reach the power level that the Necromancer can, you're going to need to click a lot of buttons. You're going to need to switch between lots of hotkeys. That is how it works. However, that's in general. Not all the builds are like this. Like Passive Boner is that is a super lazy build, and it's very strong. It's obviously only C plus though, so it's one of the weaker Necromancer builds. But you can see though that it can be pretty good. Anyway, so oh yeah, I forgot to mention some major changes from the notes again. So we've got fire golems getting reworked. I have a video on this. They're really cool. Green Goblin getting nerfs, either to maybe a slight nerf to Demon Machine, and also a nerf to the proc chance on Innocence a little bit, and just a damage nerf on the Act 1 Mercenary in general. So, some small nerfs here. We didn't test this at all last season. It didn't come up in testing. No one suggested it. I didn't think of it. You know, a lot of those Innocence builds definitely slipped through the cracks the last 2 seasons, but I feel like we got a better handle this season on at least the ones that remain after nerfing, after the nerfs came through. So you can see, you know, all right, these builds exist, and it's kind of a thing. Now we'll talk about what this is in case you don't actually know what this is. You've never seen it before. Let's just say it was one of the strongest builds last season, for sure. I didn't have it on my top 10 because we didn't test it, but it was definitely there. Probably like top 5, no problem. And we also had some other interesting things as well. So let's talk about, you know, with more testing and more accuracy and just more builds being included, this tier list is definitely getting you even closer to the truth than last time, and we've done a lot. Yeah, going hard. Season 10 Confused Necro. Do it, man. Do it. Just cows will kill each other. It's like that scene from Pokemon the first movie, you know, the very sad scene where the Pokemon clones kill each other. That's exactly what confuses. You can play the music from the Pokemon movie too while you're doing it, and the cows will kill each other. It's incredible stuff. Anyway, it's also very slow, but it's got numbers. We got numbers for it for fun. Anyway, Poison Nova, let's go. Yeah, the numbers are, it's an outlier though, so it's left outside the data set. It is not impacting the data set or the mean or anything, so it is it's a thing though. All right, so let's go over the builds individually. So, oh yeah, Poison Nova also got a nerf. Forgot to mention that, and Bone Spear got reworked. So Bone Spear's got bigger hitboxes. Cool stuff going on in the Necromancer. Poison Strike becoming stronger, doing defense being a thing on Bone Armor as well, so it means you can synergize it. I didn't even like test it that way too much, but it would make it even smoother. I did make a video on Poison Strike though. I made a video on Bone Spear, and I made a video on Fire Golems. So if you guys want to see the brand new videos for those. And yes, we do hit, I believe, 1 million DPS on this ability. We are hitting 7-digit DPS on Poison Strike, and if you watch the video, you will see why this is currently listed as the strongest mapping build in the game, which the numbers prove it. That's all I can say. I move it. It kills like nothing. It is insane. What an insane ability, and what an insane time to be alive when Poison Dagger goes from the worst ability in LOD, probably in the entire game, to being the strongest ability in a mod. I don't know, but at least that's for like mapping at least. But anyway, we'll go over these things in more detail now. So Poison Nova got nerfed, the large charms got nerfed, the damage got nerfed again. It's still in the A tier though. It's still in the A tier. It's starting to struggle in cows a bit though. The cows have a bit too much HP a bit. And since we had to test cows for every build as a density test, it was performing like a lot better than like Fledgathon, for instance. I remember it's really insane. So the thing about Poison Nova is you can move incredibly fast and you can flatten whole screens of monsters. You don't even need to cast lower resist. You can use Pus Spitter on the Merc. You can use Rapture. Pus Spitter will get it, I think, farther distance usually. And you can just teleport around with Bone Flame, Bramble, and Death's Web. some kind of similar setup, and you can absolutely crush the monsters, no problem. You can get good block frames or no block frames. I don't like block on a Necromancer, so I typically don't. And you just pump energy in most of Necromancer builds, and you get insanely strong bone armor, which basically makes you immune to physical damage until they remove the bone armor. And since you have so much of it, it's really smooth against physical damage. Necromancer's big weakness is elemental damage, which is why it struggles against Wrathma and Declone, because it doesn't have as many tools to deal with that except stuffing Jaw runes into equipment. So the only thing this will do though is Poison Nova is pretty good. Poison Nova is still solid. It was retested after the nerfs. It's still putting up really good numbers. Really good numbers. It's just clearly not clearing the whole screen anymore. It's starting to lack that damage. Even when we were able to get the plus corruptions at the end of beta, it's still not looking insane anymore. Just like the Novas, they definitely went hard for the Novas with the nerf bat this time. Probably trying to increase the diversity of mapping builds that people use for mapping in the end game that aren't just the very fastest, clear everything with giant AoEs and then move on. So some of these builds, definitely got hit, and you can definitely see it in the numbers. Desecrate is basically the same build as Poison Nova, but you can do it from afar. And because Desecrate still has very high damage, but it has a lot less AoE, you're looking at it still clearing. It is clearing, though, like non-fortified maps, still faster than fortified maps, but barely. It's pretty close. Desecrate, you could just spam it in front of you. You could jump around and spam it as you're jumping around, which is the fastest way to get the numbers on this. But it's pretty solid, though. And you could definitely use it for mapping as well. Typically, though, Desecrate is reserved for bossing. Yes, Wrathma Declone, along with Poison Strike. But yeah. All right, let's get to Poison Strike. Poison Strike's a lot more interesting than these. Poison Strike. So Poison Strike is actually a very technical build, which is why I think people have probably avoided it, even though it's been getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger every season with every successive buff. And the thing is now I don't think people can ignore it. They shouldn't ignore it anyway. It's not a very easy build to understand, though, or necessarily get to, though. So let's kind of explain. So I show off, the technicalities in the video, of course. So I do the mini guide and then I demo it in a video, of course, on YouTube. So you can check it out. It asks the question number 1 build, and then you can see it from there. So number 1 build, is it the number 1 build? Well, numbers seem to suggest that it is. And if you see the DPS and the clear speed and everything, you can see why. Basically what this build is, you get maximum attack speed with a dagger. Plague is preferred because it gives you faster cast rate. Faster cast rate is important for Blood Warp. You're going to want to hit 75 or 125 FCR. You're going to want to hit maximum attack speed with a weapon. And you don't need to cast lower resist. It's literally just teleport, stab, teleport, stab, teleport, stab, teleport, stab. You stab the whole group of monsters. Ever since they buffed the AoE on this 50 times last season, it clears almost the whole screen, and then you move on to the next, almost the whole screen, just totally eviscerated by poison damage. And it's it does so much damage. You don't need to really worry about it too much. It's got a lot of negative res built in too, and of course you can go carrying one, but you don't even need it. You just need FCR and plus skills. The preferred mercenaries are like Doom with Defiance, because it stacks off of your bone armor defense in season 10, and then also the Rapture mercenary, which is the one that stacks on top of you as well, which gets you lower res. So those things will kill pretty much everything no matter what. It's insanely fast. It's very smooth as long as you have your breakpoints. You need attack rating as well for the ability, though, and needing all these things makes it kind of complicated, in addition to negative res and other sources of things as well. So it's a very technical build. Obviously I used multiple setups. You could use Bramble plus Bone Flame if you don't want block. I prefer no block because Necromancers have bad frames, so you actually want to avoid Dex, you want to avoid block, and it's very smooth to play if you do that, because you have enough bone armor to do anything you want. And of course you can have revives and 5 golems around you as well, so you have plenty of tankage, plenty of meat shields, and just like Poison Nova. And the way it works, of course, is it just does way more damage than Poison Nova, and the AoE isn't that far off. It's really what it comes down to. And because it does all that damage, everything dies no matter what. Anything that's touched by this dies. And it's a big AoE. Kills everything. You could do Fortify or non-Fortify. The numbers seem pretty similar. You could use Martyrdom and Innocence as well, though, for infinite bone armor. Now, in that approach, you could not go max block, but if you don't, you're still going to have a decent amount of block, so you're going to need block rate no matter what with that shield. Of course, on the other one, though, I mean, I still like having block rate no matter what. It makes it smoother because Necromancers have terrible block. But you could go max block as well, though, and it's a very tanky build for hardcore as well. So, like, it's pretty insane stuff. I don't consider this to be a dad build, though. This could be recasting of bone armors in the midst of teleporting and stabbing and managing your health. And obviously, LPK, MPK will keep you alive really well. Basically invincible with certain setups on this, honestly, with Innocence and Martyrdom. But no matter what, it's pretty insane. Yeah, well, it was more busted last season. It's still very strong, though. Gems, definitely. You really appreciate a build, whether it's like a... Yeah, no, this is a more technical, difficult build to execute, but, you know, once I show it off how to execute it and what builds and what gear to use, you don't even need the most crazy expensive gear to do Poison Strike. That's the crazy thing. And, like, it's actually pretty good. Now, to be fair, the Mercenary might be the most expensive part of the build. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty good. You know, survive no problem. Alright, so we have Teeth. Teeth chat. Teeth. Teeth is kind of baby nerfed by the large term nerf, but I mean, it's still flattening monsters because with 125 CR, Bone Shade and Bone Flame and all the plus skills you could imagine, we actually tested this without a handicap this time because I got the plus skills so high that I think I only needed a handicap at one time. And it crushes everything still, even with the nerfs. It's still a great map for Teeth. And since we were able to test it so much better this season, the tier reflects it. This is mostly a testing artifact. I think Poison Strike was still S last season too, though, so that's mostly just a small increase. Or if it was A, it's an increase due to the defense buff and better testing as well. These were definitely... That was due to the nerf for sure, Poison Nova. And then this is, yeah, this is better, just really good testing we're able to get with the corruptions towards the end of this beta and really hard testing regiments this time. And Teeth is really good. Teeth is performing like the best of them. Top 15 mapping build, but you want to know, it has a sister build this season, though. It has a sister build this season. Oh yeah, by the way, I like to use the Act 4 Light Mercenary actually on these. You know why? Because it heals you as you blood warp, so you don't... it heals you with Holy Nova, so you have great sustain with that Mercenary with these approaches. Also, it gives you the Sanctuary Aura, so you get the negative magic res. These builds are a bit more of dad builds, though, because Teeth and Bone Sphere you can do from behind the monsters. You don't have to worry about dying in the midst of them, like on the Poison builds. And of course, it's just really easy to execute. You just blood warp, teeth, blood warp, teeth, blood warp, bone sphere, blood warp. You know, it's a little simpler. These might be some of the easiest to execute of all of the Necromancer builds, actually, is teeth and bone sphere. So if you want a really easy build that doesn't feel like it's insanely high APM, these are probably for you if you like the Necromancer. I think anything else does require somewhat of a higher APM to execute, or at least really good positioning, as in the case of Green Goblin. Definitely optimal positioning is a thing on that build, and there's other things as well. So teeth and Bone Spear are pretty straightforward, though. Yeah. No, Corpse Explosion is not a dad build, not if you want to optimize it, but it could be. So, like, if you just do Corpse Explosion as the revives kill things, you could make it a dad build, but if you want to, like, if you're teleporting at max FCR, casting Desecrate and then exploding the monsters as fast as possible, or even casting Desecrate and Amp and exploding them as fast as possible to get the S tier that the numbers suggest, you gotta move pretty fast, and there's a lot of potential buttons here. Anyway, Teeth and Bone Spear. So, Teeth and the Bone Spear, very strong. Bone Spear is a sister build. It broke off. Now it has enough AoE to clear maps on its own. It's not just reserved for like clearing really tiny hallways every once in a while or really tanky monsters. So now Bone Spear is crushing along with Teeth, and it just depends on the map really and the situation. You can see the numbers on the data sheet. It's got like different strengths and weaknesses for the two. Bone Spear is a lot smoother in cows, for instance, than Teeth is, but Teeth is probably better in an open map with lower HP monsters like Fledgathon. So, yeah, I mean, since they're both part of the same build because of the same synergies and they require virtually identical gear, you can switch between them depending on the map you're doing. And we have numbers for just exclusively using both approaches, though, so you can see just how powerful they are. And obviously, they're nearing the top 10, but not quite. Not quite breaking through the ceiling there, but I mean, they're among the strongest mapping builds, and they're very fun. And I have a video for Bone Spear, so check it out. No problem, no problem. All right, let's go to Corpse Explosion. So Corpse Explosion is a very high APM build if executed properly, but, or at least I shouldn't say properly, just if executed to get this result here. It is, you're teleporting, casting Desecrate below the monsters, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and the whole screen dies, honestly. It's pretty devastating. It's crazy how powerful this ability can get. The more density, the better, obviously. It feeds off of it, blowing up more monsters, the crazy AoE, and just blowing up everything. Higher FCR, the better. Amp helps against tankier monsters, but I'll be honest, you don't even need Amp a lot of the time because it just does that much damage. Just FCR, Desecrate, Corpse Explosion. Can use Amping against like cows. It can help sometimes a little bit here and there. Some other types of really tanky monsters, but for the most part, use Ming Song's Lesson to get maximum damage. You could go a lot of different things. You could go a lot of like fire facets and negative fire is, and the fire damage obviously helps that out. Negative fizz with the amp, of course, that you have on you. You could get even lower res procs as well, like on the Ming Song, like I mentioned. You get conviction off the mercenary. I actually like having like Act 4 mercenary on this thing because the Act 4 mercenary will amp them for me. And then I have conviction as well on the Act 4 mercenary. So Act 4 Dark is really strong on this. And then, of course, Act 2 is a bit tankier of an approach that also can work. But at any rate, you can use the revives, of course. The revives protect yourself. But you don't need specific revives unless you're using the lazy method. The lazy method, you can revive Moonlords, like in Fledgathon, or, you know, outside of it, like in Crystalline Passage. And then you could have them kind of kill things, and as they kill things in front of you, you could use Corpse Explosion. That is the lazy dad method. The insane method, the one I'm talking about, that's producing these crazy numbers, is constant clicking. So beware of that one. Lots of right clicks. Very powerful, though. Very strong. You're just moving from one pack to the next, just blowing them up, basically. Blowing up the whole screen. So that is Corpse Explosion. Obviously, lots of tankier versions of the build that you could use as well, besides the one I described, but staff builds like Ming Song's particularly very powerful with facets. Really makes it crazy powerful. And Corpse Explosion obviously in the top 10 as well. So Necromancer and the Poison and Bone Tree putting up 2 of the top 10 builds overall. Can't really go wrong with it, right? I mean, P&B score is going to be worth a lot. I'm sure, especially those really expensive ones. Definitely for Poison Strike, use P&B scores, get that tankiness up too with the bone armor. You get 2,000 bone armor with the all these builds right here, the bone builds and Poison Strike. You get 2,000 plus bone armor because Poison Strike has it as a synergy as well. And of course, it gives a ton of defense. So like using Defiance on a mercenary, you won't even get hit. So you don't even need block. You try to remove block if you can. That's why I don't always like the Martyrdom build, because I feel it's unnecessary. And you can just recast Bone Armor here and there. And you just jump into packs, insta death everywhere. So yeah, this stuff's crazy powerful, crazy strong. Good YouTube videos on these two. And Corpse Explosion I've made videos on before, I believe, and it's convincing. You just spawn the bodies and CE them. That is correct. You spawn the bodies and CE them. That is all you have to do on that build with a maxed out build. That is it. It will kill them everything instantly. Just need a lot of negative fire res. Need amp and whatnot for the negative physical, because it's a hybrid ability. And yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I think I got a video on it in my YouTube from a previous season, like season 8 or something. You could watch that. Season 9. It's pretty convincing power for sure. Let's go into the next build though. So we're 4 hours in. Interesting. Okay, we're getting close to the end though of the detailed overview. Green Goblin. Okay, so I didn't test this build at all last season. It kind of sucks because last season we had a pretty good tier list, but what happened was we either didn't test some of the strongest builds at all because we just didn't think of them, or nobody like referred them to me whatsoever, or I didn't, think of like how that could happen. Or in the case of combustion, we got the new combustion almost too late to retest it essentially. So like what happened was we had a top 10 last season, but arguably there was at least 3 builds I can think of off the top of my head that probably should have been there, and some of the other ones should have moved down a bit. This is one of them. This one probably was S plus last season. It's no longer on the top 10, but arguably it still could be. It's within the margin of error, so it's still pushing the top 10. That's all I gotta say. So basically what you do on this is you max out the mercenary. You want her to do as much damage as possible. That has been nerfed though this season, and so has the proc frequency off the innocence from the demon machine. So the nerfs probably are what hit this, and honestly is why it's not S plus as it is listed now. But it's still with a really max power mercenary. Still with just teleporting and casting amp, it still clears the whole screen incredibly fast. Physical skeletons are mostly meat shields, but they do provide some additional damage. And all you really gotta do is do that. The procs off the demon machine and the really high damage emphasis on getting really high damage gear on the mercenary. Things like Steel Rend, Veil of Steel, really powerful stuff. You could even go Purgatory. Well, no, you can't go. Sorry, you can't go Purgatory. That's right. You need Innocence on her, but it does require the Zodrin though. It's not a cheap build. This is not a budget build. You do need the gear already kind of for it. It will absolutely shred through maps though. And what I mean by when I said earlier that positioning is key on this build, if you teleport too deep into the monsters, you don't kill them all. And then you also could die. Usually you just want to teleport right in front of them, so the Act 1 mercenary kind of is proccing off of the first like line of monsters, the first formation there right in front, and then it clears everything in front, and then you teleport to the next front of the formation, and so on. And you can do this very fast with Blood Warp, obviously lowest cooldown. You don't want cooldown or Blood Warp on any of these. You want to minimize it. And the main hard thing would be sustain on this, but you could sustain really well with Phoenix. So Phoenix Monarch is the universal sustain solution for builds where you're not really doing the killing. It's your summons or your mercenary, and so you don't have life per kill, you don't have life leech, whatever. Phoenix Monarch is like the universal sustain solution for those builds. The reason why it's called Green Goblin though is because you're an aura bot for your mercenary. So your mercenary uses Demon Machine. You use you're the amp, you're the fanaticism with Beast, you're the Might aura with Templar's Might. You wear it on yourself, which turns you green. And then, of course, you also have a Shaco that you can wear, because why not? The helm doesn't really matter too much, and you can get MF. And there you go. That's why it's called the Green Goblin. And obviously, I didn't make a video on it this season. I have testing of it though, and my VODs, and a lot of people made content on it last season. You can see the season 9 version and see why it got nerfed. It's because it was broken, really broken. Probably in the top 5, no doubt. Super broken. And so now it's not as broken. So it either breaks into the top 10 or it's right below it based on my numbers testing. But I don't know. It's still up there. It's clearly crushing maps. It's definitely a fun approach. It's expensive though. So keep that in mind. It's pretty good. Alright, Summoner Pure Revive. So I actually did retest this season. Like all the builds on here. So you get 14 Moonlords and you crush a map with them. It's pretty simple, right? And you could even tele-stomp with them. So the tele-stomping on some of the pure summon builds seems to work the best. Like even the physical Skelly summon, which is obviously without the Green Goblin Mercenary, without the Demon Machine Merc, is way weaker in terms of clear speed. But obviously, like tele-stomping in general and then letting them kill the monsters around you is the way to move through the map as fast as possible. But let me tell you, if you want some lazy builds, just play these summon builds, man. Like, you just gotta teleport around every once in a while, let them kill things, and they will move through the map very fast without too much intervention or any intervention at all with curses. And yeah, very nice lazy builds, very clean builds. They can do them just fine. Even the slower ones, like Pure Revive and Skelly Summon, it doesn't matter. They're slower in the tier 3 maps, but guess what? In the lower tier maps, they're even faster, and they're lazy, and they're easy, just kind of like any summoner. So it's fine. Elemental Summoner. Oh yeah, something I forgot to mention about Teeth, by the way, is Teeth is still at A+ in a tier 3 in the tier 3 maps. It is still probably one of the very strongest tier 1 mappers in the entire game. If it's probably number 1, if not top 3. Why? Because it still does so much damage, and in tier 1 it will flatten everything in one shot, and it has so much AoE. The AoE on this is like the highest in the game. So this thing is super consistent and powerful. The reason why it will never reach the very highest numbers on this tier list is because everything is standardized to tier 3. So in the very hardest maps with the best numbers, right? Because remember, tier 3 maps, they give more density, they have better MF, they just have better numbers, right? More experience, anything you could possibly want. Tier 3s will be higher than a tier 2, and a tier 1 will be higher than a tier 1, and so on. But the problem, though, is that, like, on a Teeth build, I would probably stay out of tier 3s, honestly. I'd probably just run tier 1 all day. There are builds that crush the tier 3s, you know, as fast as any build could crush the tier 1s. And then there's this build where the damage is like a tiny bit, so, like, even a tiny, it's not even lacking much, but it's a tiny bit. To the point where, like, you may as well just flatten it tier 1. So that's actually very important. Remember, this is tier 3 map testing, and keep that in mind throughout all this discussion here. Very important to understand. I cannot, you know, have 2 separate numbers for everything. There's only so much you can do, you know. But you can still conceptually understand how the build works. It's insanely fast movement. It's got great, you know, blink. It's got insane AoE. Clearly, any build like that is going to perform really well in lower tier maps if it's not the top build in tier 3 maps. So it has the potential. Right, anyway, Pure Revive uses Eternity to get 14 Moonlords and crush through a map. You can just let them crush things and just follow them, or you could teleport a lot and teleport on top of packs. That was the fastest approach in fortified maps, is to teleport on top of packs with all 14 of them. But you can could do whatever. It was penalized a bit for the fact that it had to pre-buff and it had to revive monsters from Desecrate though, so it probably would have been like C tier besides that. And that's how it goes. Elemental Summoner. This is a fan favorite. Lots of people like this build, and it's pretty lazy too. You just have to teleport. You can get council member revives from Travancore, which are arguably the strongest revives. Burning Souls are also very strong revives, and so are the Meteor ones. So the Night Lords, also very good. You get those, you get Mage Skellies with the Grimm's Burning Dead weapon to maximize your amount of mages, and this thing does a ton of damage. It slices through the map, no problem. Of course, as you teleport, though, the monsters kind of have to wind up and attack, which is, similar to all of these Skelly builds. So it's got a little bit of a slow element to it, but it's very easy, and it clears all the monsters. It clears any map. You could even do dungeons with a similar approach. Believe it or not, which is actually listed in the solo dungeon capable section, and boom, you are set to go. Was there a buff to it? There technically was. They buffed the bone armor giving defense, so it made it even smoother. That being said, my testing also improved, and I got, because it's an average of all 3 maps, and the fact that it performs well on any map, has boosted it as well, instead of just having Blood Moon being half of the score, which it does actually change some things. When it comes down to it, I think that makes it more accurate, though, because people aren't going to be running Blood Moon or only insanely high density all the time, because it's hard to do. And even as a density test, it has limitations. All right, Fire Golems. So we got to talk about this one a little bit. Fire Golems is got completely reworked and fixed. So I found on this build, all right, so you need a lot of percent fire damage, ideally. There's a lot of ways you could get this on this build, but in general, I found personally that just putting on a lot of plus skills and then using like a combination of Enigma Teleport and Blood Warp will keep your health decent, so you're not like draining it as you move quickly through a map, which is kind of a problem for a build where the fire golems kind of just vaporize. They kind of incinerate everything around you. You want to move fast through the map, right? But you don't want to like die constantly because you're draining your life down to 0 too fast. So you have a couple of issues you got to solve in this build before you can make it a late game mapper. And one, it's the sustain, and the second one is getting the damage high enough to where it's one-shotting. So the sustain is solved, I think, from using Enigma in combination with Blood Warp, so you kind of alternate between the two. I showed this in the video, by the way. And then you solve it from Phoenix. So Phoenix Monarch will solve it with Life and Mana, just like it solves it on Green Goblin. Same problem that needs to be solved. You solve it that way. Sustain, the only way you can do it is by using the Paladin Redemption ability. And that is it. It's the only thing that's really going to help. Unless you want to chug jubes. And, well, if you have enough jubes to chug, I mean, I guess you could do that too, but it's not needed, though. So I don't even test the very highest damage version of the build, because the version of the build that got the best numbers was the one with the decent sustain, and the one that had damage that was high enough to one-shot after it ticked everything around me. It was really strong. This build's putting up really good numbers. It's in the B tier solidly. Super good, solid, and fast. It's not feeling OP like it has in some versions of the beta, but after we retested it, it's still solid. And it's clearing the lower tier maps even faster, which I actually show in the video. So that's really cool. The punch damage is high. You tele stomp. It just, incinerates everything around you. The AoE isn't crazy though. You have to wait for them to spread out too if you want like even higher AoE. So it's, it's one of those things where it's like it can one shot, but it's also not like insane AoE, so it's not going to get the craziest numbers. But when it did have the highest damage on it though, that AoE damage was so high from just Holy Fire to the point that it was one-shotting everything on almost the whole screen. And so in testing, it was like S plus maybe, but in its final state, it's B plus because we tested it after it got adjusted. So good stuff. Really enjoying this build. Summon skillers. You could use Dominion for an extra golem. You could even put Infinity on one of those golems, or you could use 6 golems. And Conviction Mercenary, and you could even go lower resist yourself as like a more early game approach, and it'll be fine. But in the end game, you just kind of want to teleport around and have it kill everything. And you can do that with, you could totally do that with Conviction on the Golem, and then you don't have to worry about lower resist, and once the damage is high enough, or you have 6 Golems, one of the other ways, this is really strong. Clay Golems. Clay Golems got Crushing Blow, so they're better against bosses like Ubers, for sure. What's bad, though, is that they just clear so slowly in a map. They have no AoE. Even in a fortified map, they're struggling with the AoE, and they're struggling with the wind-up time, the slow attack speed of the golems, even with fanaticism. Get all the auras on them, all the damage auras, and I don't know, they're still pretty mediocre for mapping at best. But obviously you can clear with them. Fortified did perform the best. It does have a performance level. It is slow, though. It is a slow mapper in the late game. Lower tier maps probably work even better because they also lack damage to some extent as well in terms of raw damage. So, yeah, it's fine. And of course, you could use Dominion for an extra golem there as well. Since the Iron Golem change, it's so good with any of these builds because you can always just chuck on an Iron Golem and get another aura of any kind. And if you're willing to lose an expensive item if you die, or if the golem dies, you're fine as well. Keep in mind, though, that some of these golems can get insanely tanky, though, so it's tough for them to die. You could definitely put expensive stuff on them in the late game, especially when you're rich and you just want to clear maps and, yeah, get to 99 or whatever you're trying to do. It's good stuff. All right. Dark Pact. Okay. So, Dark Pact, the way Dark Pact works is that if you get an insta-proc of some kind of curse or procs off the mercenary, which you can do, you know, with a combination of innocence or even not innocence, and like Act 1 Bow Mercenary with Wrath. You could even get Weaken on Struck on the Mercenary and teleport directly into packs and then start blowing him up with Dark Pact. Dark Pact is usually, and of course on yourself, you could also wear Obsession on yourself, or if you want the high damage, which I preferred, I think Black Hand Key and the new Dark Force spawn was actually outperforming having proc on yourself. Mostly just have the curse procs on the Mercenary. You could, of course, put like Innocence on yourself too, and maybe proc like Atmas if you want. There's some very interesting approaches to this build. But overall, if you get highest faster cast rate, you know, like you do with Teeth and Bone Spear, and nearly highest in the case of Poison Over, Poison Strike, or highest, and highest in the case of Corpse Explosion, which is 125 on all these builds. Dark Pact, your rotations are very fast. This is not a dad build, though. This is no. So even with even though your Merc is proccing a lot of the curses, you still often have to proc one curse yourself and then Dark Pact. So you teleport one curse, Dark Pact, and you can clear the whole screen because then it's like one curse, Dark Pact, Dark Pact, Dark Pact, because as the mercenaries getting them procced up as well. Or if you're using a staff like Obsession on yourself, or lower resist off of Ming Song. Lower resist isn't very reliable, but you could use that. Usually what I like to do is I like to use a Decrepify on a ton of monsters while my Merc has Weaken and Amp, and then yeah, it tends to work very well. There's a lot of different approaches. You can see the ones in the VOD, though. I've also, I think, posted one at YouTube from last season. It's devastating. The magic large charms do hit. So the large charm nerf hits magic builds, I think, the hardest. And so it did hit it a little bit. But overall, with enough plus skills, this is like one-shotting packs, no problem. You get 2 curses on them, 1 curse on there, and you get enough density, and the whole pack is dropping. So, very, very fast. However, I'd say the APM is comparable to Corpse Explosion, if not a bit higher. It used to be insane. It used to be the piano build when you didn't have all the procs and all the curses on casting and all the other stuff in the game. It used to be like you had to manually cast 3 or 4 curses and then blow them up, and oh my god, that's just arthritis, carpal tunnel in a build basically. But not so much anymore, but it's still yeah, it's still a lot of movement, a lot of buttons, a lot of rotating hotkeys. Definitely, definitely for the more passionate players. Also, Dark Pact, obviously, since you get your curses maxed out, is incredible for group play and like dungeons. Like if you're a curse necro, yeah, it's really good. So I hope to have a Dark Pact necro actually, or some kind of four curse necro using the buffed Dark Force spawn on my in my dungeons this season. That'd be nice. Those are actually incredible. You get like maxed out weaken, maxed out decrepify. Oh man, it maxed out lower res. Really helps a lot. Really helps a lot. Anyway, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Clay golems is F for mapping. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're just not great mappers, bro. They're slow. They're slow. And my personal favorite on the whole tier list. This is not part of the data set once again. This is Confuse. This build is this. It's this simple. You cast Confuse on the cows and Bloodman. And then you cast Amp and Iron Maiden. You also could get Spirit of the Barbs in there. I think that helps. I don't remember actually. I think it does actually. Spirit of the Barbs. You could get other things on there. I don't think you can put auras on them though. I think that's an issue. Maybe not Spirit of the Barbs. I don't know. I don't remember. But like, I did a couple different tests on it, so I did that, and yeah, it kills. Basically, they just kill each other. The cows kill each other. It's hilarious. It doesn't take forever for them to kill each other either. They chunk each other pretty hard with this. I think the problem though is that they're not dealing enough damage to each other, and it's possible Iron Maiden is too weak as a curse in general. It might even be bugged. There is some data to suggest this. Maybe they'll fix it at one point. Anyway, really cool stuff. It can clear cows, and you can kill all the cows with this, absolutely, and it will take forever, and it take about 30 minutes, 30 minutes to clear the whole map with this, and yeah, fun stuff. It's on here just to show that, there's another curse build besides Dark Pact, and it is a unique approach to killing monsters, so I have it on the tier list. It is not part of the data set as an outlier, though. It is a deep outlier. It is bad, and thus is there. You know why I say it's kind of hardcore friendly, though? It's because Confuse means the monsters aren't attacking you, right? So it's kind of similar to Delirium or Taunt on Ferocity. It keeps the monsters off of you if it's on the Mercenary, and it's good stuff. I use it in all the builds I show off on YouTube, so beautiful stuff. But anyway, it was fun. Yeah, and then of course you go max curse GCs as well and Confuse just to get the curses like maxed out to 50 instead of magic LCs. Then again, on the support version, you actually do want the curse GCs, so because you want the powerful spells. It's not about the Dark Pact damage. So that is interesting. Dark Pact, that magic build though. Anyway, we got passive boner, which is another magic large charm build. There's a lot of magic large charm builds on the Necro. This one is where you actually create a brand, and you use the brand on you. The brand is on you. You max synergy Bone Spear, and the new Bone Spear, by the way, looks really good with this, with the increased AoE. And then you, yeah, you get max Bone Armor and the brand, and you jump into the monsters with Innocence, and the Blade Shield procs it for you. And it kills all the monsters because it does a ton of damage. Brand has like, what is it, level 50 Bone Spear or something? So it's actually really, really, really strong. And I don't remember. I think it's like, it could be like level 30 or something, level 40. I don't know. I think it's level 50. It could be like level 45 actually. Anyway, it's really high level Bone Spear, and it basically one-shots everything around you. Level 45. Okay, I was right the last time. Sweet, 45, and then yeah, in fully synergized Bone Spear, you use Brand, and yeah, Brand Runeward. It's pretty interesting. And then yeah, you jump into stuff. You get 125 CR for Bloodwort maximizing. You get really good Bone Armor, and you can't use, of course, the infinite Bone Armor. But that's okay, because all you're doing is teleporting and casting Bone Armor. That's all you need to do, and it will clear tier 3 maps at a C level, almost at a B level. So interesting. Very fast. It's very effective, solid. I like it. I like it. It's interesting. Very lazy build. If you can get to this point where you get your brand and get your mercenary with the sanctuary, the negative magic aura. You could also use the light act 4 mercenary for this as well. But if you want to make yourself tankier, I actually kind of prefer to use Asylum on the Act 2 mercenary, and then you just jump into the monsters, and yeah, you're good to go, man. It's clean. It's very clean, clean, safe, and believe it or not, hardcore friendly. If you get the DR, get the backup res, you shouldn't be able to die with this very much, if at all, honestly. Even though you're just jumping into monsters and casting bone armor, so good stuff. Good stuff. Great build. Great build. All right, that's kind of it for the Necromancer. Let's go into the Paladin, which I would say, besides the Necromancer, if I had to say, like, it's definitely one of the more hype classes, I would say, this season, and has some really cool changes. Besides the Necromancer, Druid, Assassin, all the other classes, I'd say, like, Sorceress and Barb have, like, the most nerfs and least hype things going on for mapping. And the other 5 classes are where more of the hype stuff is going on, So that's just something to keep in mind for late game mapping in general. And it's reflected by the overall power ranking, which is over here, which we'll go over briefly when we get over it. But yeah. Anyway, so let's do it. Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt. Even with magic LCs and them getting nerfed, and then they just don't have the AoE or the damage in a lot of these cases. So for solo mapping, they actually kind of struggle in tier 3s. They're actually solid in lower tiers though. So lower tier maps, Fist of the Heavens and Holy Bolt are just fine. Once you try to do tier 3s with these abilities though, oof, yeah, they I don't know. It's not my end gaming ability, that's for sure. If I want to end game, solo 99 or do anything that's not like group mapping with them. Group mapping is solid, but because they're really good like healing abilities, and they got all the other crap. They're pretty slow though. You get the LCs though, you get the maximum FCR. You can even help out the lightning damage a bit on them. Not really too much though, honestly. It doesn't really matter much. It's mostly the magic damage. The Asylum, of course. You can put the magic aura on yourself, of course, and they are still a little slow. So that being said, yeah, they're just starter leveling right now. They're starter leveling, and they could be used for dungeons for healing, and they could be used for Ubers because it's good for like mercenary healing. They could be used for it could be used for declone and Ubers. Yeah, absolutely. It's solid damage against single targets. And of course, it's got enough damage against the undead monsters that it's useful in declone with the skeletons. So it's all good stuff. Good at group mapping. As a solo mapper, these are pretty bad though. They're very slow. Unless you're doing lower tier, and then they're okay. Of course, you use items like Hand of Blessed Light. You'll use items like Hawes on these builds. You'll use magic damage LCs. Lots of plus skills. Lots of faster cast rate. Lots of negative magic res from the Sanctuary Aura. And then you'll be pretty good to go. They're pretty lazy builds. You gotta stand on the edge of the monsters and just kill everything. They're also great starter builds. Great for clearing chaos early on. Pit, things like that. Once again, though, once you get into the late game mapping, solo mapping, they fall off pretty hard, and they struggle a bit. They are slow and lack damage. They actually have decent AoE, at least in the case of Fist of the Heavens. It's just damage is very bad. Is Poison Nova still strong? Well, if you want to find out, type !S10 tier list or watch the video to hear my overview of kind of where it's at. Obviously, the data also speaks for itself, so you can watch that as well. All right. And so we also have, let's see, what do we got here? Oh, yeah. So, okay. I made a video on this. I had to. So I got the opportunity to get all the plus skill corruptions, all the FCR corruptions towards the end of beta. So I retested Hammer in without a handicap. So no handicap because it's not missing the plus skill corruptions, and it's tested at the same level as the elemental builds. Well, guess what? Blessed Hammer at its strongest is insane. It is arguably the fastest, or if not the second fastest cow mapper in the game for monsters per minute. It was putting up crazy numbers in there, and I even retested it to make sure it wasn't like a fluke. Like, this is crazy powerful build, and the crazy thing is no one builds it. And it's because it's like, it's an LOD thing, They don't want to make it hammered in PD2. But anyway, the hammered in is insanely strong in PD2. It's crazy. It's very hardcore friendly. You're super tanky. Tons of life. You get a mercenary as well with Asylum on Act 2 Defiance Aura. Oh, man. Super tanky. You got tons of defense. You got max block. Great frames because you're a paladin. Great block frames. Between Joust and Enigma, max FCR and 20,000 hammer damage, which is what I was able to get with max FCR. And of course, Acrorats, because you cast another hammer if you cast hammers. It just flattens the entire area of monsters. Now, it falls off a bit in other maps. So this is why we test other maps and not just cows. But that's because of the circular nature of the ability and the fact that the ability's trajectory isn't really that linear and it's not in front of the monsters. So because it kills everything so fast, you can move to the next pack insanely quickly by alternating teleports between Enigma teleport and Joust. And of course, charge as well if there's no monsters. And so you've got all the mobility you could ever want on a paladin, really. And on this particular paladin, you just cast like a couple hammers, the whole pack is flattened. Everything around you is flattened. Move on to the next one, flattened. Flattened. All the cows are just flattened like a second flat. It's not funny how powerful that is. Sanctuary Aura, Asylum, Mercenary, definitely ideal. Obviously going to be using items like Acrorat's Devotion. You're going to be using Hawes. You're going to be using plus skills. FCR, you're going to be using Enigma, just like an LOD. You're going to want, because you want the double teleport. Very important because you kill things very fast. You're going to want, well, you even want like lots of skill points into Joust too, honestly. You really want to move fast. All this stuff allows you to move fast, and obviously you could use FCR circlets, or you could use more FCR. You could use +3 circlets with FCR, +3 with Amy. I didn't have all the plus skills possible in this build, but it didn't matter because it flattened everything anyway. Even with the nerf large terms, doesn't matter whatsoever. The damage is bonkers, and of course, it's like 20,000 flat. We're talking 20,000 minimum and maximum. That's hammers for you. Crazy stuff. And of course, yeah, so when it hits A+ here, it's not quite in the top 10, but I'll tell you, as a solo mapper, even for non-cows, you could see the numbers on it. If it wasn't putting up numbers on the non-cow maps, it wouldn't be A+, because the average would bring it down so heavy. It would fall like a stone, but it's not, and that's because it's insanely strong. So it's still like I'd say this is a top 15 solo mapper easy this season. You haven't played it, it's kind of crazy. Also, the fact it does magic damage, big advantage, super tanky, naturally tanky. Doesn't need any tankiness, really. You don't need any special items to make this build unkillable. You got insane sustain with redemption, and of course life per kill if you want it. It's just, yeah, it's kind of nuts. It'll make a joke out of your hardest maps. Truly. I think one of the maps I tested, Canyon of Secheron, it was like, it's like, oh, this map's pretty tough. It usually kills me too fast to kill anything in it. Oh no, I just jump in there and shred everything. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Cool. How is it to level? Oh, it's pretty good. I would prefer to. These are the leveling skills, though. You'll check this out in the starter section. Remember, we have a starter section, guys, in our tier list and infographic. Make sure to scroll to the right and check it out. Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt. Blessed Hammer is not one of the better starters. Smite is only as good of a starter as you want to kill bosses like Ubers. And Charging is even better as a starter. And I actually predict, based on the changes to Vengeance, I think with the low-level Vengeance items like Sankakur's Fall and Barner's Star and Gimmer Shred, that Vengeance will actually be an insane starter. Like, it should be really good as a starting build this season. But just coming with me. I'm gonna talk about Vengeance a bit more in a second here. Vengeance, I didn't talk too much. I didn't do like the Paladin overview, but Vengeance got massively buffed. If this might have been the most buffed skill in the whole season, and the change, the biggest movers here, definitely reflects that. Last season it was C. Now it's like on the verge, or it's on the edge of S. It's like right there, in numbers. It's crazy. And of course, a new build we didn't test last season, once again, probably should have been in the top 10 like some of the other ones we didn't test, which we'll go over that. Yeah. So the Paladin definitely has S tier mappers for sure this season, and near S tier mappers, and lots of near S tier mappers, and a bunch of other things as well. So Paladin is really looking strong this season. If you want to make a Paladin, this might be the season to do it. I think it might be. Yeah, I could see some of the stuff getting nerfed next season. You never know. Some of the things are pretty wild. So I'll explain that when I get to it, Kiratroth. It's a special case. Anyway, let's go to Sacrifice Hammer proc. So this is where you use Sacrifice to proc the hammers, actually. So you're actually you're using Innocence on yourself, and then using Acrobats, and so the hammers are killing the monsters, and then you use Sacrifice to blow them up. So it's getting all these, like, you're getting the AoE from the hammers, and you're using Sacrifice with a very high damage Acrobats to get that extra AoE on top of it. And it's a strong approach. It's not as strong as just pure hammers, honestly. Just a standard hammerding will beat this. It does appear so. However, it is very strong with magic damage LCs. It's very good. It's a very fun build too, because you're using Acrobats, and the hammers are flying everywhere from the Acrobats on striking, by the way. This will be Acrobats on casting on a blessed hammer. Hammered in. This will be Acrobats on striking. There are two versions of the weapon. Don't get confused. They are a little different, so that is the case. Of course, you can also go Alma Negra on this build as well, so you can have better joust cooldowns, so you don't have to go Enigma like on the normal Hammered In as well, because the normal Hammered In, you just want that damage to get really high. And so those things are really good, and obviously it's still hitting a B, so that's nice. It's a cool proc build though. It's a good use of Innocence if you want to use do something kind of neat with hammers on yourself. I didn't have it on the tier list last season. I believe it is a new one. And it's actually there. It's on the S10 list, so that's really cool. And it's cool. Very, very solid, fun approach. Good. It's very good. The next ones are getting into the fortified mappers. So Zeal is a fortified mapper. It is one of the strongest fortified mappers. With the buffs this season, it was buffed. Yes, more damage. And since the AoE buffs as well, it's looking pretty solid. It's crushing fortified maps. It's making them look really easy. Easy and clean. Of course, Zeal's main limitation is it holds you in that animation. And obviously it's an animation, and it's a lot longer of an animation than all the other ones, so it's obviously going to move the map slower. Duh, right? We've talked about that a lot throughout this whole discussion through the tier list. That's how it's going to work, so obviously the numbers reflect that from the testing. It's like, one thing brings the other. The numbers are just a reflection of how the build operates. Interesting. So Zeal, of course, with a two-hander, you can use Grandfather. That's my favorite for the two-hander on Zeal. Obviously, you get the Holy Sword. You have to use swords on the Paladin. If you use anything else, you're going to die. I don't care. It will happen. You might have DR everywhere else in the build, but eventually you will die. Big shout out to Three Moth stream. He'll show you guys all kinds of interesting two-handed Zealers, and he plays hardcore with them, and he eventually probably usually dies. I mean, that's just what happens. You need the shield, you need the block, So yeah, the block is important. I will always use swords when testing this, because the other builds are kind of a meme, and they're interesting, but they're difficult to execute. They're very dangerous, and things of that nature. So really strong swords they exist. Leoric's Mithril Bane is one of them. It lowers the joust cooldown too, so that's really good. Physical Zeal with one hand, of course, Schaefer's and Alma Negra is a really hard combination to beat. Because of the static field off the Schaefer's. Just like static field off the Schaefer's for Whirlwind on a Barbarian. Um, really hard combo to beat for this. So I would definitely recommend those. And you can get all the damage auras you want because you can get Fanaticism on yourself. Your Merc can wear Concentration and Might. I actually kind of prefer the version though where you just put Innocence on the Merc and Reapers and just get insta amp as soon as you jump into the monsters. That actually feels a bit better than the auras, oddly enough, and I believe it performed better. I believe that's what put up the numbers you see there in the data sheet. Not 100% sure, but I did test a couple different versions of each, and that's what seemed to happen. So pretty straightforward stuff. So obviously Zeal, because of how much damage it does this season, wouldn't surprise me if it's also doing a lot better against like Wrathman and Declone as well. So test it out, community. Get it. It should be pretty nice. Foe Holy Bolt proc Zeal. Alright, so by the way, Zeal is kind of a dad build. It's pretty easy to execute. You don't need to do anything special. It's just Joust, Charge, and Zeal. There are buttons though. There are 3 of them. There's more than 2 buttons and it's more than 1 button. So it's not the most dad build of the dad builds. You know, it's okay. Foe Holy Bolt proc Zeal. This one is really cool. It's where you use Zeal to proc Principle and Asylum on strikings. Asylum is Fist of the Heavens, Principle is Holy Bolt. So you get the synergies for Fist of the Heavens and Holy Bolt in your skill tree, and then you get 1 point Zeal basically, and you joust around and you proc them, and they kill everything. Of course, you since you have Asylum on your body and you're using it in a sword. I believe I used it in Colossus Blade. Yeah, you make Colossus Blade so you have the block, of course, and then you just Zeal with it, two-handed style, and you proc them. It's a really cool build. It's kind of a unique approach to Zeal. It does a lot of magic damage, and it flattens monsters pretty fast. But obviously not as strong as normal Zeal. It's a kind of a meme, but it is a unique approach, so I do have it on here. That is kind of interesting, where you can use the Paladin synergies to make 2 items. Very, very strong, and you can get magic damage everywhere else, like magic damage, large charms, and everything else, and it performs pretty okay. I mean, it's slow, but it's not insanely slow. It's okay. Performs better than Hydra, so I mean, performs better than a lot of things. Clay Golems, Jab, you know, there's a lot of things it can do better than when it comes to killing monsters as fast as possible. That's actually not an Innocence build, no. That just uses Zeal to proc them because Zeal procs things very fast, kind of like Leap does on the Barb. Some proc builds do not use Innocence, believe it or not. Most of them do, not all of them do. Alright, that one actually can't use Innocence because Principle is, it's got high level Holy Bolt, right? And it's the armor, so you can't put it in the armor slot, so interesting. Interesting. All right, Physical Charge. Physical Charge still putting up solid numbers for a melee build. It's super safe. It's super strong against single targets and bosses, as you might have seen. So one thing to note about Charge is, let's talk about it a bit. It has attack rating now. So all the Charge builds on the whole of the Paladin require attack rating to hit max frame. And if you hit max frame, it will feel like it did last season. It'll have like no delay, and you just charge into things and kill them with a combination of Joust and Charge. I actually played this to hardcore on hardcore to 99 last season in only Ashen Plains and Sanatorium maps. So yeah, it was fun, and you can make it tanky enough even with two-handed like I did, and it was a lot of fun. And we got to 99, it didn't die, so it was really good. There's some close calls for sure, but you know how it is. Sanatorium can be quite dangerous. So anyway, it was fun stuff. We solo mapped to 99 doing that. It was really cool. But anyway, Physical Charge is very strong, and it gets very good sustain. It's got good survivability. You can make it tanky enough with enough DR and other things that we did, like we did that last season. Of course, it's almost B tier, so it's almost really solid and effective. But you do need attack speed now, and if you get the attack speed to pretty much just as strong as before. But that does mean that you might want to use Fanat on yourself instead of Might because you need the attack speed, which does lower your damage and thus is probably a cause for some of the tier droppage here. It's minor tier droppage, but it's a little bit. Also, the fact that it's being compared to other builds and some artifacts of sampling errors, some other things, but it's still pretty similar. It's still pretty similar to how it was last season. I'm pretty sure the tier is like almost identical, as it was before for map clear speed at least, but it's pretty solid just in general. I like this build. It's really good. One thing to note is they also fixed desync on all the charges as well. So not only is their attack speed added, or it feels nerfed, because charge was just that strong, but also now there's no desync at all. Like you could charge as far as you want and you won't desync. It feels even smoother than it did when I hit 99 on my hardcore paladin in season 9. So really cool, really cool. Charge is still awesome, and charge is great for boss killing, and charge is crushing maps, and it's great. It's a great skill. Vengeance. All right, let's go over Vengeance a bit. Okay, so Vengeance, physical charge you can use Grandfather. The setup for physical charge is similar to physical zeal, by the way. Even using the same aura on yourself to some degree. Also putting amp on the mercenary in a lot of cases. Definitely feels pretty similar. But Vengeance, though, got the most massive buff out of any skill in the entire season. This thing was just directly buffed. It wasn't reworked or anything. It was just a giant buff. And so it got way big increase on its chain length. And also the chance to chain with enough skills is 95. And with that, this thing is leveling the screen. Like, as long as the monsters are packed up enough and they're tight enough, which you can use Ferocity on an Act 5 Merc to help with this. You can even slap on a Rapture just to get some lower res for even more abuse. In terms of monster lower resist, not like Paladin Conviction is enough. Paladin Conviction, of course, will be a feature of this, and of course you're going to want flat elemental small charms or large charms or grand charms in the inventory, and then enough peak homes to hit 95% chance to chain. That is the inventory. It's kind of complicated. I did make a video on this though. I made a video on Blessed Hammer, and I made a video on Holy Freeze Charge and Holy Freeze Sacrifice. So check out those videos on the YouTube. They are there now, and they're updated for season 10, fully brand new stuff. So yeah, really cool stuff. Holy Freeze, Holy Part, Vengeance is just really insane. Famine Alma Negra was the winning approach. Now, Alma Negra doesn't have any of the fun elemental damage stuff, but the thing about Alma Negra is it does give 2 skills, and it increases the joust. It decreases the joust cooldown, and that's really key. It's kind of like Stalker's Call on the Assassin, very similar concept here. Alma Negra tends to be very dominant on a lot of these Paladin builds because decreasing the blink cooldown is very, very key to getting these builds to move fast enough through the map to put up the kind of numbers that they do. And so as long as you're one-shotting the packs anyway, it doesn't really matter if you have Alma Negra or if you have the new Dragon Scale or if you have Tiamats or whatever. It doesn't seem to matter too much. And of course, Famine's one of the best weapons, period, for it. So is Azarath, so is there's a bunch of different really strong Vengeance weapons, but there's a lot of very good ones. Of course, Zenith is now possible too. It tested at lower numbers though on the data sheet. I believe it is there, but it was tested and it received lower numbers. The two-handed approach isn't quite as good, but it is a lot better for group mapping though, because then you get the Salvation Aura for the res and the damage for everyone on the team, in addition to the Conviction Aura. The Paladin Conviction on Vengeance. So Vengeance can be an insanely good group mapper this season, and even better, I think, at things like soloing dungeons and things of that nature. Obviously, really, really good. I can even put this here. Let's see, Zenith Vengeance, Zenith of Vengeance as a possible group mapper here. So like so yeah, you can do that. It's actually really cool, and there's a lot of group mapping potential. The clear speed is absurd now. You just go to a pack and blow it up with enough density. It is chaining so far. You gotta check the YouTube video out on this. It is there's a reason why it's in the top 10 now, or not quite the top 10. Actually, oh that's right, it's number 11. This is build number 11. It's right behind the top 10. That's right. This is up there though, and it defines the meta. Anything in blue or top A's will definitely be a pretty big part of the meta, I think. You're definitely gonna see this mapper probably quite a bit. It's a lot of fun. Famine, Alma Negra for solo, Zenith probably better for grouping. You can make it tanky still, sacrifice some LE damage. And obviously the new shield dragon skill is very tanky. That's a lot of damage reduction. Also Hydra on proc, so it looks cool and it has a lot of fire damage. So make sure to use that new reworked dragon skill potentially on this build, especially if you're playing hardcore. On hardcore, I would not use Alma Negra. On hardcore, I'd probably use dragon skill and famine probably, and that would probably be what I would do. Really good stuff. Very strong. Of course, I always test for software. One thing to note about my testing, if you're unfamiliar, something I also didn't mention, is that all of the testing is damage testing. That means we're maxing out damage. All the builds I test are softcore builds for the damage. Hardcore is always possible with a couple tweaks to gear. Some max blocks, some DRs, some more res. It's hardcore friendly. That's all you need. Corruptions can solve it in a lot of cases, which is difficult on the beta anyway, because you often don't have them or they're difficult to hit. It takes a lot of time, one way or the other. But at any rate, it's always solid. Always solid. All you gotta do is make your builds tankier, and the list will probably look pretty similar because you sacrifice damage on most builds to get tanky enough to be hardcore friendly anyway. And so that's how it goes. I would say though the hardcore builds with the 2 check marks on them might not suffer as much of a tier drop if they have to become hardcore friendly than the ones with a 1 check mark. The ones with the 1 check mark will require more damage sacrificing typically than the 2 check mark ones. And that's just how it goes. You don't have to sacrifice as much damage on these because it's almost baked into the cake of the build itself, even for the damage. So that is something to kind of note. So if you're looking for like, you can almost look at these as like anti-tier droppage. It's like an extra check mark on the hardcore column is like a protection of like 1/3 or 2/3 tier drop due to making it hardcore viable. That's kind of how you can look at it on the tier list. And if you're a hardcore player, that is a very good way to look at it in general. Okay. Let's go into, at least in terms of the testing and the data I gathered, it seems to support that conclusion. So we have, of course, yeah, Vengeance. I talked a lot about Vengeance. Does every damage type. You can do every map. Solo, it's going to be very strong. It's putting up those S tier numbers. Really good stuff. Really cool to have Vengeance this strong. I'm actually, I'm glad they didn't nerf it. I hope they just don't nerf it and keep it like this season, because we're actually gonna have people playing Vengeance, and it's gonna be good. And it's actually gonna be good because it's actually strong enough. It's never been stronger than like low B tier, C tier, depending on the bell curve in any given season. Even since they reworked it, because it just didn't have enough AOE. It's kind of clunky. It still is a little clunky, but because the AOE is so high, even if it misses or it's a little clunky sometimes, it makes up for it in the absolute carnage it wrecks upon the map. So oh yeah, it's Spanish for black soul. That makes sense actually. Negra is black and soul is alma. Okay, yeah, I do know some Spanish. That makes sense. I didn't even think about that. Interesting. Okay, cool. I like that. It's a good factoid. All right, anyway, so Zenith can be made in swords now, by the way. Yes, you can make it for the Paladin Vengeance. It is not only bows anymore. So You can also put it, of course, on an Act 5 Mercenary as well because of that. So check out those new uses for the Zenith and Runeward in Season 10. Pretty interesting stuff. I like it. I actually think Zenith is actually will get played more often in this season for sure. Not just in some obscure grouping situations. I think we're actually going to see a bit more of it, which is what I kind of would have wanted a long time ago. Two-handed swords only. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is a two-handed sword or a bow, which is two hands. Yes, two-handed applications only for the Zenith Runeward. It'd be pretty OP if it was a one-handed sword application, honestly. It would be pretty OP. Yeah. All right, let's continue here. So we have Smite. Now, Smite might surprise some of you guys. It might be like, wait, Smite? C plus for mapping? It's almost a B tier? It's almost like a solid fast mapper? Wait, what? Wait, how? Well, they buffed the crap out of it. That's how. They buffed the smite damage on virtually every shield. They increased the AoE on it. If you use Asterine's Iron Ward or Redeemer or any of those flat damage weapons, that's going to add to smite damage on top of that, of course, just like Grief used to do in LOD. And the damage gets over 10,000, and the AoE is pretty big. And when you jump into a pack, it slaughters it. Smite crushes it. This build used to be F tier, D tier, easy. Even in Fortified, it struggled. But now it's actually a really clean Fortified mapper. And since it hits every time, 95% of the time, it just cleanly destroys everything. It does the damage. I actually really like to have like amp proc mercenary on it with Reapers. It's really effective. I feel like that's like insanely effective on this approach. It's still effective on Zeal as well, or Charge, physical charge. It's really insane stuff. Yeah, it's really good budget too. It's hardcore friendly, of course, having a lot of defensive power with a max holy shield, defiance. It's good. It's a good build. It's not bad at mapping, and as a bosser, it crushes. So I actually expect this to be a possible Rathma declone, or the new boss, of course, approach of some kind this season. And definitely try that out. Looks good to me. But yeah, you get that flat damage, you get all the damage auras, get the flat damage weapons. Obviously use Almanectar again, and off weapon ED helps it out. Plus skills makes it stronger. P-combs make it a lot stronger. Big fat boosts on this ability. Big fat boosts. Okay. People talking about Spanish in the chat. Oh my god. Yeah, chat could do, chat's doing fun things. Alright, so we're getting to the end though. Getting to the end of the very detailed breakdown of all the different abilities we've encountered in the testing this season. And of course, we test them all once again, so man, is it looking solid. Class doesn't listen to the teacher. They don't need to. They can watch it later if they want. Teacher can just ramble on forever. Okay, so we're almost at 5 hours in the video. Makes sense. We're getting towards the end of the video, though. This video is likely to be about 6 hours, though. Not gonna lie. Here we go. So with Q&A and everything, as we go over some of these lists that we have in the infographic. So it's not just a tier list. It is an infographic. I'll show that off here in a second. So anyway, Holy Freeze Sacrifice. So this is just like, how Combustion didn't get tested properly, or how Green Goblin wasn't on the list last season. This also wasn't on the list because we didn't test it. And it was tragic last season, really. I think the tier list is in a way better state this time, honestly, just in general, due to not missing these things that we missed last season. I knew we might miss things last season, and we did. But I think we probably didn't miss as much this season. Innocence is such a groundbreaking item, and some of the changes to some of the skills, like Sacrifice, a lot of the builds kind of flew under the radar a bit. People weren't mentioning them. People didn't know. I think someone might have mentioned this, and I just kind of dismissed it. But I have a video out for this now, so you can check it out. Basically, Instead of Holy Freeze Charge, you use Sacrifice, and the elemental damage is overkill damage, not just physical damage on Sacrifice. I didn't know that until playing that this season, or hearing about it last season after the fact. The Doom plus Shattered Wall, you get max conviction, you get the synergies for your Holy Freeze on Doom Shattered Wall. You just teleport to packs, one use of Sacrifice, the whole pack blows up. Like, it is absolutely insane how fast this is. So the physical sacrifices, which we can talk about up here, they'll use like they'll use Schaefer's and Alma Negra. For the one hand, the static field helps with the packs blowing up from the corpse explosion that ensues the physical magic corpse explosion from the sacrifice explosion. The two-handed sacrifice, though, you'd use like just a really strong weapon like Grandfather or something. I actually liked Leoric's Mithril Bane because sacrifice does so much damage, the explosion anyway, that you could use that Joust cooldown reduction. So there's a lot of things you can do here. Obviously, the tiers for each approach are shown, and you can see the sacrifice in general is an incredibly strong ability. Used in combination with Joust and Charge, you're going to be flying through these maps, blowing up entire screens, no problem. But the thing about the Ellie sacrifice is the damage is so high that it doesn't even take a couple swings sometimes, or you don't even miss monsters. It will flatten all of the monsters anywhere in the vicinity. It does so much overkill damage that nothing can survive the elemental sacrifice approach. And it ends up being even stronger than Vengeance, and it's still stronger than Vengeance. And you can check out my video on YouTube on this. It is a top 3 build. The numbers it's putting up are bonkers. Nothing survives this build, not even for half a second. You just joust with your Alma Negra, or sorry, not even Alma Negra. You don't even need Alma Negra because that's right. You have Doom Shattered Wall. It just does so much damage that the AoE is so insane on it that it doesn't even matter. Some extra uses of Charge aren't going to hurt you on this build because even Charge will one-shot the monsters if you have Holy Freeze. So it's like there's no shortage of damage. Now, that item aura based approach where you get the synergies for the auras, and then this is just 1 point sacrifice, mind you. So you're not getting the physical damage like you would in these approaches. This is 1 point sacrifice, max conviction, and max Holy Freeze synergies. And then the rest of the points into Joust, obviously. Or all the points, or whatever. So that you can get that lowest cooldown. And it is crazy. It is very crazy approach to sacrifice. It is making the other builds look really weak for the most part. It's kind of busted. So the thing about sacrifice, someone asked this question in the chat earlier. We'll answer it before the Q&A session. Is that we have an X and a check mark in the hardcore here, and the reason why is if you sacrifice a undead monster, something you can't leech off of, the sacrifice does 3% of your missing of the damage that you would do to your health. So like because you do so much damage with sacrifice, and if you don't leech with it, you will kill yourself very quickly. Life per kill will help off the Drax, yes, and Drax will help a ton because of how many monsters you kill. That being said, that is why I put a check mark here, because there's ways to avoid this issue. There's also ways to avoid it by not doing maps with the skeletons and whatnot. Things you can't leech off of, undead monsters, things of that nature. But if you don't do that, or if you make one little mistake, or it just happens that you do more damage than you can leech in that scenario, you can die in a blink of an eye, even with a fully like DR build and res and everything. So like, these aren't my favorite hardcore approaches. Let's just put it that way. Lots of people died on their hardcore sacrifice paladin. They posted it in my chat all the time last season. It's possibly problematic. I don't know if I would avoid it though. You just gotta be very careful about what you're attacking. How much life per kill you have. You're gonna want a lot for sure. to prevent that potentially. What maps you're doing, it's a little scary. It's a little scary. Um, Obviously, something to be aware of. So, um, I mean, Sky did it successfully just fine. Um, it's definitely a little dangerous though, so just keep that in mind. I will have this here just to remind people to be very vigilant with these builds. Um, it's a little, yeah, well, you sacrifice your health. All right, so we're kind of just going to go over real fast here. There's a lot of, we also have sacrifice thorns, so this build's actually quite interesting. Um, Many people said Thorns was still garbage in the feedback on the beta. I disagree. I would actually made Thorns do a ton of damage to all the monsters around me. It was killing them very fast. And on top of that, with Sacrifice, because the monsters are killing themselves around you as they hit you, um, and if you get reliable amp and all that, which you should have like Reaper's amp or something on the mercenary. As long as you have that, they die insanely fast all around you very easily. Sacrifice will finish them off with the explosion, no matter what, because of how much damage they do to themselves naturally. So my favorite approach to this was using Silence and Bramble on myself and then Reapers on the Merc, and then maxing out the synergies for Thorns, getting a bunch of attacker takes damage on the gears, such as, so we also use Spike Thorn Blade Barrier in addition to those two items. And then um, the build was doing a ton of damage from Thorns very quickly. And with Sacrifice added to that, which, Silence does a decent amount of damage on top of that, um, it was actually really solid. I actually thought it was really solid. You got really high level Thorns. You got really high. You could use offensive GCs if you want to just use Thorns in a normal sense. But because the Thorns is on you, you can get Fanaticism for Sacrifice. Sacrifice has max Fanaticism as a synergy. And then you can really play with it. Now, it's not as good as normal Sacrifice approaches, don't get me wrong. It wasn't putting up the same numbers. But it's really fun to watch the monsters kill themselves all around you and to still do pretty decent when it comes to killing monsters and mapping. And so as an offensive aura, Thorns, for the first time, is achieving some kind of viability. It's not like it's achieving craziness yet, but it's achieving viability. And there might be a way to still break Thorns that I wasn't able to test. I'd love to see. I'd love to see what people are actually able to come up with there. And then, of course, for the rest of these here are all charge approaches using different offensive auras. This uses the weapon Cloud Crack to get the Fist of the Heavens on striking, but also 6 to offensive auras, and then you use Sanctuary on yourself. It is very strong. It is very strong, and since it's magic damage, it kills almost everything, which is really insane. Don't gotta worry about immunities at all. It's like a combination of physical and magic damage. Super fun. Of course, it's also a really good, potentially like early game approach, which you'll see over here. I believe, actually, did I take that off at some point? I'll put Holy Fire / other charge because technically that's one of the types of charges that can be used early game. It's really good. Of course, you can also go Holy Freeze, Shock, Fire, Freeze, Shock, depending on if it's native or whether or not using Dual Dreams, Doom, Shattered Wall, or Flame Billow and Dragon. Flame Billow and Dragon is still performing as well as Holy Freeze in general is performing extremely well, and Holy Fire is also performing extremely well. They're pretty close within like the margin of error for the most part in terms of performance. All the charge builds, just to be honest. Pretty much all within the margin of error, or if not, just outside the margin of error. Holy Shock tends to be a little slower just because the minimum damage is really low on it, so sometimes you kind of whiff it instead of, straight up crushing the monsters. Just remember you need attack speed now on all of your charge builds, and you can get that from Fanaticism on like a number of different mercenaries, and it's really easy to achieve. All right, so chat, there's a lot of possible meme builds you could do, of course, as well. So it's all solid stuff. Anyway, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Remember, you go max conviction though on all these approaches. You can't really do the Storm Spire thing on Holy Shock anymore because you need the attack speed from Fanaticism. Keep in mind that weapon attack speed really matters now on Charge as well. So often approaches that use like a lightsaber, for instance, because a phase blade will be superior to weapons like Ghost Flame, even Flame Bellow. So this is the interesting thing. This actually wasn't Flame Bellow and Dragon. Why did I put that there? It's because I left it there and forgot to change it. Okay, so the best numbers actually was for Holy Fire Charge wasn't Flame Bellow and Dragon this season. So it was in previous seasons, but with the attack speed change, Flame Bellow is kind of slow, and it's kind of hard to get it up without sacrificing damage. So believe it or not, the Hand of Justice plus 2 times Dragon approach, which I'll fix here before I move on, is actually the strongest approach for mapping again. It is, because Hand of Justice can be made in a Phase Blade. So the fast Phase Blades are winning out over the slower weapons, even if they have more damage now. It's very interesting. But yes, Hand of Justice plus Hand of Justice is back. It is strong and it's back and it's putting up the solid numbers. Yeah, it beat Flame Bellow by a bit, outside the margin of error by I think outside the 1/3 tier margin of error. And Flame Bellow is cheaper though. That is the thing though. The thing is Flame Bellow is still the cheaper approach to the build and it's only slightly worse. So the expensive version of the build is better as it should be. So all is right in the world. And yeah, that is something interesting I found actually when testing those. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, and apparently I forgot to change it because it was in this, like, I just left these alone for the most part, and I didn't remember that that approach actually beat it out because of the attack speed change. Interesting thing. Yeah, triple Holy Fire. Yeah, it's back, man. It's totally back. Okay, guys, so now we're done with the late game mapping tier list. We're going to briefly go over the rest of this. We did do a tour already, so you guys could probably read it for yourself already. But let's just briefly kind of go over this. So this top 10 is literally just a conversion of the monsters per minute standardized over the average of the top 3 maps for the build, including Blood Moon as the mandatory density test as 1/3 of the score. So this is all it was. I just put those numbers into here and then wow, that's what we get. Since it's within the margin of error though, you take these kinds of graphics with a grain of salt. It's very possible that the reality is if you tested these 100 times instead of 3 times over 2-minute sample sizes or over like a couple of different retests for finding out the build. If you tested it 100 times, you can just more giant sample sizes and reduce the margin of error, reduce the confidence interval on those, or basically take them down. That you'd find that maybe Rabies is actually the top build, maybe Fire would be the top build. But when they're 1/3 of difference, it is likely that there's 95% confidence, I would say, that it's actually not the top build at that point. You could say it's probably not the case. So these top 5, it's probably one of these, and they're all up there. The numbers, I just put them in order based on the numbers that we have, though, of course, from the samples that we took and the extensive testing that we did. And this is what we got. So we got our one top Paladin build. Vengeance is literally number 11, so you're not going to see this on here, but there's a lot of builds that come close. They're still close, and they're almost as powerful. We'll probably see a bunch of them. But not quite. Poison Strike has the highest value, and of course from the DPS meter and the poison breaking it and everything, you can see that it's kind of nuts. Arctic Blast, of course, and Rabies and Fire. We have the Druid dominating the top of this list, which will be reflected in the overall class power ranking as well, definitely. Corpse Explosion from Necromancer, had Lightning Fury coming in at number 7. Really tearing through monsters like nothing. Frost Nova, Nerfed, but not down, but not out is the Frost Nova. That's what I say. Still, the speed of Frost Nova and the ability to just flatten whole areas of monsters is still something, and it's definitely something to be contended with, even with all the nerfs. No, it is not on the notes. It is not on the notes. The vengeance change is not on the notes. I can check it. Nope, the chain distance is still 7. So yep, it's still absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And it was changed in closed beta, so a lot of people didn't even know it was going to be changed, but it changed. Nope. Unless they change the patch notes last second, that is where it's at. Okay, anyway, Frost Nova is still up there. Blade Dance and Phoenix Strike. Of course, Phoenix Strike and Blade Dance being mainstays. It's always interesting to see how the Assassin version of Whirlwind is better than the Barbarian one. And it's a lot cheaper as well. I mean, take as it what you will, but Poison Whirlwind is a superior Whirlwind. It just is. It kills everything, and the poison behind you kills everything. And poison builds in general are very strong in PD2, so go figure. So that's a solo mapping top 10 in order of monsters per minute. Season 9, 10 biggest movers. So on this list, I didn't count testing artifacts. So in any case where the testing is what improved, or it was a new build because it wasn't on the list in the previous version of the tier list, which is Season 9, it's not on here. These are builds that were on the last list that moved because of changes to the game. So actual buffs that caused these movements forward. And what that tells the person is, oh, this is a cool build to try this season. It got a nice buff. It's a cool approach. It got a nice buff in the case of like Poison Blade Dance. It's fire golems. This is a cool build to try this season. It wasn't a thing, and now it's kind of a thing. So yeah. Actually, what is did I change? Oh, fire golems is actually oh, that's actually should be a little different there. Okay, well, we'll keep it like that for now. So they forgot to change the handicap. Forgot to add the handicap in that one. Anyway, we got the it's B plus down here. That's what it should be. Anyway, fire golems getting massive buff, multiple shot, massive buff with the crossbows. You get to see some of the really cool changes. Rework to Blades of Ice. It's not shit anymore or limited AoE. It's actually got big AoE. Poison Strike. This is partially a testing artifact, but I included it because of the bone armor defense buff, because I feel like it's going to be a lot cleaner for people to play this season. So it's partially just better testing this season, but it's also a buff. Vengeance, huge buff. Claws of Thunder, pretty solid buff. Fists of Fire, they fixed the bug, buff. Smite, solid buff. Nova, solid nerf. And so that's actually the only downward one that's like really big, so that's why we have it there. So yeah, that's like the really big downward movement there. So Frost Nova didn't even move down that much, but technically it did from like S triple plus, but because it was like S plus, we're not going to put S triple plus there, so Frost Nova is still fine. I just put the Nova here, and you can see that Nova definitely got hit really hard, so makes sense. So the biggest mover, very solid. These are the biggest movers, and this kind of tells you what happened because of the Season 10 patch notes specifically versus Season 9. Not testing artifacts for the most part left out. So any kind of improved testing that got better numbers, more accurate numbers, with better play style or whatever it was not included in this, because has nothing to do with the it's just the tier list. That has nothing to do with the actual reality on the ground of the changes in the new season. So that's what this is for, the actual reality of what how the changes in the patch notes are impacting builds. So you can actually see that in real time. Cool stuff. Overall class power ranking. So let's go back to the data sheet. This is how we determine this once again. It's kind of subjective. I rate them a subjective score of 1 to 7, 7 being the highest score a class can receive out of 7 classes, and 1 being the lowest in each category. So this is kind of how they judge food in food competitions, or on the show Chopped, for instance. It's pretty similar. You have 3 categories. You have presentation, you have the taste of the food, you get all that shit. And so what I do is this overall score is third mapping, third starter, third bossing score. So mapping score is pretty much based on the late game mapping tier list, is how many builds are making it to the top, and versus builds at the bottom and whatnot. Pretty much mostly based on how many builds are at the top in their class versus other classes. So you've got the Druid, of course, having 3 of the very strongest builds in the entire game. That's very good stuff. And of course, even a lot of solid builds on top of that. Necromancer will come in at number 2, putting up also very strong numbers. And then, of course, you have Paladin, for the first time ever, putting up one of the strongest mapping classes in the game is the Paladin, as it probably should have been maybe almost last season as well, but that's arguable with Vengeance, of course, as well this season, though, and Sacrifice still being insanely strong, and Hammer still being insanely strong. We're seeing it move up. And of course, we got the Assassin putting up really good numbers with all the buffed martial abilities, and ones that were from before being strong, and Blade Dance and things of that nature. Still putting up good S tier builds. Amazon, it's got like 1 S tier build and a bunch of A tier builds, so it's not good. It's not bad, and it's got some solid late game mapping potential. And then, of course, we have the Sorceress, with a lot of nerfs coming into the Sorceress, really hurting a lot of its numbers. Used to be like number 1, I would say, at mapping. Maybe even just last season, but not anymore. Not anymore. It has come down a lot with the teleport nerf and all the other nerfs to the Novas and everything else. So as a late game mapper, it's probably still crushing those tier 1 maps, no problem. But maybe it's going to struggle in those tier 3 maps. So as an overall score, it's going to drop. Barbarian doesn't have a single S tier mapper, so that score is self-explanatory. So class starter score. So here we have this. We got these are based on how many good starting builds and how good the starter builds are, and also just how easy it is to start with them. I kind of use those 3 sub criterions to kind of form this criterion. And Druid has such an insanely good time starting out. It's got all the mobility. It's got lots of safe builds. It kills things with no gear. It's got insane builds that kill things with no gear. It does a ton of damage. It can kill Ubers with almost no gear. Druid's got a lot of insane stuff going on, so it reaches 7. Of course, class starter score for a Sorceress is still very high. If we're being honest, Sorceress is still the fastest mobility. It still does a ton of damage, and mobility is huge for power farming and area and LOD. Starter is all about that LOD farming to get built up for maps. So Sorceress is still a boss killing, all that other abilities, very powerful. It's got that arcane power farm with chain lightning. It's got insanely strong starting abilities. That being said, though, it's not as clean as the Druid, and I would argue that you need a bit more gear on the Sorceress for the damage to start feeling nice in the early games. So it's like, it's up there. It's definitely up there. I can't deny how powerful a Sorceress is at starting out, though, and that will still be the case in the season. Necromancer, of course, with Blood Warp and with Teeth and the summons, also very insane. Lots of very strong early game approaches, lots of cheap gear that can make it work. Paladin, also the case for the most part. It's a little clunkier than some of these other ones in terms of just movement in general, because unlike the Necromancer, Sork, and Druid, Paladin doesn't have a free blink. It is a joust to an enemy, which is kind of the same as Assassin. And so it's a little not as clean in the early game, but it's still putting up solid numbers, and it's still very strong at farming things like Travancore, because the damage output is good. It's really good with no gear. Amazon, pretty similar. Damage output is really good with really weak gear. I'd say the mobility is even lower, though, without charge, and that's the main issue with the Amazon. That's it. It's still got a lot of strong ones. Obviously, you can kill the Ubers with summons on, no problem as well. So You got like really strong starting approaches, and then the weakest starting approaches are probably on the Assassin and Barbarian, where the areas they can farm aren't the best areas just in general, or they just can't farm them as fast, and so they are going to require more gear to become insanely strong, or at least in the case they're going to require at least some basic gear like chaos and things like that. Barbarian needs more power. The only reason why Barbarian's ahead of Assassin here is because of Travancore, and I think I wasn't fair to it last season. I think Find Item is still solid. It's a really good early game farming strat. It's just that compared to the Assassin, which basically only can do things like cows and chaos slowly and things of that nature in the early game, Barbarian does have more options, and it's one really good option, which is Trav is actually insanely good. Like Trav is just a broken farming area, and so like Barbarian with the Warcry and the support skills is just really good for starting. Got to give it a little bit of credit. It's of course going to take a lot of gear to make it very strong, of course, though. Okay. By the way, thank you so much, guys, for the primes and the subs coming in. No alerts at the moment, once again, but thank you guys for all the crazy support. We're 5 hours, almost in 30 minutes into this discussion, so it's insane stuff. Thank you, guys. We added up all these scores, by the way, to get a final score at the end, and this final score is the overall class power ranking, so that's it. So the overall class power ranking, you might have noticed from last season, the Druid and the Barb are the exact same spots. So the strongest class to invest in terms of just having the most it can do throughout the game is still the same, and so is the weakest. Where everything changed was the middle. I think the Necromancer didn't move. So like the middle and the top and the bottom didn't move, and then everything else kind of moved around it, but ever so slightly. Honestly, I don't think they changed much, and some of it, like I said, is kind of subjective anyway. So not a lot really changed in the ranking. You'll notice that some of these scores here are 10, 12, 11, and 13. So they're pretty close. But you can see the bottom, though, and the top just blow away the middle. So it's like the bottom is a deep bottom. It's a deep floor for the class overall, I would say, unfortunately. And the top is also it's quite an upper plateau. It's in the sky. So there's a clear, I think, class disparity between the Druid and the Barb and the rest of the classes, but everything else is about kind of equal, mostly, for most types of things you do in the game. Maybe with the new boss, that's actually not the case as well. So I didn't talk about the bossing score, but the bossing score is based on research once again. It's also based on skill changes and testing against Ubers during the beta. It's also just the fact that there's some very basic realities. Like, for instance, the Necromancer has to face the reality that it's really tough for the Necromancer to defeat Declone or Rathma. Tier 1, it might not be that bad, but Tier 2, it's like almost impossible. You need to be a really good player with really good mechanics and insanely good gear, and that's just how it goes. Necromancer could be really good against normal Ubers, but against, like, the toughest bosses in the game, it struggles. It really does. And then Sorceress, of course, doesn't have as much defensive power either, so that's also partially the problem. And then the more classes that can get really tanky while dealing tons of damage and running around in circles or just allowing the monsters to die in easy ways tend to score very high. Plague Javelin, that's what comes to mind with the Amazon, Charge Strike, really strong single target abilities, Blade Sentinel, Shock Web. I think Assassin's taking number 1 this season from Druid. Druid had number 1 last season in bossing. I think Assassin's taking it. I think between Blade and Traps and Shockweb, I think Shockweb's gonna be crazy. No nerfs to Shockweb coming out. We tested it. I'm calling it, man. Shockweb's gonna be busted. All right. Well, anyway, Assassin's just strong in general against bosses. You got lots of things it can do. Dragon Tail, Cobra Strike. You can do whatever it wants, and it destroys bosses. Druid, I think, losing some power to Fury, and then also losing some power to some other things. It's still really high up there, though, let's be real. And then, of course, Paladin and Barbarian. Barbarian's a pretty decent bosser, so it does need a, It's got HP. Hey, it's got HP and it can kill them with strong abilities. So it might not be as fast or as effective, but it's still up there. So anyway, that's where the total score comes from. So there is a process. There is a process. It's subject. You know, all these lists have a lot more subjectivity introduced into them. There is these other lists are very, very data refined, and also where there is subjectivity in the case of like determining handicaps for builds that aren't tested at the highest level due to beta limitations, I feel like they're done very fair. So this list is probably as good as it's gonna get. The late game mapping tier list. And some of these, you know, these are kind of cool lists for people that want to see something that seems pretty good, seems you know, at face value the reality, but maybe they're not like a perfect representation of what's going on. Top dungeon builds. So these are all the top dungeon builds for reasons of, you know, providing protection in tier 3 or tier 4 maps, doing tons of damage in these maps, for reasons of being very good against high HP monsters, providing buffs like max oak sage, providing curses, really powerful conviction auras like Zenith Vengeance. Getting salvation and conviction would be sick. Enchant, you know, fire res debuffs, cold res debuffs, any kind of like resistance debuffs. And of course, this season I included protection from summons, all that fun stuff. The one thing though that I think is really good as a tier 3 or tier 4 dungeon buddy or a dungeon mapper or just some kind of 2-player or more player build is poison build stackage this season. Now they changed this in season 10 to where poison builds actually stack on top of one another. In other words, the poison damage actually freaking stacks. That's crazy, right? So that means if you have 8 rabies druids, and they do, you already know they do insane damage. You stack them together, they just run around. Everything's gonna die in Player's 8 probably instantly. I don't see why this wouldn't be the case. I think a lot of different poison builds could be strong. Now, obviously in dungeons, not tier 3s, but in dungeons this is harder because, but you could still get like 2 or 3 poison builds in a dungeon, and that'd be effective, right? Not all 8, obviously, but you know, you could do that at tier 3 map though. So remember, Dungeon Buddies is tier 3 or tier 4 maps. It kind of just tells you like, all right, if you're doing experience content, so you're trying to get experience going to 99 in a group, these are the kinds of builds that are very helpful to have in a group. Either due to insane damage, debuffs, and things of that nature. In the case of the poison build stackage, that's insane damage. Lightning Fury just scales so hard off of that. It's just insane just to get constant bolts everywhere. You know, that kind of stuff is just like, it's just very good scalage. Scales very well in those kinds of maps. So it's important to understand what kind of builds are good, so we have them there. I explained when I did the tour of the list, we expanded this list greatly. Builds that are solo dungeon capable have multiple elements of damage, so they can circumvent the immunities, or they have enough debuffs without other players to reduce the immunities enough to kill the monsters. And that's really the hard part about the dungeons, is killing them, but also surviving. These builds are also capable of surviving a solo dungeon push. It's not easy to solo a dungeon, but you can, and for people that want to, for whatever reason, hey, maybe dungeons have a, let's say, I don't know if this is true, I don't actually know, no confirmation, I don't have any insider info, but it's possible that one of the materials to spawn the new boss requires you running dungeons, for instance. I don't know. Maybe it does. Because right now, dungeons are kind of in a weird place where it feels like just doing tier 3s fast is better experience than tier 4s. And also tier 4s don't drop declone items anymore. So I don't know. Maybe there'll be some good reason to run them besides getting my community killed on hardcore as we go for experience, you know, for fun. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, at some point I expect dungeons to come back into at least some portion of the meta, so you never actually know. New on season 10 tier list. So these are the builds that are new on the tier list. instead of being builds that changed because of Season 10 changes, like in the upper list, this is just what's new on the tier list. These are just builds that weren't on the last tier list, and now they're on this one. Check them out. Cool stuff, right? And of course, we removed a bunch too. I didn't make a list for that, but I removed a lot of basically cleaned up the tier list, removed a lot of redundant approaches and things of that nature, or just things that aren't very common at all because they're not even fun as meme builds, and so we kind of just removed them. And they didn't really work, whatever. And so we tried to clean up the whole list in general, and that's just part of it. And obviously you can see a bunch of new ones. So obviously, there are new approaches and other things that make a lot of sense from this season, and then there's just things that we didn't add last season because we didn't test them, because we didn't know about them, or we just didn't test them, or some other problem. All right. Okay. Now we have the starter lineup. I'm going to make a whole video going into detail on this particular list. But basically, because of how strong a build is at farming a really high value LOD area or whatever it is, or just starting out in general, like tier 1 maps, the builds tend to get ranked up very highly. Bossing, whatever it is, and of course, builds that maybe struggle a bit more with starting out with the early hell areas and getting geared up are not going to be here, or they're going to be ranked lower. There's a lot of possible starting builds the way I see it. In PD2, you can even start out builds that aren't even listed here. However, I'd say these, for the most part, are a pretty good representation of a lot of the really good starting builds. The order doesn't matter too much. Once again, these lists actually get very subjective, so it's kind of hard to really say sometimes which starter. Like, do you think I have an exact method for figuring out whether Teeth or Bone Spear is better than Arctic Blast? Not really. Can I say that these 10 builds in Season 10 are likely to be among the top starting approaches? Yeah, I definitely can. And can I say they're all very good starters and that they're easy to start with and people won't have problems starting with them? I can say all those things, and it would be true. And any builds that aren't on the top 10 might have a little bit more trouble, but they're still good because they're on the list. If they're on this list, they are good for starting 100%. You just got to use the right farming area. I do want to make a new video where I kind of update starter gear approaches, starter mercenaries, and starting farming approaches for the builds so that people understand how to play the builds and how they're good in the beginning of the game. I'm not going to go into super big detail here, but you can read this list. You can see what the strong builds are. It has to do a lot. Starter gear options is a big part of this, honestly. The fact that a lot of them just have really good, cheap gear options. They do really well in early hell. They don't need Conviction Aura. They need there's a lot of good farming areas they can do that are really high volume, like Arcane Sanctuary, like for the lightning builds, for instance, which Arcane is really busted. If you've ever farmed it, I love it. It's my favorite farming area, but it's probably just like top 3 like automatically, so lightning builds have to be elevated a bit here, and things of that nature. So that's all you got to kind of know about that. I'll do more of a detailed video on it separate from the tier list video, but definitely check out starter builds. People ask me what to start with all the time. That is your go-to list. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Good farm corruption zones, of course, as well, and obviously, it's good stuff. They cleaned up the corruption zones this season too, so a lot of those LOD areas looking very strong. All right, and then these 3 are the bossing lists, and obviously there's a list I can't make because we don't know anything about it, which is a new boss, so it's not going to be part of the content this season for starting out the season. Obviously next season I will probably make some kind of a list for it, knowing what I know about it. Whatever the content is, it is a boss of some kind, though. It's an uber boss supposedly, and it is, if I had to guess, it's probably gonna do a ton of lightning damage because currently we have a boss that does a lot of cold damage, poison damage, some fire damage, then we have one that does a ton of fire damage and magic damage and physical damage. And I think the one element they're kind of lacking on in the two current fights is, or two like big fights, which is Declan and Rathma, is lightning. So might want a lot of lightning. I don't know. Maybe Blackhorn's face will save you. Probably not. Who knows? Probably not though. I don't know. Maybe they'll just make it with similar elements. But if I had to guess, they're gonna try to make max lightning res a stat probably more so in the corruptions. I don't know if it's true. We'll have to see what happens. Maybe I'm a fibber and I don't know anything, but as the case. Anyway, some of my big predictions though, Shockweb is definitely going to take the helm. Fury has definitely dropped a bit. It's not even on the top 10, I would say, anymore, just because the Druid has so many good bossing builds that have nothing to do with Fury. But Fury is still a great bosser, of course, and obviously can destroy Uber Ancients and things like that with high sustain. I think though that when it comes down to killing these bosses, you just need to do as much damage as fast as possible so that you don't run out of jubes. So it's a little different. And then of course with Uber Tristram, we got so many crazy builds. Like I tested Fireclaw melts bosses. It melts the Ubers at least. I think it might melt Declone too. Like it's actually kind of nuts. And then I don't know. Maybe you don't need the AoE for Rathma, so maybe not as effective. It's hard to say. There's definitely a lot of subjectivity here. I do a lot of research on these because I don't necessarily do every one of these builds myself and plug in whatnot and test it. There's no way I could. I do previous season research to see what people are using to kill these bosses, what has been successful, what looks pretty easy to do. Whether or not it can kill tier 2 versus tier 0 is a bit of a factor in this. If it's these, clearing tier 2 like with Poison Creeper I think will still be an approach because they can only die in certain frames. It's still going to be a thing for clearing tier 2, so like if it can clear tier 2, obviously Poison Creeper is going to have an advantage. I do think summoning 4 bears is going to be a thing. I think that the bears are just so absurd. Like I tried it in fortified maps, it's a one shot every time. And Dario died absurdly fast. Lilith, when I tested it against her, I tested against some other bosses as well. It killed Diablo in half a second. I do think these are going to be strong as Declone and Rathma killers, just summoning them. And they're very high HP too, so they might not even die in one shot. I mean, they have the Primeval bonus, so they might. But, I don't know. They're really strong, and you get 4 of them. They hit really hard. 20,000 damage apiece. We're probably going to see these approaches pop up, so I'm going to predict that on the list, and so this list is part of my predictive capacity as well, so that's what we're doing. Of course, we have all these approaches we've seen Rathman be killed with in prominent ways on the Sorceress. You know, this is pretty much how it goes. Assassin's got a lot of changes. A Wake of Fire nerfs should bring it down a bit, but it's still, you know, there as a top killer to some extent of Declone, I imagine. Of course, you've got Barbarian Berserk being the top approach still, with Double Throw and Wolf both being other approaches. Got a lot of good stuff. And of course, you can check out my highly subjective top 10s here. Take them with a grain of salt. I don't want people criticizing these too much because I am aware that they are. There's not a lot of science behind this top 10, whereas the science behind this is pretty solid. So the solo mapping top 10 for the late game solo mapping tier list, it's not bad. This though, yeah, it's definitely a lot more squishy. So just keep that in mind. I try to put some of the most prominent Declone and Rathma killing approaches and Uber Tristram killing approaches that look ridiculous. They look just insanely strong, you know, when you do it. And you can see these approaches, and they're somewhere in there. You know, the exact order is definitely very up to debate. So I think Shockweb's just, I don't know. Like, I tried Shockweb, and my god, I killed an Ubers with this. It's just in 2 seconds. Like, Diablo... Uber Diablo died in 2 seconds. It was actually like, I think it was like 3 seconds, like no joke, from Shockweb. There's no way this isn't going to be something. People are going to do this. They're going to throw out the Shockweb charges, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. I don't know. Their buff to Shockweb is real this season, man. I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to see some crazy stuff there. Anyway, it looks like it from testing, and it also just looks like it from the from every other angle as well. Also from the poor bear testing as well. Um, Against single targets. So it's looking pretty insane. Definitely check out some of them builds though, and of course there's a lot of these builds, you know, killing. There's videos of all these builds from other content creators. Pretty much every build you see here has a video of it, of Rathma or Declan dying it up from it in the last 2 seasons. So definitely check out that fun stuff. Cool stuff. And some of these builds have a lot of videos, like two-handed physical charge. You know, some builds have a lot of videos for sure. They should still be strong. Or Berserk, for instance. You know, lots of videos. Lots of videos on Blade Sentinel and traps, killing them, poison creepers. You know, you get the idea. So anyway, Top Killer is doing a very good job. If you ever want to become a pro boss killer, this list could be a place to start. And then, of course, you can check out some footages of these things, and you could be good. Anyway, we've got the tier 10 maps, and you know the new boss. I don't know if the new boss is that different from these two bosses. If it's not, these lists might be really very relevant for the new boss as well. But you never know. Maybe there's some kind of mechanic that makes it to where very different builds are good at it. I don't know. Because there's a lot of overlap with these current two bosses, as you can see. There's a lot of overlap here, so I couldn't actually tell you. By the way, Bone Spear should be a lot stronger to declone this season. It was even killing it in Season 9. I think especially Tier 0 and Tier 1 it will do pretty good. Anyway, we've got map immunities, which I showed off earlier, so it's pretty straightforward stuff. I can tell you how breakable the immunity is as well. And that's it. That is the Season 10 late game mapping tier list infographic. And unless I get any more changes in the last second or something, it is final. It's possible that after the game launches, they might have some last second changes. They usually don't do any of that though, because that makes people upset when they make a character and they play it for a while and then it gets nerfed, like literally when the season's going on. They've realized that makes the community very upset. So typically they don't do it after beta anymore, which is good. That's a good thing. I think people would be upset with that if they were doing that constantly. So you never know. There might be something that changes post facto, as I might adjust some things with handicaps, and I might even add some builds in here if something changes later in the season. And maybe we'll even add the other column at some point for the new boss if we start to get some data on that from the players that are killing it. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Anyway, insane stuff, guys. This is really insanely fun to make. I poured over 100 hours of effort into this testing. This season I went really hard on it. Lots of retesting, really trying to find the best approach. If I wasn't satisfied with an approach at all and thought it could be made better somehow, I kept tweaking the FCR, I kept tweaking everything, just to get everything as clawed out as possible, trying to make sure that it's as clean and as powerful as it could be. And so these builds in the late game, I feel like this is a great representation. Anyway, so we have time for a quick Q&A. So chat, do you have any questions about anything in this list at all? Like the method of testing, types of testing, the fact that every build was tested this time, not just brought over from a previous season. Everything has brand new numbers for a 3-map average. So that's what I try to do, is get everything with a brand new average, everything. When I would retest a lot of things, it was within the margin of error of the previous test. This meant that my gameplay was very consistent. So like if I played Frost Nova day 1 of the closed beta, played it again 5 days later, and the nerf didn't do much, and I saw it in the numbers, you know. Or if I just retested it with no changes at all, the numbers were very consistent. So I did some internal validity testing as well to make sure that my gameplay was optimized, but also that the optimized gameplay wasn't somehow changing too much. There is always some margin of error, of course. You know, there's blank spots where there's no monsters in some maps. No matter the density, there's always going to be small little quirks, and that can lead to a 3rd tier difference. But for the most part, I think this is the most solid list we've ever made by far. Um, we've learned a lot of things about ultra strong builds that we didn't even know were ultra strong last season or even knew existed. We retested things to absurdity. A lot of builds, even when they were nerfed from last season, are still very strong. And we learned a lot of things about just most builds in general. So like, it's just great, and you can play a lot of different things. And just remember, the tier isn't all, and even F tier builds are putting up solid numbers. Um, the fact that the difference between the S and the F tier now is that small, which is what I mentioned earlier, you know, between 580 and 220 monsters per minute standardized, is insane. Like, this is such a balanced mod. Like, it's crazy. There's nothing that's totally running away with power. I'd say Frost Nova would have been an exception to that, but that was before they nerfed it. So I did test it before the nerf, right before, and I tested it after the subsequent nerfs, and it came down to the earth. It's no longer up in the heavens, unreachable by any other build. It is actually it's up there with the other top builds, but it's not you know, it's not some kind of crazy outlier anymore. So they got rid of all the crazy outliers that were too strong. And anything that's really strong or the strongest at this point now, it's pretty close to a lot of things. You know, you got 5 S pluses, for instance. I mean, that kind of tells you just how close things are. Um, it's yeah, builds are very, very in a tight window there, very tight windows. Um, that's good. Yeah, it looks really solid, honestly. I think devs should be very proud of themselves here. Did I make a video on Shockweb? No, but it's in my closed beta testing though, and it's bonkers that damage. Per single target. I think it's possible it might even get adjusted post season, because I don't know if the devs will like that. We'll see what happens though. You don't think it's gonna be stronger than Blade? Oh, it is. Blade is strong. You think Blade's impressive? Just wait till you throw some shockwebs down. Anyway, I got a question regarding the poison creepers scaling. People on the video pointing out percent poison damage. Yes, that is correct, and I put that in that particular video that it was not shown 100% correct. In other words, Bramble and the poison facets are not necessary for an optimized poison creeper druid. However, it was still optimized FCR wise. The damage was still one-shotting and everything. The tier should be about what it is on the tier list, and that is that. But the people are right, actually. For some reason, even though it shows on the tooltip the percent poison damage improving the poison creepers, it is actually not. So it tricked me. But in the first pinned comment, I mentioned it tricked me. It's okay. Everything else in the build is exactly what you want to do. The approach is correct as well. So when you see it being tested, when you see it being demoed, that is roughly what it looks like. Yeah, you don't need the Trings either. That is true. To be fair though, nothing wrong with Trings getting your FCR up. So Trings is probably still fine. I'd say Bramble and Poison Facets were probably the biggest issue. And if those don't in fact work, like everyone in the video is saying that they don't, that I fucked up on that one build, it's all good. It's perfectly fine. What charms did I use for Shockweb? You need Ias, but Shockweb is actually a cooldown ability, so you don't really need much at all, honestly. You could go Fade with it just fine. Claws used for Shockweb, as much plus skills as I can, as much negative res and plus skills as I can get. Negative res does work on the Shockweb and the Fire Trap claws, or at least it appears to. So it's plus skills and negative res. He will play Lightning Fury Zone because he needs Amazon as his last 99. That is correct. What is my starting character at 99? Ultra budget Necromancer Clay Golems. Yep, that's a good one. He was one of the lead devs. Yeah, he was definitely, arguably the lead dev for a long time on PD2. So yeah, it's K-Knight is gonna definitely ramp it down, and it's gonna, I don't know, it might have some effect on the number of changes or the degree of changes in the future. What did you use for claws or shockweb? Yeah, okay. What do you recommend to farm first after hitting hell with Sorceress in PD2? Um, what do I recommend to farm first after hitting hell? Sorceress. So I recommend farming bosses with Sorceress. Sorceress is like the quintessential godly boss farmer, and with Firewall and Inferno, you can burn them down very fast with no gear, and you can use a leaf staff even. And of course, obviously, there's Blizzard with lower cooldown. You got other skills that can do it as well. I would definitely farm those first, and then when you become a little stronger in a sorceress, you can also crush Travancore incredibly fast. Remember, you have the set home command, which is insane quality of life, which I forgot to mention in this video this season. Being able to set your home act as Act 4 instead of Act 3 makes farming Mephisto insane. And then you don't have to go through the portal. You can just save and exit after killing Mephisto. So that's actually a slight buff to the Sorceress more than anyone, because the Sorceress can pound out more runs faster, and if you can set the home for her to be faster, that actually kind of snowballs the Sorceress as a starting build or a starting character a bit. So that's actually really cool. So yeah, Senpai said he made Shockwave OP on purpose to make people use it. No, I know. No, I know the justification, but I'm just saying that, you know, I have prepared the bossers for the eventual reality that Shockweb will probably be like a top bossing approach, so I put it on the list. Let's see. Watch the VOD. It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. Um, it's not like I only... So what happened is I killed Uber Lilith, right? And then I went into Uber Tristram, and I had no res gear or anything. I just tossed a couple of shockwebs at Diablo, and he died in like 3 seconds. I killed like Bale in like 2 or 3 seconds, and then like, and then Mephisto. Mephisto took a little longer, but he still died extremely fast. Yeah, I plan on playing Holy Freeze Paladin. Any suggestion for a starter build to make things smooth? Yeah, you could do that. Get some easy weapons like Zakharim's Hand. Get a lot of plus skills. You can even make items like Voice of Reason, which is negative cold res in a flail. You know, you can make it a fast weapon or something, and that's going to be really good. That's a good starter approaches for sure. Foe Holy Bolt is an easy start. Yeah, that's why it's in my top 10. It's really easy. Magic damage, does a ton of damage early game against the weaker monsters in LOD. It's very good. FNAXQTR with the Prime. Chat, spam the size of Xana in the chat. We got a lot of support coming in. Thank you guys with all the new subs and everything coming in today as well. So much support during the beta, of course, as well. Holy Bolt into Chaos. Yeah, so Foe Holy Bolt doing Chaos runs or Travancore runs. That's what you want to do. I'm going to make a starter video, though. I am making a starter video. I will make one, and it will have all those approaches in it, and I'll talk about them, and hopefully people enjoy it. I think I'm going to release the starter video before I even release this video, so I'm going to make it immediately after this, but I'm going to make it off stream, though. I'm going to make it off stream, I think. Let's see. Because it's just a starter video. I think people will get confused anyway, one video after the other, so I think I'll avoid that. It's probably only going to be like a 40-minute long video, 30-minute long video or something, though, so I'll try to make it a lot shorter for the starter build video, but I get the idea. Probably want to start Fist of the Heavens, Vengeance, or Hammers. It looks like Fist of the Heavens, Vengeance, Charging builds, and Hammers. Yep, those are all the top builds for Paladin. Those are listed on the tier list. And Infographic. Well, if you have Infinity with Shockweb, it's even more devastating. I wish I didn't have to keep casting Ravens. You don't have to, though, on any of the summoners anymore, but it helps out the normal summoner quite a bit. If there's any reason you see that Zeal would be comparable or better to Sacrifice against Uber bosses and against Ubers in general. Otherwise, Sacrifice will win in any mapping scenario except for fortified maps. If you like fortified maps, Zeal is also better in those. Sacrifice keys off of density because you need those corpses and stuff. You need to make lots of corpses, and you want to make as many corpses. Corpses are good. You want to blow up as many monsters as you can. But there's not a lot of density. You don't end up blowing up a lot of monsters around you when you use it, and sacrifice takes longer to kill them. Yeah, we'll have the season 10 starter video coming. It is coming soon. It will come very soon here. Why blood golems on poison strike? Wouldn't clay be better with decrepify? Yeah, they could be. I like how they heal you though. So like blood golems give a lot of life per kill, so it's a lot of sustain. The thing about Poison Strike is you want lots of sustain. You'll notice that I'm sustaining really well on my video, and that is because you're using Blood Warp a lot, and the LPK does help, don't get me wrong, but the Blood Golems help a ton as well. I think Clay could also be used though. There's nothing wrong with that, and Clays are, it's like you said, they do have the slow, so that's really cool, and they can be a little tankier. Arcane. Arcane is the starting area of choice for any starting lightning build. Absolutely, that is the solution. Wait, negative resin gear works for Shockweb? I believe it does, yeah. So Shockweb and fire traps are not like the other traps. It appears like the negative res does work on those, and I think that was intentional. That might not be the case though, but at the very least, all I did was test it with plus skills. No matter what, you just get the number of plus skills as high as possible. The negative res is not important because Fire Blast and Shockweb do a ton of damage, and obviously the other traps it doesn't work. No matter what, that is the case. Trying to remember exactly what the case is there, or if the tooltip is even correct, but that is the case. What are you going to level first? Hardcore. We always do hardcore in here. We're going to be doing an Amazon until we get her to 99 on hardcore, unless we fail miserably late in the game. And then we'll do something else. Arcane for Sork. No, at the end game, the Zeal animation will slow you down compared to Sacrifice. Yeah, the animation will slow you down, and that is why it loses in speed, and that is why it is lower on the tier list. Trav will be good to farm again. It will be very good to farm again. I think with the Trav nerf, see the thing about the Barb nerf to Trav, but the Barb got also buffed this season in a sense because of the set home, so that will help the Barb do more Trav runs, so that's why I kind of moved him back up to 2 instead of 1. That's why he's a little bit of a better starter this time. If they buff the find item again, he might even be one of the top starters again, but I don't know. I don't think that's the case. Just tuning in, awesome stuff, and thanks as always. Sorry if you already said it. Made up your mind on what you're playing at launch. So we are playing the Amazon. We're gonna go Lightning Strike, probably farm a lot of Arcane. You mentioned in your Poison Strike video that the build is highly technical. It requires a lot of different things for the build to work properly. So you need strong bone armor, you need potentially block or not any block at all depending on the approach. You need faster block rate, you need attack speed, you need faster cast rate, you need high damage. All those things are very different. So you need the survivability aspect, which is tough because you move into the monsters, but you need all these different breakpoints too. So it is a very technical build. Any build that requires more than like one breakpoint or something and damage is, in my opinion, starting to get more technical, and Poison Strike is highly technical because it requires multiple breakpoints, multiple considerations of like survivability versus damage and things like that. If you get the right balance though, like I did in the video, it will crush face. And of course, if you get the Mercenary right as well, Mercenary is also kind of a technical thing in that build, depending on which approach you go for out of the ones I mentioned in the video. And you can do it. And in terms of surviving, it also can be a little bit technical as well. There's multiple approaches. Do you life leech with sacrifice? You can, but the thing is, if you don't, you can die very fast. And that's why sacrifice plus like certain monsters is very dangerous. You really don't want lightning, cold, or poison in the new maps, huh? The funny thing is there are cold builds that can still easily break that cold immunity. And there's lightning builds that could easily break the lightning immunity, and poison is still gonna crush in there probably anyway. But you're right. Those are all immunities in the new maps. How do I shockweb? Well, I mentioned it a couple times. Is Vengeance hard to get going? Like, does it need a lot of gear to kick butt? No. Um, so if you get a lot of skills kind of early on, you can just get some skills so you can get your chain distance and your chain percentage up. And then you can get like Sandkicker's Fall, Barner's Star, Gimmer Shred, Demon's Arc, just all those elemental damage weapons. It's gonna do a lot of damage, and obviously, because it has good AoE, it does a lot of damage. You've got decent mobility on the Paladin, and the fact that it can kill any immunity basically makes it really good as a starter. Do you have to constantly spam ravens? It's not necessarily constantly. Is summon druid hardcore going to be the build the same way? Mostly, I just like using more DR and possibly max block on a shield. Pops live, Tushim. Oh man, way more primes coming in. Thank you guys. The primes are huge. All those primes, juicy. Holy Bolt shotguns too. Holy Bolt does shotgun, yes. That is why it's actually pretty good at killing declone, for instance. Shockweb is the best declone sin killer. I think it's gonna beat out Blade. I think it's gonna beat out Blade. Whatchamacallit? Blade Sentinel. Yeah, Blade Sentinel. Yeah, I don't know. I think it probably will. Obviously, a shockweb, you can have other traps too to help with more AoE. So I think as a primary damage dealer, though, it probably will. That's what it appears anyway from the test, or the tests, I should say. Do you have a rabies guide? Rabies guide. So I actually do. So I actually finished hitting 99 with rabies on hardcore as well last season from a previous season on non-ladder because I wanted to get my druid to 99 hardcore. He was already 97 from the actual season. And you can see all my gear and everything, and you can see the gear on that, and it's pretty much a guide. I actually made the video at the end of when I ended the last season, so probably about 2 months ago. It's on my YouTube channel. It's a pretty recent video still. In your opinion, what should be more balanced character, good in mapping and good in bosses? I don't like to have two characters. Well, if you don't like to have two characters, your best choice is some kind of druid build. Why? Because druid builds can usually do it all. Summons, creepers, they can do it all, you know. Rabies, I mean, you got the creepers with that, can do it all. Mapping, Fury, can definitely do it all to some degree. Multiple of these kinds of elemental builds could definitely boss and map just as equally well. So druid builds are pretty good bet. Got a bunch of like paladin builds that can do it too. Actually got every class that has builds that can do it well, pretty well. Depending on the boss, of course. And yeah. It's a little more tough, I'd say, with Sorceress. I'd say with Sorceress, some of the weaker mapping builds are actually some of the strongest bossing builds, so that kind of doesn't work. I don't know, I'm kind of just looking at the classes right now. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there you have it. I mean, it's pretty much it. Somewhat like Plague Javelin would be really nice as a really strong mapper that's also really good at bossing, for instance. As another example. Let's see. More questions. Sacrifice corpse AoE growing with the range of the weapon. It does not appear so. However, appears like the AoE is set. But that is why it's putting up lower numbers than the one-handed approach, but that doesn't mean it's not a good approach for groups, for instance, or just not good in general, or fun, or just give you really high survivability with Salvation Aura. So in other words, could even be better for hardcore to some degree, especially against like souls or something. Why Demon Machine is needed for Green Goblin? Nope, it is because Demon Machine procs multi-shot. And the high level multi-shot, when it's on a high damage mercenary, does a ton of damage. So whenever it procs from the Demon Machine, it will slaughter the map. Good question though. If you're unfamiliar with the Green Goblin build, of course, like I said, other content creators have videos on that one. I have, of course, testing footage in my beta testing VODs, but on Twitch, of course. But there you have it. You mentioned before that Poison Strike. No. Okay, reanimate, multiple shot. The chain radius is key. Yes. You want the Uber dad build, the laziest build possible. Some kind of passive build, but those take a while to get to. So before you do that, some kind of summoner. Summons is the laziest build imaginable typically. Or like a one button build where you're just using one button in summons or something. It's pretty lazy. You don't have to think about how to play the build. You don't have to optimize your gameplay. You don't have to like, juve in crucial moments or anything interesting. Just have to advance the build with summons. Typically those are zero buttons. Zero buttons or one button. Poison creepers are pretty much zero buttons if you just sit in wolf form and move forward with it. Let's see. Last time I played Summon Druid, basically only took top Ravens. Or yeah, yep. Chat's answering questions too. I'm doing this for the video, of course, as well. Does Fissure also give me a seizure like Volcano? Not as much of a seizure. Hammerden. What about Hammerden? Hammerden is really strong. Poison Strike got way more AoE the last two seasons. The Bone Armor provides defense, and I think it got even more negative res base. It's just crazy strong. Just watch the video, you'll see how crazy that is. You'll even see the DPS meter like get into the 7 digits. It's nuts. It moves fast. I wouldn't call that a dad build though. Wake of Fire is so I mentioned that when I went over traps. Wake of Fire can totally be a quote-unquote dad build. If you don't use the Enigma approach where you're constantly advancing between packs, you can just sit back and cast Wake of Fire and it will kill everything in front of you. And yeah, solid. Traps are really good at that too. The new Uber drop could change this tier list hugely. Well, here's the thing, right? So it could, but it probably won't. So typically Uber drops don't, like, let's say the Uber drop is an Annie, right? So that adds a plus skill. If you add a plus skill to most builds, it might help some builds over other builds, but you are right that there is some potential for that here. There is some potential for that here, for the item to change up some things. This is why, once again, it's never the be-all, end-all. However, likely it's just some kind of base damage increase. Like torches are corrupted Annies. Annies are just quality of life damage. Annie's quality of life or damage. Even the items themselves, like the Decline and Wrath items that aren't even like factored into the tier list because they're either too rare or they're impossible to test on beta, which is true. I don't factor those in at all. Even those, there's comparable items that can be almost as strong as those items, especially after the nerfs they did to them. So I don't know. Who knows? There's definitely some reason to speculate on that. That being said, not every player will maybe even get to that new item because it might be really hard to obtain in Season 10, or maybe once people figure it but the boss out, it'll be more easy to obtain in Season 11. So who knows how relevant it actually is. It's totally speculative. The only thing I can do is make content for you guys and hype up the season and get you guys excited to play different builds and various builds and show you how good they are as it is with current items that we know exist in the game. And That's all we can do. Maybe it's a negative Fizz Res charm. I don't know. Yeah, it could be like a charm with Pierce or something, and it could even have Magic Pierce as well. Um, that is very possible. Yeah, and you know what? That could help any build, right? If it's like if it's a Pierce, let's say it's like a, let's say the charm gives -10 or -5 to -10 of any of the 6 elemental pierces in the game, including magic damage, of course. Then it would help all the builds pretty much equally, right? Um, yeah, maybe it's a small charm with Telly skill. Now that could actually shake up some things a little bit at least. Obviously, mobility isn't as much of a problem in PD2 because every build has pretty solid mobility. But I could see that, for instance, making a pretty decent difference on like Barbarian builds, for instance. Like it could boost them a bit. Like let's say you had Telly Charm on like Warcry or Blessed Hammer. Now all of a sudden Blessed Hammer is maybe the strongest build in the game, or if it's free Telly, that is, or like Warcry is one of the strongest builds in the game. That could happen actually. I could make a video on that if that does appear to be the case, and we can revisit that. Obviously, we won't have the ability to test in closed beta, but we can speculate on these things, and it's really good. No, I actually gave my guess just right now. I actually think it's probably like some kind of Pierce charm or something. I don't think free teleport is something they want to introduce in the game, but it could be. Maybe they saw that as the issue and Enigma. But then, see, that's the thing is if they do that, what about Enigma, right? It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're more likely to see some kind of base power increase for almost any build, depending on what it is. It could just be, so it like torches, it could be specific to your damage type instead of your class, for instance. I could see that definitely being possible. They kind of did something similar with the new ring as well, which is the Kadala's heirloom, I believe. Yeah, the one from Geed. Anyway, that ring is yeah, it's kind of like a different elemental thing. I could definitely see them doing that with the charm. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what it is. No matter what it is, though, it probably applies equally across the board. It's probably not going to, like, greatly impact the. Remember, this is a relative tier list, so if a C build tells you that it's stronger than the D build by about that much, and so while it could improve numbers across the board, it might not. We'll have to see. Anyone actually use those rings? I don't. Yeah, people use those rings all the time. All right, any other questions, chat? Any other questions, Ancient? Torch Slam items is very possible. Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, we did get an Annie Slam, right, from Rathma. We could get a Torch Slam from this one. That is, yeah, that is actually a possibility. It's either like a Torch Slam or a new Grand Charm or something, or I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. If I had to guess, it's something like that. It's probably they're probably going to keep it consistent with the types of rewards from other bosses, and there'll probably be I don't know. There might even be its own types of items that it can drop very rarely, just like the other 2 bosses. Who knows? Who knows? But this is where we're at. Hopefully, you guys are hyped for the next season. I will have timestamps in this video, of course, for every part of it so that people can refer to different parts of the video and can see what skill tree they're most interested in on each class. I'll timestamp it by skill tree. If I do it by every build, there'll be too many timestamps and the video will brick. So I won't do that, but I'll do it by classes. This hopefully you guys can know whether you're playing softcore or hardcore. I test all softcores for the vast majority of the community. This list is useful for late game solo mapping, particularly tier 3s and understanding how the builds stack up at the very highest end of the game. And of course, all of these awesome lists for you guys learning how to boss, how to start out in the game, and in general, what might be interesting and what is going on in general for different aspects of the game. And the new boss is super hype, totally unknown. It's going to be very awesome to experience, and we'll have to see what the reward is, of course. Probably tradable, so probably have to get ourselves one of those, whether or not we're doing that boss at any point, and so it's going to be cool. The CE Warcry Barb didn't make the testing. No, it's a meme. Warcry is so strong, man. Like you can just, you don't gotta do that, but you know, you can do that though. You can if you want. Um, uh, yeah, you max double swing on that typically. The frenzy is for the movement speed, and you max at all the other damage. But yeah, I'm gonna that is it for the Q&A though. We are good. Insane once again. I am very excited about the season. Hopefully you guys are too. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below on the YouTube video. How we did this time. Do you think that this is the most accurate tier list yet? I've already had some feedback, and I think a lot of people seem to think it is. Um, do you think we got a lot right this time? Did a lot of solid testing? Hopefully we did. And do you think our new method of averaging 3 maps instead of just Blood Moon in a second map is a lot better? I think it is. Just let us know kind of in general what you think, you know, how applicable you think it is, and feel free to ask any questions, of course, in the comments as well. I love to answer, especially on this video, I'll answer a lot of questions. Um, and let's get hyped for the new season. Season 10, new boss. You know, who knows? Could even be the last new boss ever in the mod because, you know, it's probably such an insane amount of work to do it. And it's pretty crazy stuff. But yeah, you know, I've played this game for 30,000 hours, and like a comment in the chat has said here is like, how can you know so much? It's like I've played this game way too much. You know, I played LOD, I played tons of D2R, tons of LOD, tons of this mod. So that's where it all comes from. Just lots of repetition, lots of playing and testing things out. And I obviously try to do it, but obviously just remember, just play what you enjoy. That is always the key to all of this, guys. Play what you enjoy. And from the Mad Lab, Dark Humility salutes the community. And Dark Humility over and out. See you guys October 25th, 10 a.m. PT. Hopefully I will be there at launch as well, so that would be nice. And we can get that in. We can get that in there. We'll be there at launch. We'll play a hardcore Amazon. You can watch us live on twitch.tv/Dark Humility. Playing that Amazon hardcore, and we will be crushing it. But yeah, definitely be there. We'll upload this as soon as we can. We'll also get a starter list up for you guys as well. And we'll get all the links, of course, for you guys. And should be no problem. We have a lot of builds already up on YouTube, so you guys can see a lot of the actual test footage, or just rather footage that corresponds with the testing. And of course the test footage is all available, of course, in my VODs. But anyway, it's always transparent, always fully transparent what we do here. It's good stuff, so people can criticize it, critique the builds and whatnot, so that way it's always made better every season. And this season, I think, with all the critique we've received over the past seasons, I'd say the hard work has paid off, and the community's response to it has definitely paid off. I love to see the passion every season. That is why I do this. I would not put this much work into it. I would not pour this many hours and 16-hour days doing this during the beta if there wasn't nearly this much passion behind this. So thank you again, everyone, and see you guys in the next video. Dark Humility over and out. Let's get it.